Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Thermodynamics Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shota Aizawa never really liked the entrance exam. He never bothered to pay attention to it due to how biased it was. He found it illogical that it favored physical and combat type quirks over mental type ones, rather than having a balance of both. So when it came time to spectate the entrance exam, he never bothered to pay close attention to it. He was however not expecting to recognize a boy with long green hair tied into a ponytail with a single purple butterfly hair clip. He remembered seeing him about 10 months ago. Needless to say, it was not a fond memory. He got off the wall and walked up to the control panel while turning towards Nezu. The kid in sight C with the butterfly clip, what's his name? Sure, while he technically met the kid 10 months ago, he never stayed around for the aftermath and just let Tsukachi handle it. Nezu's ear perked as he began typing. Ah yes, Izuku Midoriya, age 15. His quirk is thermodynamics, which seems to act in a similar fashion as one of our newest recommendation students. Shota noticed that Yagi had flinched at the name. He didn't get the chance to address it as Hizashi spoke up. Something about the little listener piques your interest, Sho? I can see why. The amount of precision he has with a quirk is insane. He stated as they watched Midoriya create and toss 3 icicles into a robot with precise aim. Though I wouldn't say it's similar to Endeavor's kid, he seems to lack the same amount of raw power he did. Shota turned towards Mike with a passive expression. No interest. I recognized him from an incident 10 months ago. And trust me, he doesn't lack the raw power Endeavor's kid has. If anything, he might have more. Shota thought. The area of the incident was not a pretty sight. And pray tell, how do you know that, partner? It was Snipe that chimed in while Nezu silently chuckled to himself as he drank a cup of tea. I know this because the incident 10 months ago was mostly done by him. He spoke, noticing Yagi shiver in the background. And it was such an issue that Best Jeanist himself had to respond before I got there. Izuku honestly didn't know what to expect from the entrance exam, but it definitely wasn't robots. So even Yudei's entrance exam would have been biased against her. He sighed at the thought as he melted another 3-pointer. Though something about this exam is fishy, no way it's just destroying robots, right? He didn't get to continue his thought when the ground shook, snapping his attention back to his surroundings. At first he had no idea what it was before the ground shook again, and he looked behind him. What the hell, he thought to himself. Looming down the street was a giant robot the size of a building that just placed its hand on top of a building as if it was casually petting a dog. Now the normal thing to do here would be to run, and by all means he would have. Until he heard a scream and saw a girl stuck underneath rubble about to be crew, and he's already moving. He probably should have made a plan first. This was a 10-story tall robot, but hindsight was 20/20. He came skidding to a stop in front of the girl and instantly acted, placing his hand to the ground and swiping to send an ice spike right through its chest. He then placed the same hand on top of the spike and sent a sea of white flames to melt it and the robot's torso. He let out a heavy breath, emitting a small amount of smoke and frost before turning towards the girl. Achiko Uraraka officially hated robots. She didn't know what to expect from the entrance exam, but she didn't think she would be trapped underneath rubble about to be crushed while everyone else ran away. Wasn't this the hero course entrance exam? FING cowards. Hopefully the robot wouldn't actually crush her, or the teachers would activate the kill switch to holy crap, is that kid sprinting towards the robot? She honestly wasn't expecting someone to turn back and help her. She definitely wasn't expecting said person to ram an ice spike through the robot's chest and then melt the torso like it was nothing. She stared in awe as the green hair boy exhaled smoke and frost. That couldn't be healthy, right? Before she knew it, he had walked over and lifted the rubble off her. He gave a slight smile towards her and walked away without saying anything. She was about to call out to him when Present Mike announced the exam was over. Had the green-haired boy scored enough points? Surely Yudei would let him in after that, right? She didn't get to continue her thought as an elderly lady walked over to her and asked if she had any injuries. Once her ankle was healed, she walked out the testing site and made her way to the booth Present Mike was. Back in the spectators' room, the teachers stared in awe. This kid had just dealt with a 0-pointer in less than a minute and didn't even look winded. Dibs. Vlad King said, being the first to break the silence. I want this kid in my class. Now wait a minute. Izawa protested. Class A is meant for the kids that have difficult to train quirks or quirks that are more likely to cause a quirk incident. He would fall underneath that category, meaning he's in my class. Nice try, but Yurei also keeps kids with similar quirks in separate classes, and since you already have the Todoroki kid and I'm not willing to trade any of my recommendation students, the kids in my class. Ken countered. Nezu took a loud sip of his tea, drawing their attention to him. What Ken said is true, Aizawa, so by all means Izuku Midoriya is in 1B. Aizawa grumbled but conceded. Fine, but if Ken gets him, I want the kid in Site E with the copy quirk. Nezu instantly pulled up the file. Ah yes, Nito Monoma age 15 quirk copy, seems like a fair trade-off to me, don't you think Vlad King? King gave a huff and simply nodded. Fine by me, that Midoriya kid seems to prefer controlled attacks rather than large-scaled ones. He'll do fine in my class. While the conversation was wrapping up, one Toshinori Yagi stood in the back slightly pale. He had failed that boy and his family. Shota Aizawa was annoyed and wanted this meeting to end. He really should have paid attention to the entrance exam before he made a bet with Namuri. 5 kids with non-combat quirks or quirks useless against robots passed the entrance exam he failed and previously called biased. He would be diamond proud if it wasn't for the fact 3 of them weren't even in his class. So now he had to sit through the meeting as Ken smiled smugly the entire time. And with that the last student has been placed. Any objections? Nedzu chimed in with a clap of his hands. Oh well, better to ask now just in case. I have one. Are you positive I can't get Shirhai Kuwaro? He asked. Stealth training would essentially do wonders for the kid. The fact Ken's face was even more smug than before was astonishing. You already have Toru Hagakure for that reason and who honestly needs it more, and if I recall you said Class A is mostly meant for the kids that have difficult to train quirks or quirks that are more likely to cause a quirk incidents meaning I have first pick on him. He heard Hizashi and Namuri snicker in the back. Traitors the lot of them. He simply sighed and shook his head. Vlad was gonna hold this one over his head for a while, along with the fact he also got the Midoriya kid. Fine, I have no other issues. Excellent. Nedzu clapped his hands. We can now begin sending the letters out. However, since this year Ken and Aizawa were more vocal on who they wanted in class, it has given me a wonderful idea. The staff team paused. Nedzu's idea were one of 2 things, brilliant or scary and headache-inducing but still brilliant nonetheless. I purpose more joint exercises from the beginning of the year, that way you can still teach the students you didn't get and build unity between the hero courses early on. That actually was a great idea. Why hadn't they done this before? It would have saved so many headaches in the past with hero students fighting and annoying each over petty rivalries rather than making healthy ones. I'm all for it. Vault King said. But ultimately it comes down to All Might since he's the main one who teaches heroics. The room turned towards Yagi who seemed to shuffle nervously. I see no issues with it, though since I'm new to teaching we should make it where I teach joint heroics classes while Ken and Aizawa focus on individual class heroics. I see no issue with that. Nedzu spoke. Anything to add, Ken? Aizawa? When both shook their heads no, Nedzu continued. Splendid. Now Yagi, I do believe you have 36 acceptance letters to record. Yagi's face paled at the number. Oh, this was gonna take a while. Izuku sat on his bed twirling a yellow butterfly clip in his hand as he thought of new ideas for ultimate moves. While he knew he wouldn't wear any other ones beside his purple one, it still was a nice memory of what once was. It had been nearly a week since the entrance exam and he was starting to get impatient. His mom wouldn't let him head to Takoba Beach to train since she didn't want him overworking himself so soon, so he was stuck in the house for the time being. He was about to get up to grab a snack when his mom came bursting into his room. Izuku! It's here, it's here! She didn't get the chance to continue as she suddenly noticed the letter was no longer in her hand. She looked towards Izuku's bed and noticed there was nothing there besides some fading frost and small flames. She turned towards Izuku's desk and saw him sitting there right as a small disc dropped onto the table. Izuku was practically vibrating in his seat as he watched the projector pop up. Booyah, I am her dash. Izuku swiftly put his hand over the projector, stopping it as his eye twitched. Inko noticed a small flicker of black flames on Izuku's shoulder and went to calm him down. Now honey, I know you don't like All Might but we have to at least finish the video to see your results. Izuku frowned but relented. He grabbed the disc so he could rewind the video and set it back down to play. Booyah, I am here as a projection. The number 1 hero exclaimed before backing up from the camera and clearing his throat. Now you may be wondering what I'm doing here, it's simple really. You're looking at U.A's newest faculty member. Well if dash. But enough of that, let's get on to what really matters, the results. You passed the written exam with flying colors guaranteeing you a spot in Gen Ed, however it's the practical exam you excelled at. The projection changed to 3 clips off Izuku during the entrance. One involving him firing off icicles into 3 robots, the other where he freezed the floor around him and punched the stun robots with a flaming fist that released on impact, and the final clip was him quickly forming a spike made from ice and jamming into a robot that had managed to get too close. Inko nearly flooded the room right there. She was proud of the amount of progress her son made with his quirk over the years. The projection switched back to All Might. In total you scored 67 villain points which would place you in 5th. Izuku gave a slight smile he had passed. But wait, there's more. Or not if dash. Notice how I said villain points. What type of hero school would we be if we didn't award our participants for their heroic actions? The projection switched to show Izuku creating a burst of fire under his feet to quickly catch a small purple-haired boy that had fallen off a building while trying to scale it. The next clip showed Izuku delivering a heavy ice-enhanced front-facing axe kick to save a boy with short brown hair that was backed into a corner by a three-pointer. The only thing in between them was a strange wall of air. And of course, how could we forget your most heroic feat? The clip of him taking down the zero-pointer appeared to rescue a brown-haired girl with pink cheeks on screen. Wait, you never told me you fought a giant robot. He knew he forgot to mention something, whoops. Throughout the entire exam you showed you were willing to put others before yourselves, even going as far to turn around to save a fellow competitor while everyone else ran, earning you 84 rescue points. Rescue points, so there was a chance for her to pass the exam after all. Izuku thought with a smile. This brings your final score to 151, making it my pleasure to say, welcome to your hero academia. He passed, he was going to be a hero for both of them and nothing was going to ruin that for him. In the underground a masked figure gained an idea. An awful idea, a wonderful, awful idea. Izuku, it's almost time to go. Are you all set? She called out. Her response was a white blur towards the front door, a frosted floor and her phone buzzing. She walked over to the counter and unlocked her phone. Green Fox, I got everything. I'll see you when I get home. She gave a soft smile. It was nice to see him happy, especially since he took the incident the hardest out of the two of them. Though she still couldn't help but worry about him, she knew fully well he was capable of protecting himself specifically. Because he would sometimes vanish for weeks to stay in the forest and then come back, but it still always scared her to watch him leave. She gently removed the red butterfly clip off her phone case and stared at it. But he always came back and that was enough to put her mind at peace. Izuku was excited to be attending Yugi. It had always been the both of their dream to attend and now it's real even if it was only halfway. Keyword, this. Currently he was bored out of his skull as what appeared to be a giant talking stoat gave orientation. Why was the hero course even here? Half of this stuff they aren't even allowed to attend, and why the hell was a class missing? Not to mention he could also barely see, they were arranged in seat order and he had the luck of being stuck behind someone who was 6 feet, but hey, it can't possibly get any worse. And now, for our newest faculty member who's personally teaching first-year joint heroics, All Might. I am here to teach the next generation. The symbol of peace said while sliding onto the stage. He forgot about that, god damn it. Wait, did they say first-year heroics? Orientation finally came to an end and he finally got to take his seat. Just then their sensei Vlad King clapped his hands to gain their attention. Alright, listen up. Welcome to Class 1B Heroics. For the next 3 years it's my job to whip you into shape so you can be the best hero you possibly can be. Now underneath your desk are gym uniforms. Put them on and head outside. Any questions? He noticed a girl with green hair raise her hand. Vlad King didn't even bother calling on her and just said, yes, the uniform works with your quirk Tokage, same goes for you Kurwaro. She promptly put her hand down. Any other questions? When he saw no one else raise their hand he continued. Good, be outside in 5 minutes or be prepared to run laps around the entire campus. And with that he walked out. When he got to the hallway he felt a cold and warm breeze pass by him. Looking forward he saw Midoriya speeding down the hallway towards the changing room. On closer inspection he also saw Kurwaro traveling through the shadows on the wall along with multiple parts of Tokage flying by. Sorry sensei. Coming through. He heard the monotone voice of Yanagi and the apologetic tone of Tsunatori from behind. He stepped to the side just in time to see Yangai and Kodai traveling on a floating enlarged book and Tsunatori on her horns. The sheer amount of pride he felt could not be expressed in a single smile. Those kids understood the assignment. In heroics every second counted, you can't waste too much time getting ready. Those kids understood that and best of all they didn't even hesitate. This was going to be an interesting 3 years. Vlad was shocked to see that he was actually the last one to the field. On closer inspection to the surroundings he saw that there was a vine ladder, steps made from air and multiple mushrooms growing down the wall, all trailing from the window and into the direction of the changing rooms. Holy F, these kids jumped out the window. He clapped his hands to gain their attention. Alright you hellions. You should have done a physical assessment test in your middle school, we'll be doing something similar to that. He walked over to the ball throw basket and took one of the ball. Since most of you have barely got the chance to train your quirks, this test will let us see how well you can use them so we know what to focus on. Heads up Midoriya. He quickly threw the ball at the green-haired boy, not enough force to hurt him but just enough it would catch his attention. He gave a wide smile when he saw Midoriya frost his hand over and catch the ball in a single movement. Kid has some nice instincts but how well does that translate to quirk control? You placed first in the entrance exam and set a new record for it. Step into the circle and throw the ball. Once Midoriya moved into the circle Vlad noted that the frost the kid originally made now covered the entire ball and that the temperature suddenly dropped. Izuku knew exactly how he was going to do this. He kept the ball ice cold, drew his arm back. He tossed the ball and at the last moment he rapidly heated it up while releasing a sea of white flames. The air around the ground quickly expanded and went wild. Vlad watched as the other students instantly hit the deck and covered their faces to prevent damage to their eyes. At least that's one less lesson they had to cover. When the wind and dust finally died down, it revealed Midoriya standing in the circle, the fire fading from his right arm. Here in you, today you'll learn how to use your quirks in the most effective way. Vlad stated as he turned the device around to show that the ball went 905.7 meters. That's what it means to go beyond. He watched as his students readied themselves, none of them willing to back down. Let the test begin. The test went well in Izuku's opinion. He had scored first in the 50-meter dash, clocking in at 3.08 seconds. Two girls, Yui Kodai and Ibara Shiozaki, and another person named Juroda Shishida, destroyed the grip strength test, the former shrinking it and crushing the device and the latter two crushing it normally with their quirks. The standing long jump was interesting to say the least. One girl telekinetically surfed books across the pit while another appeared to be floating on horns. Now that was an interesting quirk. The main highlight of the long jump was when a silver-haired boy named Shirhai Kuwaro asked him to create flames over the long jump. Seeing no issue, he happily obliged and watched as Kuwaro sunk into the ground and appeared on the other side of the sandbox. Another student who produced blades from his body and slightly reminded him of Bakugo tried to claim it wasn't fair since he had helped only to get shot down since Vlad King said, "Anything goes." The test finally came to an end and Vlad King addressed the class. "Alright you hellions, that was the last test. Since going over your individual scores would take too long, just pay attention to the leaderboard. Izuku Midoriya, Burashiza, Setsuna Tokage, Juzo Hananuki, Sunkaibar, Juroda Shishida, Dasuka Kendo, Tetsu Yosetsu Aways, Pony Tsunatori, Tagaru Kamakiri, Kojiro Bando, Reiko Yanagi, Kozai Tsuburaba, Bukoda, Shirhai Kuwaro, Hiryu Rin, Manga Fukudashi, Nirenjiki Shoda, Kinoko Komori. Don't get discouraged if you aren't satisfied with your placement. In the long run, the first-year assessment test overall means nothing. It's just to see where you're at. Now get changed and head back to class. There's a packet on your desk detailing what was stated in orientation since I know none of you actually paid attention. He said, glaring at them. Well, were they that obvious? You're dismissed. The rest of the day is essentially a free day, so get to know your peers. With that he walked away. Izuku was about to leave until he heard someone shouting, "Oi, green bean!" He turned around to see the girl who raised her hand earlier, Setsuna Tokage if he remembered correctly. She appeared to be walking with Shiozaki and dragging a thrashing Kamakiri along. "We're starting a green hair cult, wanna join?" "What?" He walked out the Udata gates, now holding his green-haired membership card. Where the hell did she make this and how did she get his blood type? He put the card away when he felt someone following him. He turned around and was met with the sight of Yanagi trying to sneak up on him. "Boo," she said with her arms raised above her head before sagging. "How did you know I was behind you?" He gave a smile and simply set his hand on fire, hoping she got the message. So your quirk lets you sense changes in temperatures such as breathing?" Upon seeing him nod, she continued. "Well, that's disappointing, means I can't scare you." The two turned back towards the gate to see Kodai Speed walking towards them. "Oh, that reminds me, Midoriya, give me your phone," Yanagi said, holding her hand out. Izuku tilted his head to the side, slightly confused. He pulled his phone out and quickly unlocked it before handing it to her. He watched as she rapidly swiped and tapped the screen before handing the phone. "There, I noticed that like Yui, you don't like talking much, so I thought it'd be better if you still had some way to talk." Izuku looked at his phone, eyes quickly widening. Yanagi had added him to a group chat between her and Kodai. He had another person he could actually talk to other than his parents and Vlad-sensei. Right as he was about to thank her, a car horn drew their attention. "Oh, that's us, Yui. See ya tomorrow, Midoriya." With that they ran off towards the car. Izuku waved them goodbye as he checked the time. Noticing he was about to miss his train, he quickly ran off. The first day had gone great, she would have loved it. The first day hadn't gone so great. He was expelled. Mineta sat at his desk staring at the two lists he made. He had placed last in the quirk assessment test, and just as Aizawa-sensei promised, he was expelled and transferred to Gen Ed. Before he left, Aizawa had told him to re-evaluate what it means to be a hero and why he wanted to be one, so he made two lists. The end results sickened him. He had been motivated for the wrong reason and had basically done everything the opposite of heroic. His mind flashed back to the entrance exam where the green-haired boy with a fire and ice quirk had saved him. He was heroic, he didn't cower in fear at the first sign of trouble, nor did he hesitate to save anyone, he just acted. While he had been frozen in fear and was completely useless. Hell, at the entrance exam it finally occurred to him he had barely even bothered to train his quirk or body. Oh god, he was like one of those school idiots who thought they can skate by with only their quirk, wasn't he? He turned to look at the calendar and then looked at the student calendar. He wouldn't have enough time to train for the sports festival. It was happening in a few weeks, and the way he was now, he would be demolished before he even got a chance to even think about winning the chance to transfer back. Regardless, he still had some work to do. He still had next year's sports festival to prepare for. Mineta was gonna earn his seat back, and he's gonna be the best DMN hero he can possibly be. 1. Why Izuku is called Green Fox in the family group chat. It had been the first winter since Izuku's quirk manifested. The family was sitting at the table enjoying a nice meal when suddenly, Izuku's hair rapidly turned white before their eyes. Izuku, who liked playing with his long hair, saw the whole thing and screamed bloody murder as his quirk spiked. They needed a new table and industrial heater after Izuku finally calmed down. They were sitting in the doctor's office waiting for results. Dr. Akitomo, who had an analysis quirk, walked in the room and addressed the family as Izuku followed her out. Good news, little Midoriya's hair turning white isn't anything to worry about. It appears to be tied to his quirk. She pulled out a few documents and DNA's test. As you can see, besides Midoriya's hair turning white, it also became thicker to trap more heat, along with his skin changing to adapt more freezing temperature than it was originally capable of when his quirk first manifested. So what exactly does this mean for him? It means he has a secondary mutation that's similar to an Arctic fox. His hair will change white during the winters along with his skin adapting to even colder temperatures. The same around spring his hair will return to its normal green. I'm a fox. Izuku the little angel, he is asked. I'm a fox. I'm a fuzz. Izuku proceeded to run around the office, randomly screaming at people that he was a fox. Looking back, Izuku was glad he had social anxiety so he wouldn't have to speak about that scene ever again. 2. Hero students and their DMN cults. Shota Aizawa walked by the Class 1 Ultra Heights Alliance while taking a nightly stroll since he couldn't sleep. He was not expecting to hear chanting coming from the dorms. He walked up to the front door and quickly unlocked it to see what was happening. He was met with the sight of 6 green hooded figures who all looked at him, their faces hidden. They quickly scattered, one dropping their cloak as he heard footsteps run from it, one jumped to the ceiling and turned invisible, another exploded and flew away in pieces, one shot out vines and jumped through the window, one cut a FING hole through the wall and ran out, and the last disappeared so quickly it left a trail of fire and ice. DMN green hairs. Shota didn't get paid enough for this sheet. Izuku sat in his seat with his feet on the desk. His classmates were practically vibrating in their seats waiting for their heroics teachers to show up. I mean, it was All Might. Despite how Izuku appeared, he did not hate All Might. He actually respected him a lot for the work he does and is willing to show that respect during a professional setting like on the. No, his issue was with Toshinori Yagi, the man behind the persona. After the incident, Izuku had done some digging and found out the fucker was posing as his own secretary and claiming to be quirkless at that. With that and the sheet he pulled during the incident solidified his opinion of the blonde oaf. I am coming through the door like a normal person. He's actually here. Hey look, he's wearing his Silver Age costume. So retro. His various classmates chatted as the number 1 hero walked towards the front of the class. Hero Basic Training. The class that will put you through all sorts of training to mold you into the best heroes you possibly can be. No time to dally, today's activity is this. He pulled out a card that simply said, Battle Training. Various students gained a grin at the thought, and while no one would prove it, they could have sworn Izuku smirked. And for that you'll need these. He pressed a button on a remote. Costumes designed specifically for your queer dash. He was cut off when one of the students popped out the wall and grabbed the seat 4 suitcase. Snooze you lose. Kuwaro called out. Oh, you're effing on. A voice he recognized belonged to Tsunatori called out. He watched as she grabbed the seat 11 suitcase and surfed away on her horns. Now hold on a second. All Might said as he tried to get the 2 to stop with no luck. Cram it, All Might. Kamakiri said as he grabbed the seat 3 suitcase and jumped out the window. Soon after, the rest of the class followed. Yanagi and Kodai grabbed the seat 6 and 19 suitcases and surfed out the door on them. A hairy boy with glasses that Izuku recognized as Juroda Shishida grabbed the seat 9 and 17 cases, handed the latter one to Kojiro Bondo as they both jumped out the window. Hey, you just can't stop that. Sit back, do dash. All Might's protest died in his throat when he suddenly felt cold as Midoriya suddenly appeared behind him. He attempted to stop him only for Midoriya and the number 18 suitcase disappear into fading flames. He really had to ask how he kept doing that. He sighed and turned back towards the class only to notice they were all gone as well, using young Midoriya as a distraction. He sighed again and walked out the door grumbling how 1A hadn't been this difficult. Izuku walked out the changing room still amazed at how accurate his costume was to what he submitted, since one of his major concerns was the company changing it. He had gone for efficiency over style, so it wasn't anything too major. At first glance it appeared to simply be a plain white hooded cloak, a fox mask and some snow boots, but underneath the cloak his costume consisted of a black full-body jumpsuit with burnt orange knee pads and elbow pads along with white fingerless glove that was made to withstand his quirk. Around his waist was a white belt with 2 cable wires. Overall perfect for Twilight heroics. He turned towards where an annoyed All Might was standing next to Vlad-sensei and what appeared to be a hobo. Oh, Class 1A was here as well. Now before I was so rudely cut off 1B. He stared at the class with a glare. I was gonna inform you that today's heroic class along with a few future ones were gonna be done with Class 1A. Oh, maybe they should have stuck around instead of running out. I have no regrets. Tsunatori said in English, the few that understood her snickering. I'm fluent in English, young Tsunatori. All Might quickly responded, causing Tsunatori to pale as Izuku held back the urge to laugh. Get on with it, we don't have all day. The hobo teacher next to Vlad said. Izuku wasn't exactly sure who he was, he looked familiar meaning he probably heard of him in passing from one of her rants, he just couldn't place a finger on it. Sensei, this appears to be the same area used for the entrance exam, will we be performing cityscape procedures? A boy in armor that looked similar to Ingenium asked while chopping the air. Nope. You'll be moving on to Step 2, Indoor Anti-Personnel Battle Training. All Might responded. Vlad-sensei stepped in front and began speaking. While it appears most villain battles are outside, statically the majority of crimes and villain battles happen inside. That's why today you'll be split into villain teams and hero teams and face off in a 2-on-2 indoor battle. So no basic training? He turned to see a girl from 1A with green hair and frog-like costume had asked the question, hopefully she had the chance to run before Tokage grabs her. Practical experience teaches the basics. The distinction here is you won't be fighting disposable robots. Holy, was he for real? Just throw 40 teenagers, most who haven't had any chance to train their quirks properly or safely into battle with each other. Were they asking for injuries? What determines victory? Can I just cut everyone away? Are you going to expel someone like Aizawa-sensei did? How do we divide ourselves into teams? How fabulous is my cape? How bad can we hurt others? Wait a DMN second. Was that FING Bakugo? He didn't get to continue that thought as the hobo teacher eyes flashed red, his scarf lifting to reveal yellow goggles. Silence. Oh, if that was the Erasure hero, Eraserhead. Now he remembered where he saw him from, she had always been obsessed with him, always going on a rant about his fighting style. He was also the last thing he saw before he passed out the day of the incident. Now if you all would stay quiet, allow me to explain. Teams have already been decided and aren't up for debate. The villain team will be hiding a bomb within one of the various buildings. Their objective is to make sure the heroes don't get to the bomb while also making sure they're out of the building before the bomb goes off. He saw multiple hands raise up as Eraserhead sighed. The bomb isn't a real bomb, when the time's up it will simply release a non-harmful smoke. If the villains are still in the building by the time it goes off both teams lose. So the villains need to protect the bomb along with getting far away from it? That's one hell of a disadvantage. That being said, the hero continued. The hero team objective is to not only locate and defuse the bomb by cutting the wires, they also need to capture and restrain the villains. So you can have the bomb completely defused, but if the villains capture you shortly after you lose. Well now that's a major disadvantage, the villains could just stall for time and go for a draw if things get rough. A villain is only considered captured if they are unable to move, unconscious or wrapped up in capture tape. Right as he said that Vlad walked up with a box full of capture tape and proceeded to toss them to each student. Now then these are the teams. Aizawa pressed a button on a remote as a screen popped on display. Team A, Yosetsu Owaze and Mina Ishido. Team B, Sen Kaibara and Tsuyu Ajui. Team C, Tagaru Kamakiri and Tenya Ida. Team D, Shirhai Kuwaro and Achiko Uraraka. Team E, Itsuka Kendo and Mashireo Ojiro. Team F, Yui Kodai and Denki Kaminari. Team G, Kinoko Komori and Ejiro Kirishima. Team H, Ibara Shiozaki and Koji Koda. Team I, Juroda Shishida and Rikido Sato. Team J, Nairenjiki Shoda and Mizo Shoji. Team K, Pony Tsunatori and Kyoka Jiro. Team L, Kozai Tsuburaba and Hantashiro. Team M, Tetsu and Fumikage Tokoimi. Team N, Setsuna Tokage and Shoto Todoroki. Team O, Manga Fukudashi and Toru Hagakure. Team P, Juzo Hananuki and Katsuki Bakugo. Team Question Kojiro Bando and Nito Minoma. Team R, Izuku Midoriya. Team S, Reiko Yanagi and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team T, Hiryu Rin and Yuga Oyama. Midoriya. The boy turned towards Aizawa. Your teammate was expelled, you'll be going in solo and no you won't be getting any sort of handicap. Well then, plus ultra it is. Now then, let's see who the first match is. All Might said, turning the students' attention to the board. Match 1. Team J, Nairenjiki Shota and Mizo Shoji, heroes, versus Team C, Toguro Kamakiri and Tenya Ida, villains. The match had already begun and needless to say it was a lot more brutal than anyone had expected. Fire! Nairenjiki screamed as he punched Ida, who promptly went flying through a wall. Shoji, get to the bomb. Shoji quickly ducked out of the way as Kamakiri bounced off the walls to lunge at him. Working on it. He extended an arm and caught the green-haired boy by the leg before throwing him down the hallway. Once he was sure Kamakiri was out of the way, he started sprinting down the hall. He didn't make it far as suddenly a recovered Ida sped by Shota and swiftly kicked Shoji backwards. You won't stop us, her. He was cut off as Shota tackled him to the ground and wrapped the capture tape around him. Young Ida has been captured. 10 minutes before the bomb goes off. All Might's voice came in their earpieces. Toguro propped himself up against the wall as he stood up. Damn it, there's only 10 minutes left and it's now 2-on-1. I won't be able to stall them or capture both of them before the timer runs out. He started running down the hall. I may not win this, but I can still make sure neither of you beat me as well. Shoji prepared himself for Kamakiri's attack only to be confused when the Mantis Kid jumped over him and ran past Shota. His eyes widened in realization and took off after him. He's gonna set the bomb off early, stop him. Shota quickly got himself off Ida and started chasing after his classmate, only to stop and dodge a piece of falling ceiling. He's trying to slow us down. At this rate I won't be able to catch him. Shoji, extend your arm now. Shoji did just that, but it was too late. Kamakiri had already reached the bomb room and was already jumping towards it. If I can't have victory, no one will. With that he moved both arms forward and stabbed the bomb. The entire building flooded with smoke. Match over. The bomb has gone off with both teams inside. Both teams lose. All Might called, but the students didn't really pay attention as a new realization hit them. This entire scenario was actively against the hero teams. If the villains could just set off the bomb early, it meant they now had to act even faster as the timer was now useless. There was nothing stopping the villains from throwing the match in a last-ditch effort to stop the heroes like Kamakiri did. It also means they had to be a lot more careful when they fought around the bomb to not accidentally set it off. I see you all realize this isn't going to be as easy as you thought it would be. The class turned towards the voice to see it was Aizawa. In heroics the odds are against you most of the time, you won't have the luxury of easy. Vlad King spoke next. We'll review what happened during the matches after lunch during individual heroics since there's 10 of them we have to get through. With that done and said, here's the next match. All Might pressed the remote as the next match popped up. Team R, Izuku Midoriya, heroes, vs Team M, Tetsu and Fumikage Tokoyami, villains. Izuku stood up straight seeing his name. Just his luck that he would not only end up on the team with the biggest disadvantage but also in what appeared to be 3-on-1 if Tokoyami's quirk was actually as sentient as it appeared. He let out a sigh and started formulating a plan. He could make this work, he just had to play to his strengths. Fast and efficient. As Izuku was preparing his match, his classmates were discussing. I kinda feel bad for Midoriya, he was already at a disadvantage by going in solo but now the match is actively against him. Siro said. Bakugo scoffed. The shitty nerd would have lost regardless anyways, he's a coward that constantly runs. Yanagi raised an eyebrow at that statement. While minor, she could tell that the boy's words were laced with a certain tone. Not only that he spoke as if he was familiar with Midoriya, so that raised the question, what exactly did Bakugo fear about Midoriya? I think he'll be fine. Reiko turned to see it was Kaibara who spoke up. It takes a lot of skill to have that much precision with an elemental quirk, let alone the two that are known to be the most difficult to control amongst the type along with being polar opposites. I can vouch for that. A boy with blonde hair that had a black lightning bolt spoke up. I may not know which one he specifically has, but I can attest that elemental quirks are extremely violent. If what you say is true, it most likely means he trained like hell to get them under control. Shoto Todoroki stared at the screen more interested in the match now. There were only 3 element-type quirks that fell under the hard-to-control category. Electricity-type quirks, since most were known to harm their users along with being the most violent of the 3 since one out-of-control shock could result in the death of many. Fire quirks for obvious reasons as most like Endeavor's and his left side don't come with the ability to control the flames once released, resulting in a chance for the flames to spread and cause severe damage to surrounding areas or bystanders if left unattended. There also were more violent types like his classmate Bakugo's explosion, which focus on the more raw destructive side of fire quirks. The only reason they weren't the most difficult of the 3 is because they were extremely common, meaning there were more known procedures to handle them. And the final being ice quirks. While powerful ice quirks like his right side were rare, they were known as the second most violent elemental quirks mostly because it was near impossible to shape or control the output to prevent bystanders from suffering hypothermia, not to mention difficult to remove without some type of heating quirk to melt it. While these weren't issues for him, any non-legacy kid wouldn't have the training to remove those risks due to quirk laws. If what the brown-haired boy was right and he possessed two which were the opposite of each other, that means Midoriya had an ice and fire quirk. He should have known someone would have done the exact same thing as his father. If he turned out to be right, he wasn't too worried about it. With the sports festival coming soon, Midoriya will make a great example to show he didn't need his father's fire. Tetsu set the bomb down and looked towards his teammate. This should be a good spot. It'll take a while for him to find it if he somehow manages to get past us. Indeed, that being said, do you have any valuable info about our foe? Fumikage spoke. Not much, unfortunately. All I really know is his quirk lets him create fire and ice and that he's silent and fast. You can be looking right at him and he'll just vanish. It's extremely manly. So it seems our foe is one with the shadows. In that case, we should probably look for him together. Even if he manages to get past us and disable the bomb, the chances of him overpowering the two of us are slim. Their earpieces buzzed to life. The match has begun. Heroes may enter the building. With that, they ran off. They already messed up. Juzo said. Oh, how so, Hananuki? Yayarozu asked her fellow recommendation student. From what I've seen from Midoriya, he specializes in stealth. I didn't even notice he was standing next to me during the quirk assessment test until Vlad-sensei called on him, not to mention he's fast. Leaving the bomb unattended was a mistake. I'm gonna have to agree with Hananuki on this one, Tokage said, floating over to the pair. The way Green Bean handled the quirk assessment was insane. If I didn't know better, I would have assumed he was a recommended student. That sort of level of quirk control isn't usually normal for someone who isn't legacy, at least I don't think he is. Oh, y'all talking about Midoriya? They turned to see cozy-eyed Tsuburaba. He saved me during the entrance exam. He even took down the 0-pointer on his own. It was like he wasn't even trying. The recommendation students all looked at each other confused. 0-pointer? The recommendation exams must have not had them. It was essentially a giant robot the size of a building. Tokage whistled. Glad I took the recommendation exam instead. The bomb has been disabled. They all turned towards the screen to see Midoriya stand up and vanish from the camera's view. Chow. It's only been 5 minutes and he passed by none of the other cameras. It was Komori who asked the question they were all thinking. He moved quickly, that's how. They turned to see Ida walking in with Shota, Shoji and Kamakiri, all with ice packs in their hands. While he avoided the majority of the cameras, the ones he did walk by he did so quickly to the point it looked like he never did. I only noticed due to having a speed quirk and thus faster perception. Midoriya's choice was a smart one. The students turned towards Vlad as he continued. In situations like this, it's always the best choice to go with the action that will save the most lives. If the test had been set up any differently, he would by all means have won by now. But no fight is truly over until the villain is behind bars. The bomb has been disabled. All Might's voice said through their comms. What? Tetsu screamed as he and Tokoyami started running down the hall. How the hell did he get past us that fast without any of us seeing? No time to worry about that. We now know where he is. We can still capture him to win the match, and if push comes to shove we can set the bomb off manually like Kamakiri did for a tie. Right, this should be it. He was cut off as the wall beside them exploded and his face was met with an icy knee. Izuka dropped to the floor, quickly grabbing Tetsu by his shoulder straps and throwing him through the opposite wall he came in. Dark Shadow. He heard Tokoyami scream and instantly hit the deck, avoiding a claw swipe. He rolled towards the wall before quickly scaling it, leaving melted footprints behind as he jumped off and delivered an icy downward kick to Dark Shadow's head, freezing her in place. Don't forget about me. He turned towards the voice only to be met with a steel fist. Tokoyami watched as Midoriya went flying through the wall and had a finally free Dark Shadow go after him. Fumi? He's not here. The Shadow Bird said. What? He had clearly seen Midoriya be launched that way. Was this what Tetsu meant by disappearing? Be on guard, he can be anywhere. Right. I won't let him get the drop on me. A guy dash. He was cut off as suddenly a cable wire dropped down from the ceiling and wrapped around him. Come on. Izuku pulled him up to the ceiling before jumping down and slamming him to the ground. He quickly threw the steel boy down the hall and let the wire return. You won't get away from me this time. Dark Shadow lunged at him only to falter as Midoriya's cable wire ignited with white flames and lashed at her. The wire forced Dark Shadow back as Izuku quickly ran up to Tokoyami and kicked him down the hall. He quickly let the flames on the whip die down as he turned around while pulling out his second wire and wrapped them both around a recovered Tetsu who was sprinting at him. Tetsu's eyes widened as he watched Midoriya frost over the whips before heating them up, a small explosion meeting his steeled skin. Did you just try to blow me, Yuichi? He didn't get to finish as Midoriya suddenly appeared behind him and delivered an iced-over elbow to the back of his neck, knocking him out. Run free, Dark Shadow. Izuku turned around to see Dark Shadow clearly bigger than she originally was. As Dark Shadow went to swipe Midoriya, she was only met with confusion as the boy vanished. into small flames and ice vapor. He vanished again, Fumi. What do you mean he vanished? You were looking right at High Dash. He didn't get to finish as suddenly he felt a warm and cold breeze pass him. He turned around and was met with Midoriya delivering a roundhouse kick. Izuku raised his hand, sending a wave of flames at the newly enlarged quirk and watched as Dark Shadow screamed and retreated back into Tokoyami. Seeing his theory confirmed, he quickly wrapped Tokoyami in both his wires and ignited them. Fumikage was about to scream, but he soon noticed the flames didn't have any heat and were just emitting light. His eyes widened as he realized they weren't meant to harm but were meant to stop Dark Shadow from coming out. He tried to wiggle out the grasp only for Midoriya's to pull them back as they tightened around him. He winced in pain and only gave up trying to struggle when All Might's voice appeared in his ear confirming his worst thoughts. Young Tokoyami and young Tetsutetsu are unable to continue. With the bomb disabled, it means the hero team wins. Izuku walked back into the viewing room and was quickly met by Yanagi and Kodai. Well done, Midoriya. You do have to tell me how you do that disappearing trick one of these days. Her phone buzzed as she saw Midoriya had pulled out his phone and texted in the group chat. Green spy number 6, that's for me no and you to never find out D. Yanagi sagged in disappointment. Rude. Her phone buzzed again. She noticed it was Yui this time. The quiet one. Where did you learn to use cable wires like that? Green spy number 6, my dad gave me instructions on how to use them during calls. Before Yui could text to ask why his father knew how to use cable wires to fight, All Might drew their attention. With that amazing display, let's get on with the next match. He turned towards the screen and confirmed he had heard correctly earlier. He just had to get stuck with both people he hated for the next 3 years. Team P, Juzo Hananiki and Katsuki Bakugo, heroes, versus Team Question Kojiro Bando and Nito Monama, villains. Why the hell did you let a murderer into the hero course? Die! Bakugo screamed as he blew up Bando. Izuku watched as her killer stomped into the bomb room and just blew up the wires to win the match. Those near him could clearly tell he was angry given how the temperature in the air kept switching from overly hot to extremely cold and back. Izuku just didn't understand it. Why was he here? How was he here? He knew Aldro was shit, but did they actually let him get away with it? Did they really just decide not to put it on his record just cause he was their precious star student? If that's the case, Izuku was really starting to regret not sending the school to the Ice Age while his mom reminded everyone that organs are small objects. He snapped out his thoughts when Tsuburaba addressed him. Are you okay, dude? You're kinda messing with the temperature and emitting black flames? Frost? I thought your quirk was white. Izuku at least had the decency to look embarrassed, although Tsuburaba couldn't see it due to the mask. He pulled out his phone and quickly handed it to the brown-haired boy. KitsunZae raised his eyebrow and confusingly took the phone. He noticed the screen was open on new contact, so he added his info and handed it back to Midoriya. Once Midoriya had his phone back, he saw the boy quickly type as his own phone vibrated in his pocket. Green spy number 6, sorry about that. My quirk gets a bit out of control when I'm annoyed or angry, nothing to worry about. KitsunZae raised an eyebrow at that as well. What had Midoriya annoyed so much that it affected him on a quirk level? Is that also the reason your flames are black instead of what I presume is the usual white? He saw Midoriya nod as another text came in. Green spy number 6, yeah, no need to worry though. It hasn't been an issue for 10 months now. Well, that was ominous. One more question. Why is your name Green spy number 6? He could have sworn he saw Tokage and Kamakiri panic for a second. Green, what name? Before KitsunZae could point out the obvious name change, All Might grabbed their attention once again. With 2 wins for the heroes and a draw, let's get on to another match. Team I, Jiroda Shishida and Rikido Sato, heroes, vs Team F, Yui Kodai and Denki Kaminari, villains. KitsunZae turned back towards Midoriya to see he had disappeared and was now standing near Yanagi. 700 yen, one of the floors caves in. Yanagi said to the green-haired boy before her phone chimed. The ice hot one, no dice, that's a rigged bet and you know it. The quiet one, coward. The ice hot one, you don't even know what the bet was? Aren't you meant to be planning? The quiet one, perhaps. The haunted one, Yui, your partner is sparking focus. The quiet one, fine. The quiet one has logged off. The ice hot one, 700 yen, villains wins their first match of the day. Yanagi looked up from her phone and glared at the fox-masked boy. And you got on me for trying to rig the bet? He snickered and quickly vanished as she went to kick his shins. The haunted one, how do you do that? There was no ice or fire that time. The ice hot one. My dad taught me it when I was 4, and no, I won't teach you just so you can scare people easier. The haunted one, rude. Denki Kaminari was a little bit nervous as he prepared for his match. Both his opponents were built like a brick wall, and while sure he had plenty of training thanks to being a legacy kid, it didn't help ease his worries. Also didn't help that his partner didn't talk as well. Now he didn't have an issue with that, but it had been the main reason Monoma and his partner had lost, since apparently Bando didn't talk either. But despite all that, he was gonna make this work somehow. He turned towards Kodai, who was putting her phone up. Alright, we need a plan. Do you mind telling me your quirk? He watched as she pulled a barrel out of her pocket and whispered the word, release, as it grew to a normal before shrinking again. A quirk that lets you change the size of things? Okay, that's pretty cool. Now for a plan. What would Mom do in this scenario? He said to himself, pulling out a pen and spinning it to help him think. He looked at the bomb and paused. Do you think you can safely shrink the bomb without setting it off? Kodai shrugged and began walking towards the bomb. He slightly tensed as she reached out towards it, praying it wouldn't go off. He relaxed as he saw it shrink to the size of a spin top. Okay, now that we don't have to worry about them disarming it, all we need is the match to start and make out. Way out the building. If we're lucky, we can avoid confrontation and just take a time win. Match 4 begins. Heroes may enter the building. With that, the two took off. Watch the walls. They might try to burst through them to get the drop on us like Midoriya did. They continued to make their way down the hall only to freeze when they heard someone yelling. Sugar rush. Sato screamed as he came bursting through the floor. He quickly grabbed Kaminari by the leg and threw him back down the hall. Now Shishida. Jiroda gave off a beastly roar as he came through the hole Sato made and slammed his hand onto the ground. Yui's eyes widened as she saw the surrounding floor crack and then cave in. They're trying to bury us. She reached into a pocket and pulled out a miniature pillow. Release, she calmly called as she used the now enlarged pillow to cover her head as the debris fell. Jiroda and Sato quickly jumped down onto the debris, seeing no sight of Kodai or Kaminari. Good work, sir. Sato, I do believe the plan worked perfectly, he said, shrinking out of his beast form. Agreed, hopefully they aren't too injured. You made sure to only collapse this room's floor, right? Why of course dash. He was cut off when he heard the sound of cracking as the air became static. He turned to see what it was, only to shield his eyes as debris went flying. Denki popped out of the rubble, his quirk fully surrounding him as he quickly slammed his fists together, charging the gloves his mom designed for him. Shock wave. He slammed both arms to the ground as he let his lightning wave over the floor towards the two heroes. Shishida bulked back up just in time as he and Sato were met with a nasty shock. Denki quickly moved up to Sato, coating his fist in electricity as he punched the sugar quirk boy in the stomach to keep him stunned while he destroyed the boy's belt and kicked him away. Well, isn't this a shocking twist, heroes? He gave a smug grin right before a recovered Shishida swatted him away. Sir, Sato, are you alright? Rikido stood up, slightly twitching. I'm fine. He destroyed my sugar canisters though. That is an issue. We should head to the bomb. He won't be able to use his quirk effectively in the room unless he wants to risk an early explosion. He was cut off as an enlarged marble hit him in his head. Sato's eyes widened as he turned to see a bruised-up Kodai throwing something at him. Release. Suddenly 3 metal discs expanded and were flying at him. He rolled out of the way only to hear Kaminari's voice behind him. Hey there, big guy. Jumped onto Sato's back and slammed both his hands onto the boy's back as he amped up his voltage. These lightning rods Mom designed are really great. Sato twitched rapidly before he slumped over and passed out. Denki quickly took out the capture tape and wrapped it around him. Young Sato is out. 15 minutes remain. All Might's voice called. That's one Dao WH. He jumped out of the way as a piece of rubble flew at him. He turned to see it was a battered Shishida. Denki prepared to attack only for Shishida to turn away and run down the hall. What is he doing? And then it dawned on him. He quickly moved over to Kodai and stopped her from chasing after him. He's gonna try to set the bomb off early, even if he does somehow find it while it's small. As long as we're out the building when it goes off, we win. Kodai gave a nod as they both took off for the entrance. Jiroda was not having a great time. He dug through every room and when he reached the last one he saw it. The bomb was in the middle of the room, only it was small. Hopefully it's still going off would still be enough for a draw. He raised his arm and brought it down, only to stumble when the bomb expanded to normal size and his claws ripped right through, leaving him with a face full of smoke. The bomb has gone off with the villains out of the building. Villain team wins. All Might's voice ranged. They were out. So he blew up the bomb for nothing. Izuku and Yanagi walked into the medbay to check on Kodai. He quickly spotted an unconscious Bondo and a bandaged Minoma. He felt bad for them. Bakugo never did know the meaning of the word restraint. He really did a number on them. He internally winced when he saw that Tetsu was still knocked out. His arms were wrapped in bandages, indicating Izuku's explosion had pierced through his steel skin. They approached Kodai and saw she was one of the few without bandages. I see you're fine, Yui. Congrats on the win. Yanagi spoke. Kodai quickly pulled out her phone. The quiet one. Thank you, Reiko. The ice hot one. You know, when I saw the pairing I expected a wall or two to be broken, not an entire floor collapsing. Agreed. Nice job with the pillow. The only talk to the group spoke. The ice hot one. Speaking of pillows, did you really request a pillow with your hero costume? The quiet one. It came in handy, didn't it? She has a point. The bomb has gone off with the villains inside. It's another draw. Wait, what? The three turn towards the screen just in time to see Todoroki remove his hand from the building wall and wave away the smoke. On closer inspection they saw that the entire building was frozen. Did Todoroki ignore what happened in the first round? Man, was Tokage was gonna tear him a new one. Better question is, how the hell did they miss the match announcement? Had they really been here that long? Well, that's impressive. Can you do that? Yanagi asked. The ice hot one. I can, but prefer not to. As you can see, wide attacks like that aren't really practical. It set the bomb off early. That makes sense. You should probably go help them melt the ice. The ice hot one. I don't think that's necessary anymore. Reiko turned back towards the screen and witnessed Todoroki melt the ice with his other side. The quiet one. So he has fire as well? Well, that's convenient. 2 first years with ice and fire quirks. The ice hot one. Well, he is Endeavor's son. It makes sense he has a fire quirk. They turn back to the screen as All Might begin talking. With that quick match and the ice all melted, we can hop right into the next match. Team B, Senkaibara and Tsuyu Azui, heroes, vs Team S, Reiko Yanagi and Momo Yaoyorozu, villains. Villain team? I guess it's time to start the haunt. With that she took a few lug nuts out of her pockets and surfed out the med bay. The ice hot one. Did she say hunt or haunt? The quiet one. Yes. Izuku looked up from his phone and glared at Kodai, who simply gave a smug smile. The ice hot one. That's it? I'm teaching Yanagi to disappear so she can scare you. The quiet one. Wait, no chapter text. Senkaibara stood in front of the building as he and Azui looked over the building layout plans. You said Yaoyorozu's quirk lets her create things, right? If that's the case, we're in a bad position. Yanagi quirk is some sort of telekinesis and Yaoyorozu is unlimited ammo. Tsuyu placed a finger on her chin. What if we split up ribbit? Majority of the hero teams stuck together in fear of being overpowered and letting the villains escape the building. But if one of us enters from the front and distracts them without actually engaging, the other can enter from the back using a window and deactivate the bomb. Kaibara finished. With the bomb disabled, we can then focus on capture. The match has started. Heroes may enter the building. All Might's voice called. Let's hope this works. Kaibara spoke as the two split up. It did not work. It really did not work. Sen thought as he ducked behind the wall to avoid a cannonball. Apparently Yanagi and Yaoyorozu also had the idea to split up, and with just his luck, he ended up against the recommended legacy student. He flinched as he heard the cannon fire off again, the wall he was behind starting to crack. Well, if dash. He started spinning his body and drilled himself to the next floor down. He wasn't in the position to be taking on Yaoyorozu just yet. His fighting style was close combat, a style he had no chance at if he couldn't even get past the cannon fire. His best choice was to fall back and meet up with Azui until he could come up with something that worked. Meanwhile, in the bomb room, Azui also was having a bad time as she dodged around a flying disc. She had made her way into the bomb room easily, only to be met with Yanagi and a swarm of discs she was just barely avoiding. She finally caught a break and shot her tongue out towards Yanagi, only to notice she couldn't move her body at all. Her eyes widened as she finally noticed the purple glow around herself. Got you. The monotone voice of Reiko said right before she waved her arms and threw Azui through the wall. Tsuyu gave a groan as she stood up to shake the rubble off her. This was an issue. If she stayed still, it meant Yanagi could use her quirk on her and just throw her out the bomb room. If she kept moving to avoid being hit, it left little room to attack from range. Which meant she had to get up close, and she had to get up close fast. She rushed back into the room and decided to take a page out of Kamakiri's book from the first match and constantly jumped around the room in random patterns. Reiko watched as Azui blurred through the room trying to keep her eyes on her. The moment she lost sight of Azui, she felt a swift kick to her back. When she went to attack with her disc, it was too late as Azui was already bouncing off the walls again. She then felt a kick to her sides as she staggered for a second. A second was all Azui needed. She felt both of Azuis's leg connect to her stomach at full force as she launched backwards, but before she could hit the wall, the green-haired girl was already behind her, kicking her again and thus beginning the barrage. She felt a kick from her right, then her left, then above, then from behind, left, above, right, behind, right, in front. Reiko didn't have time to process the attacks as suddenly she was kicked into the air where the onslaught worsened. In hindsight, maybe fighting someone with a frog quirk in close quarters wasn't a great idea. Azui's assault picked up as the attacks started to blur together. She didn't even know someone could attack this fast. The last thing she saw before everything went dark was Azui's tongue wrapping around her as the girl pulled her in quickly and delivered a powerful kick to her stomach as they slammed into a wall. Tsuyu quickly unwrapped her tongue from Yanagi and made sure she was okay. Once she saw the girl was just unconscious, she quickly pulled out her capture tape and wrapped it around her. Young Yanagi has been captured. 15 minutes till the bomb goes off. All Might voiced called. With that, Tsuyu gave a sigh of relief as she began walking towards the bomb. 2 down, 1 more to go. Sen rapidly spun his body as the cannonball flew towards him. The moment it made contact, sparks flew as it collided and spun off him without any harm. After trying and failing to get away from Yaoyorozu, he had to think quickly about what he had to do to get out of this scenario, and so he did what he did best and spinned. He gave a smug grin as Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as she saw the cannonball deflected. The shock didn't last as she made a second cannon and began firing at once. Sen didn't wait as he amped up gyrate to the fastest he could go and rapidly started spinning down the hall. Momo kept firing the cannons over and over again, each time they spun off Kaibara with little issue. He was starting to close the gap when All Might's voice rang through their earpieces. Young Yanagi has been captured. 15 minutes till the bomb goes off. Her eyes widen as she realizes she was now alone in the match along with the bomb left unattended. She started to fire the cannons faster only to come to a horrible conclusion. They were empty and Kaibara had finished closing the gap. She quickly leapt backwards as Kaibara stopped spinning and slammed a drilling fist into where she had just been standing. She quickly created a bow staff and quickly blocked his next attack. Kaibara grinned as he applied more pressure onto the staff, drilling right through to snap it in half. She quickly moved out of the way and swiftly used the broken bow staff as an eskrima stick and swept Kaibara's leg as he began falling headfirst. She quickly pinned the boy and wrapped the capture tape around him. Young Kaibara has been captured. 12 minutes till the bomb goes off. Son of a gun that hurts. Kaibara said as he sat up to rub his head. By the way, did you have to use cannons? He was trying to stall and she knew this. She simply ignored him and started running towards the bomb. She could do this, she just needed to capture Azui and they could still win. The bomb has been disabled. She froze. If the bomb was disabled, a win was impossible now. Her only option now was to either to manually set the bomb off and go for a draw or accept a complete loss. A draw is better than a loss. She started running down the hall again and entered the bomb room. She didn't have time to think of a plan when she suddenly heard Azui scream, "Rip bit," as the world went dark. Reiko's eyes snapped open as she sat up and quickly realized she was in the med bay. She turned to her left to see Midoriya and Yui playing odds and evens before they noticed her and pulled out their phones, her following suit. The quiet one, how are you feeling? I'm not hurt, Azui hits hard but I don't think I broke anything. The ice hot one, Yanagi, you broke 2 ribs. Oh, she didn't know that part. She guessed it did make sense given how many times Azui had actually hit her in the sides. The quiet one, did you not know your ribs were broken before you passed out? In my defense, I was under constant fire and the moment I wasn't, I passed out. The ice hot one, she has a point. Reiko felt her sides to make sure she was okay before she stood up. Well, since I feel fine, let's get out of here. I want to see the other matches. The ice hot one, race ya. She looked up to see Midoriya vanish. She wasn't one to take a challenge lightly as she took out a few of her discs and surfed out. The quiet one, this isn't fair at all. Yui sighed as she put up her phone and walked out the med bay. Maybe she should shrink a bike and put it in her hero case. The next 4 matches were not worth watching after all. Team H, which had Shiozaki and Koda as heroes against Team O with Fukudashi and Hagakure, was completely one-sided as Shiozaki did exactly what Todoroki did but actually made sure none of the vines actually touched the bomb while Koda had a literal bird disable the bomb. It was an impressive show of control and made Tokage even more mad at Todoroki. Poor boy looked like he saw the face of death. Team A with Aways and Ishido against Team L versus Tsuburaba and Siro was another one-sided match as neither Aways nor Ishido could get through Tsuburaba's air wall around the wire panel needed to disarm the bomb while Siro and Tsuburaba chilled outside. 30 minutes later the bomb went off, thus giving the villains another win. Team T Aoyama and Rin versus Team E Kendo and Ojiro was a slaughter. Ojiro had flipped over Aoyama's naval blast and knocked him out in a single tail hit while Kendo used her enlarged hand as a shield against Rin's scale before knocking him out. It was the fastest match that wasn't a draw. The final match had disappointingly ended in a draw. The teams were Team D Kurwaro and Uraraka versus Team G Komori and Kirishima. The match had been fine. Kurwaro snuck in to disable the bomb while Uraraka swiftly dealt with Kirishima by just having him float on the roof. So with the bomb disabled, her teammate captured and a building full of moist air, needless to say Komori made her choice the moment it was clear she could make as much mushrooms as she wanted. Match ended with the bomb being manually set off from a mushroom growing inside of it. With all the trials done, they were dismissed for lunch. So there in the teacher lounges sat a shrunken All Might, Vlad King and Eraserhead as they reviewed the matches. I'm impressed. Ken spoke, I honestly expected a lot more draws and villains win due to how it was set up, wasn't expecting a lot of heroes to wins. Shota looked at the win ratio and sure enough Ken was right, out of 10 matches it was 4 hero wins, 3 villain wins and 3 draws. That may be true, some of them need a lot of work, especially the ones who got draws, he bluntly said. Not to mention a lot of them lost due to lack of communication like Bondo and Minoma, a major issue they need to work on. Aren't you being a bit harsh, young Aizawa? Yagi chimed in. Indoor combat is always one of the hardest things to handle and this was their first heroic lesson. Before he could respond, Ken interjected, "Speaking of Monoma, why did you switch his team? Seat 19 from Class A and Seat 18 from Class B were meant to be paired together, that's Monoma and Midoriya. You expelled your Seat 18, it would have meant Bondo had to do the assignment solo." Aizawa gave a tired expression. It was a test to see if Midoriya really could actually control his quirk. From what I saw months ago, the kid clearly had no control. Vlad King clenched his jaw. "You don't get to play your stupid logical ruses with my students, Aizawa. You said you didn't stay the whole incident to learn about the aftermath or the cause, so you know next to nothing about Midoriya to be making that conclusion, and even if he didn't have control over his quirk, having him without a partner would make no sense." At this point, Toshinori took a step back, deciding he wanted nothing to do with this conversation, especially since it was going to be bringing up that day again. Aizawa sighed. "I'll admit I may be wrong in my conclusion, but I don't regret changing the teams. If Midoriya quirk was anything like it was during the incident, he would have been fine solo either way." "And how exactly do you know that?" Shota looked Ken dead in the eye and spoke. "That kid managed to hold off 7 pro heroes before Best Jeanist got there, and even he was struggling to contain the kid's quirk until I got there." Vlad paused and looked down at Midoriya's file. 8 pro heroes? He knew Midoriya was good, but he wasn't giving 8 pro heroes a run for their money good just yet. More importantly, why wasn't this incident on his file? Yagi looked at the floor as he remembered that day. He had already used all of time and pushed his limits already during that day. He was just forced to watch as the incident went down. Sekijiro looked back at Aizawa. "What exactly happened during the incident? If I'm going to be teaching Midoriya, I need to know what happened and what exactly he's capable of." Aizawa sighed once again. "There's not much I can tell you, other than those black flames Midoriya was making during Bakugo's match were present during the scene. I was confused at first why his flames were white during the entrance exam, until I noticed it during the trial and how he was staring at Bakugo and finally made the connection." Vlad gave a grunt. "And what connection would that be?" He had also noticed Midoriya's demeanor changed when Bakugo appeared, but he didn't think too much of it. Aizawa took Midoriya's file and stared at it. His flames turned black with raw rage. Izuku headed to the gates as he walked beside Yanagi and Kodai. "I'll pay you 700 yen just to teach me your disappearing trick." "The ice hot one. It's not gonna happen. How about we make a bet?" Before Izuku could even respond to that, he heard a familiar voice scream. "Do you?" Bakugo screamed as he stomped towards him. "What the hell does your shitty butt think you're doing here? I was meant to be the only one from that shitty school attending here. You're shittiest I dash." Whatever he was gonna say next died in his throat as Izuku looked at him. His whole body froze, his mouth became dry and suddenly felt like it was suffocating him as Midoriya just stared at him. It was exactly like that day. Reiko watched carefully as the whole ordeal went down. Midoriya's demeanor had completely changed. She could only see one emotion in his eyes. Pure hate. Just what exactly had Bakugo done to make Midoriya this mad? "Shut up, Bakugo." Izuku spoke, saying Bakugo's name with malice as he turned back around and disappeared. Yui stood wide-eyed as Midoriya left. She had heard Midoriya talk when they were playing odds and evens earlier, and it had been one of the nicest things she heard. To hear it with such malice in the tone scared her. Suddenly her and Reiko's phones chimed. "The ice hot one. Sorry about that, I really just dislike him." "The haunted one. I think dislike is an understatement." Reiko turned back to look at Bakugo. He didn't move after Midoriya left, he just stood there shaking for a few seconds before sprinting off the opposite direction of the train station. "The quiet one. He just ran off as if he saw death himself." Midoriya, what happened? "The ice hot one. Story for another day. Now on to more important things." "The ice hot one. No, I will not be making a bet with you, Yanagi." Reiko just stared at her phone before looking at Yui. She could see it in the look in her eyes that she was just as curious as she was. So the question remained. What happened between Midoriya and Bakugo? The next day in class was pretty mundane in Izuku's opinion. Vlad King had them choose class presidents, and for some ungodly reason he had one vice. Now he would have simply resigned, but Yanagi stole his phone before he could tell Vlad-sensei, and when he went to get it back, Kodai shrunk it. Traitors, the lot of them. So now he was at lunch with the traitors, Tokage, Kamakiri and Kendo, who were desperately trying to get him to go over their presidential duties, as he just sat there banging his head on the table until he was enveloped in a purple glow. "Stop that, you'll split your head open." Traitor number 1 said. "I still say you're over-exaggerating, it's just a stupid class position, not the end of the world." Kamakiri spoke. Tokage was next. "He's right, Green Bean, you'll do fine. Sides, you could always just shove off all your work onto class press here." "What?" "Either way, you got 7 votes for a reason, Green Bean, the class clearly trusts you." Itsuka glared at Tokage. As difficult as she is, Tokage is right, Midoriya. If you didn't vote for me and voting for yourself wasn't allowed, you would be the class president. Kodai unshrunk his phone and handed it back to him. When a message came through to Yanagi's phone, she read it out loud. "Traitors, the lot of you. So does that mean you'll do it?" Izuku gave a heavy sigh and just nodded his head. Great! Setuna exclaimed while she leaned over the table. Now I have a question to ask that's been killing me. Are you a legacy kid? Yairozu, Hananuki and I were trying to figure out if you were, but none of us ever saw you at any hero galas, so we weren't sure. Before he could type out a response, a blaring alarm started to ring. Alert level 3 security breach. Alert level 3 security breach. Holy shit, we're all gonna die. Some random second-year screamed, starting a panic. Izuku gave a heavy sigh as he calmly walked to the hallway, only to pause when he saw that it was crowded with people trying to shove each other just to get out. Yuta, hi everyone, the #1 school in Japan. He pulled his phone back out and sent a message to Tokage, who was still sitting at the table with the others. Green Spy number 6, can you float an eye above the hallway and see what's going on? Green Spy number 4, got it, Green Bean. He watched as Tokage's head flew over the crowd before looking around and flying towards him. Well, I found the intruder, it's just the press. The press? Sure, they were annoying earlier, but there's no way they would have gotten past the UA barrier. Something doesn't add up. His body suddenly ran frigid. He felt it. Setsuna watched as Midoriya randomly perked up. Hey, you okay, Green B dash? She didn't get to finish as Midoriya quickly vanished. She gave a disappointed huff. Well, that's just rude. Izuku sprinted down the empty hall as he made his way towards the true intruder. Despite how thermodynamics appeared, it wasn't just a simple ice and fire generating quirk. While he couldn't physically see them, Izuku was instinctively aware of every atom around him, every shift in temperature made to them, every new one and every shift made in them. He had to in order to use his quirk properly. When he was younger, he was aware of every slightest movement, and it was extremely annoying as he would be actively aware of even the slightest breeze of wind. As he got older, he got better in determining important changes and filtering through useless ones, eventually getting it to the point it was sixth sense. It was the actual reason he felt Yanagi sneak up on him rather than a simple shift in temperature. So when he felt a heavy shift appear in one of the office rooms out of nowhere with no prior movements, he knew something was up. As soon as he reached the source, his hair ignited to hide his identifiable green hair and busted down the door to All Might's office. His attention instantly snapped to the hooded intruder. As soon as he saw they were holding a piece of paper, Izuku didn't hesitate. His fist ignited on fire as he sent a simple compressed ball of white flames right through the paper. What the hell? The hooded intruder yelled while dropping the burning paper. Sensei never said there was a random NPC guarding the schedule. Schedule? What does he want with All Might's schedule plan? Izuku didn't think about it too much as he quickly vanished, appearing behind the intruder to deliver a swift roundhouse kick to send them into the table. He watched as the intruder stood up, placing their hand on the edge of the desk that slowly turned to dust under their grip. Well, that wasn't good. I don't know who you are, but if I can't get away with the schedule, I can at least get away with hurting you today's pride. With that, the intruder was quickly in front of him, 5 fingers reaching towards his face. Izuku's body went rigid. The room was too small to vanish, and now that the intruder was actively aware of him, he quickly spotted the remote to the costume cases on All Might's desk and the sliding wall panel that held them. If he was gonna fight, he was gonna need more room and a way to make sure the press didn't identify him. Thank God UA made it so that teachers could give students their hero costumes anywhere from campus. With the plan now in mind, he quickly stomped his foot onto the floor. Shota really hated the press. You all need to leave before we arrest you for trespass dash. He didn't get to finish as suddenly the building behind him had a glacier explode out from it. Why did everything about this scream Midoriya? Suddenly he saw a teal-haired boy launch out from the glacier and hit the ground. He was about to see who exactly that was because he knew for a fact it wasn't a student, until the press started swarming around him even more, now trapping him in. He really hated the press. Tamura hated everything about this. This was meant to be a simple in and out quest. He wasn't expecting a goddamn mini-boss. He needed to get out of here, but he can't reveal Kurogyari to the public. If knowledge they had a warper got out, it would make their plans for tomorrow useless. Luckily, the press once again made a perfect distraction as he darted to the wall to climb over it. He didn't get far as white flames rained down in front of him, a white figure in a fox mask jumping down shortly after. The fox brat slowly stood up and stared at him, all while cracking what appeared to be wires across the ground as they ignited in white flames. Well, that was intimidating. It's only the 3rd day of school. What the hell were they teaching these kids? If he wasn't so annoyed, he would have found it impressive, but as of now, he just wanted to leave. He dodged to the side as one of the wires lashed out of him. He decided to get close to decay the kid again, only for him to vanish. Oh great, the mini-boss was a Fang Rouge. He quickly felt a swift kick to the side of his head. As he went tumbling, he felt the wires wrap around him and pull him back towards the brat as they froze over to restrict his movements. No getting out of this one without help. Kurogyari! He screamed as purple clouds surrounded him and severed the wires while pulling him through. He may have revealed their hand, but it was better than getting captured before the level even began. He just needs something to counter the mini-boss. Izuku stomped the ground in anger as the mystery intruder disappeared. Not only did they get away, they also had a person with a warp quirk on their side making them more dangerous. He turned around to see Vlad King and Aizawa walking up to him. Looks like they finally got the crowd under control and slowly got them out of here. Vlad started to speak, but was quickly stopped as Midoriya rapidly shook his head. 19 What happened? Izuku sighed in relief and pulled out his phone. This was gonna take a while. Midoriya While the students were panicking in the hallway, my quirk alerted me to someone randomly appearing out of thin air, so I went to investigate. And you didn't inform a teacher why? Midoriya Simply given that they appeared out of nowhere in the matter of seconds, I didn't want to waste time in case they got away. Shota leaned over Ken's shoulder to read the message. And what exactly was the intruder doing? His mouth was quickly covered by Vlad. Alright, why are we not saying his name right now? Vlad simply pointed to the press and said, Twilight Program. That made sense. The Twilight Program was meant for UA students who wanted to go into Twilight Heroics, a type of heroics that involved both limelight and underground heroics, all while keeping the hero's civilian identity hidden. The Twilight Program was the hardest program to actually graduate from. Twilight students had their entire identities hidden from the public. Their student files weren't on any computers and only physical copies of them were kept, along with their name not appearing on the public student roster until hero names were picked, with the additional bonus of having their names and quirk hidden during the sports festival. They were originally meant to be only known to their classmates and teachers. The reason it was the hardest to graduate from was because the press was so persistent. A few years back, even before he was a student, some random UA student leaked the knowledge of the Twilight Program in retaliation to being expelled, and the press took it as a challenge to find out and reveal these students' identity, hence they could no longer go into Twilight Heroics with their civilian identities public. The last group of people to actually succeed in graduating from the program were present Mike, Vlad King, 13 and Snipe. They were also the last ones to even enroll in the program. So imagine Shota's surprise to see someone actually enroll in the course again. My apologies, 19. Do you know why the intruder was there? Midoriya I found them in All Might's office holding a paper. When I destroyed it, they mentioned it was a schedule. All Might schedule? What could they want with All Might's schedule? Did they mention why they needed it? Midoriya They mentioned a sensei, but other than that, no. After I burned the paper, I kicked them into the desk. Vlad chimed in this time. Yeah, about that. What exactly led you into bursting a hole through the building using a glacier? You listed you preferred controlled small attack when you signed up for Twilight. Midoriya It was necessary on my part. The intruder had a 5-point activation quirk that turned anything he touched into dust. He got too close and I had no room to move to my best advantage, so I took the fight outside. In which you took your hero costume to prevent the press from identifying you. Seeing Midoriya nod, Vlad gave a heavy sigh. Overall, you did good, but we'll discuss your punishment later. No need for that, Kansas. The group turned to see Snipe walking up to them, Principal Nedzu resting on his shoulder. Young 19, you're free to go. Please return your hero costume to the case and don't worry about the damages to the building, but please melt the ice if you would. Midoriya gave a nod and quickly vanished. Aizawa gave a heavy sigh. I gotta find out how he does that. He turned towards Nedzu with a raised eyebrow. Don't get me wrong, the kid did well in handling an intruder, but why did you let him off easy? Why, the answer is simple, Aizawa. Nedzu said while clapping his hands together. We can simply look at the UA gate. Shota narrowed his eyes as the group began walking to the gate. He was curious on where Nedzu was going with this, but he was even more curious on why the gate hadn't worked in the first place. Then he saw it. The gate was dust. Midoriya had mentioned the intruder's quirk, which only meant one thing. I see you've come to the same conclusion I did, Aizawa. This wasn't a mistake or a simple press break-in. This was an act of war. Vlad gave a heavy grunt. Should we cancel Class A's USJ trip for tomorrow? They currently hold the cards in their hands and we don't know what to expect. Nedzu shook his head. No, in fact I'm making it so both classes attend. While I doubt there will be an attack tomorrow, as the one man who could plan an attack in a single day has been dead for 6 years now, if the campus is attacked, I want the students far away from the events. What are the chances of that person not actually being dead? Aizawa questioned. Nedzu got off of Snipe's shoulder and stared at the dusted gate. That's the scary thing about this, Aizawa. I don't know. I truly don't know. Shoyuta sat in the front of the bus wrapped up in his sleeping bag. Despite what Nedzu said, his instinct was screaming something was wrong about this. If UA was attacked, All Might, 13 and him were in charge of making sure the kids stayed in the USJ. Vlad had been selected to stay on the main campus as extra muscle in case the campus was attacked. But everything about this felt wrong, as if there was this looming sense they made a very huge mistake. And it scared him. Izuku was worried about this trip. Originally his class was meant to be going next week, but it had been bumped to today and none of them knew why. Except him. He hadn't told anyone about the events of the break-in as he didn't see a reason to. He knew Principal Nedzu was preparing in case the campus was attacked by keeping the first years far away from the attack. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He really wished he had retrieved the schedule to read over it so he would have an idea of when and where they were going to target All Might rather than destroying the piece of paper. Midoriya. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Azui address him. Once she saw that Midoriya was paying attention, she continued. I tend to say what's on my mind. You and Todoroki's quirks are nearly identical, ribbit. Are you two related? He shook his head no, pulling his hood back a bit to show his green hair. Right after he did, Tokage joined the conversation. It's kinda cool that you two have the same quirk without being related. I mean, what are the odds? Next to join was Kaminari, who Izuku recognized as Kodai's battle trial partner. Wait a sec, Tokage, it's not the same quirk exactly though. Midoriya can make fire and ice from either side of his body while Todoroki can only use one or the other. He also does that cool disappearing thing. A boy with red hair he recognized as Kirishima joined the conversation as well. It's kinda nice to have not one but two simple elemental quirks though, you can do a lot of flashy stuff. He watched Kirishima raise his arm and hardened it. My hardening's strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't do much. Don't say that. Tetsu said as he stood up from his seat to officially join the conversation. Your quirk is awesome, bro. We're basically the sword and shield of our classes. He finished the statement by turning his fist to steel and slamming them together. Kirishima smiled and copied the gesture. Yeah, you're right, but if we're talking about flashy and strong quirks, Bakugo's quirk fits the bill as well, huh? Izuku reined his anger as Bakugo's name was mentioned. Kaibara was the one to join the conversation this time. Yeah, but he's so angry all the time. Ribbit, yeah, he doesn't seem like he'll be popular. Azui chimed in. What the hell? Bakugo screamed as he jumped out of his seat. You wanna fight? See, she said, pointing at him without even looking. Kaminari nodded his head. We haven't known each other for that long, so it's amazing that everyone knows his personality is crap steeped in sewage. Katsuki gripped the railing in front of him. What the hell is that vocabulary? I'll kill Wadash. He stopped himself as he felt the temperature change. He turned towards Deku and noticed how he had his hand clenched as if he was restraining himself. Katsuki could only think one thing. Thank God. He gave an angry huff as he sat back down in his seat. Whatever ya DMN extras. What a vulgar conversation. Ibra chimed in, to which Yayorozu agreed. Uraraka spoke up next. It's true, but I like stuff like this too, it's entertaining. Izuku loosened his fist and smiled under his mask. It was nice knowing that his classmates wouldn't be treating Bakugo like how he was at Aldera. She would have loved them. It was then when Aizawa stood up and walked to the entrance as the bus came to a stop. Stop messing around, we're here. What was it with UA and long-winded speeches? When they arrived at the USJ, they were greeted with the Space Hero 13, who Uraraka was more than happy to express their excitement in meeting. He internally chuckled at the brown hair girl's antics, thinking about how she would have loved to meet Uraraka. 13 was now giving a speech on the dangers of quirks and how they should be responsible with them. He couldn't help but glare at Bakugo during the entire speech, but then his body suddenly went rigid. He turned towards the plaza to see a familiar purple cloud forming in the area as the lights shut off. Aizawa-sensei noticed instantly, immediately preparing himself. 13, protect the students. A hand reached through the portal, grabbing the edge of it and stepping through. Izuku recognized him instantly and everything clicked. The attack was never planned for the campus. The USJ was the target. Denki was one of the first students to realize what this was and reached for his earpiece, but nothing. Aizawa-sensei, I tried to contact the main campus. No dice, they have someone blocking the signal. Aizawa grumbled and kept his voice to a whisper. Jiro and Shoji, if either one of you can hear me, tell Midoriya to break down the door. Then immediately tell these 5 to get out and run to the campus to get help. Ida, Kurwaro, Tokage, Yanagi and Tsunatori, in that order of priority. Make sure to tell them to be careful. We don't know if they have people guarding the outside. Both Jiro and Shoji heard him loud and clear, slowly moving so as to not alert the villain. As more villains stepped through, Kirishima spoke up, not aware of what was going on. Is this like the entrance exam where the lesson already started? Aizawa quickly shook his head. No, those are actual villains. Despite most of them knowing once he confirmed it, the situation became very clear. They were officially under attack. 13 and Eraserhead, huh? The intruder from yesterday, now covered in severed hands, said as he walked by a giant black bird. The schedule said All Might was here. Did that cheating fox brat get it changed? Aizawa put on his goggles. That confirmed all their suspicions from yesterday. Izuku turned to see Jiro tapping him on his shoulder before leaning in to whisper. With the message received, he gave a nod and prepared to slam his foot on the ground. As more villains came out the portal, the hand villain continued. And I went through all the trouble of getting a crowd for him. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Aizawa was about to jump down at that statement but was cut off as he heard an explosion happen behind him. He quickly turned around expecting to see a villain only to be relieved to see a small ice trail leading from the wall's remains to Midoriya who had blown up the entire thing. We got it covered here, Aizawa-sensei. Shoji called out as the 5 he ordered made their way out the wall. Deal with the villains. He quickly gave the boy a nod and jumped down. No kids were dying on his watch. Everyone out the door. 13 called as she redirected the students. I'm afraid I can't allow that. The students froze as the purple clouds formed in front of them. With so many students escaping, I simply can't allow more to leave. Bakugo, Kirishima and Tetsu instantly moved to attack the villain, ignoring 13's protest. Farewell, students. The mist villain called as their purple clouds filled the surrounding area. Izuku instantly attempted to use Prowl to avoid the clouds only to be swarmed instantly. Suddenly he felt himself falling. Tsuyu landed on the flood zone boat when she arrived. When she stood up she noticed Kodai and Kaibara had landed with her. Kaibara groaned and looked over the boat. Well, looks like the mist guy messed up his aim. Confusingly both girls looked to see what he meant. That's a lot of villains, ribbit. She then paused as a thought dawned on her. How do we know that none of our classmates actually fell in and only we fell on the boat? Kaibara's eyes widened. Should we jump in to check? Before she could answer the water began to boil. I guess not, ribbit. What the hell? The water is heating up. None of you mentioned you could do this? The water is turning to ice over here. Which of you beasts are doing T-? Sen watched as the villain who was talking got pulled under. What was going on if it wasn't them messing with the water? What the hell? What happened to Larry? How would I know? I barely know. Kodai watched as more villains got pulled under. There was only one explanation she could think of. Suddenly a white figure shot out of the water and landed on the boat. They froze only to relax to see who they saw. It was Midoriya, who had a villain wrapped in one of his cable wires and pinned under his knee, steam trailing off him indicating he had evaporated the water that soaked his body. The villain he had captured kept screaming, "You demon brat. When I get out of this I'll even kill Yodich." His eyes rolled back as Izuku delivered a quick elbow strike to his head. Looks like we didn't need to jump in to save him. Sen chimed. Midoriya stood up and pulled out his phone. Tsuyu's phone buzzed. She pulled it out of her costume, ignoring Kaibara's cry about them having waterproof phones, and went to read the message Midoriya just sent her. Ribbit, apparently there are 16 villains left down there. Midoriya knocked out 6 before he jumped out. Kaibara blinked. They had only been here for like 5 minutes and he already ambushed 6 of them? Okay, first off, did he just leave 5 villains floating underwater to drown? Her phone chimes again as she reads the next text. Unless those gills were just for show, they should be fine. Wait, didn't most water quirks have fake gills? Okay, second question, how the hell did you guys get each other's numbers? It's only the 4th day and you've legit never talked to each other. Azui looked him dead in the eyes and spoke bluntly. The green tells no lies, ribbit. He watched as Midoriya nodded sagely and turned to Kodai, who looked done with this. She pulled out her phone and texted Izuku. Red and white. When the disc lands, jump down and freeze the water. Green and white, got it. The two approached the edge again as the villains started screaming. Hey Yedemon kids, what did you do to Lar Dash? Shut up about Larry. Larry was a good man. Izuku watched and waited as Kodai pulled out a disc and threw it into the air. She placed her hands together and spoke. Release. The disc enlarged to be the size of the boat and immediately slammed into the water. He watched as the now spiraling water pulled the villains in. As soon as they were all in the center, he jumped down and slammed both his hands into the water. Sen watched in awe as all the water in the flood zone was encased in ice, only to snap out of it when Azui started to shiver and curl up. Wait, what was her quirk again? She's basically a frog? She's cold-blooded. Hey Midoriya, chill with ice. Azui is cold-blooded. He shouted over the boat as he wrapped his jacket around her. Call me Tsu and thanks. The girl said through a shiver. He was about to say it's not an issue when the surrounding area heated up. He quickly turned to see Midoriya right next to them. He instantly jumped in surprise. Holy F, don't do that. He said, glaring at the boy who had the audacity to snicker as he typed on his phone. Tsu's phone buzzed once again as she looked at the text. Green spy number 6, we should probably leave now. You and the others head towards the entrance. I'm gonna help Mr. Aizawa. Tsu nodded her head. I agree, but if you're gonna help Mr. Aizawa, I'm coming with you. Kodai gave a nod indicating she was also coming. Kaibara nodded his head. Well, while you guys do that, I'm gonna head to another zone and see if anyone needs help. Izuku gave a nod and sent a text that said, meet ya there, before disappearing with Prowl. Kaibara watched as the fox-masked boy vanished. Do you think he would teach me how to do that if I asked? No, Yui said bluntly before walking out of the zone, Tsu jumping after her. He sighed. Man, I hate walking. And with that he headed to the mountain zone. Shota wasn't doing too well. Every time he took down one villain 5 more were quickly tagging in to help them. It was starting to become an endless cycle as the ones he had already knocked out were slowly waking up. It was exhausting and he was just barely holding out by pushing his quirk to its limits. And then his FNG elbow got turned to dust and the person who did it was now monologuing. And one more thing, Eraserhead, I'm not the final bow dash. Shota watched as Midoriya quickly appeared behind the hand villain and kicked him aside the head to send him flying. Oh, that kid was getting extra credit for a year, doesn't matter if he's in 1B. Tamura felt himself roll across the floor as his body harshly jerked to a stop when he felt a familiar pair of wires wrap around him. Oh great. The fox brat quickly pulled him in close and kicked him across the plaza once again. He felt a wave of heat appear behind him as the brat kicked him into the air only to slam him back down using those demon wires. He then felt the kid grab the wires tightly and proceed to throw him into the fountain via front flip as the wires finally unwrapped around his body. Why was this kid so demon violent? He hadn't even got time to breathe, let alone process what was happening. And then he saw it. Izuku ignited his closed fist with white flame. Flash heat, hunt. He thought to himself as he swiped his arm forward and curved 2 fireballs that slammed into both of the intruder's sides. Shigaraki felt his body ache as the flames hit. Before he could even begin to process the fact this brat attacked him with fire without hesitation, he felt himself getting kicked through the fountain statue and rolling across the plaza once again. Okay, that was it. He was the one meant to kill All Might. He wasn't gonna let some first year ruin his whole plan. Nomu, kill the fox brat. He watched with glee as Nomu instantly appeared behind the unaware brat and slammed his fist down, only to be disappointed when the brat sidestepped the punch without looking and disappeared again. The brat was cheating. No way he would have been able to avoid Nomu without looking. Nomu stopped playing around and killed the brat. But no matter how many commands he gave, Nomu just couldn't touch him. The brat was nimble and avoided him with ease even when Nomu wasn't in his line of sight. It's like he knew he was behind him. When he saw 2 more brats walk onto the plaza, he gained an idea instantly. You hero brats are all the same. You may be able to avoid Nomu, but can you avoid him and save them? Izuku nearly froze at the next words the hand villain said. Nomu, kill the girls. Kodai and Azui didn't even get a chance to blink as the black bird appeared in front of them with his fist raised. Izuku's body moved without thinking. And for the first time in 10 months, he understood why his sister moved that day. I want to be a hero, Aizu and I, one that doesn't hesitate to save people. One that just moves. Sue's whole body froze. She was screaming for her body to move, to save Kodai, but she just couldn't. Yui wasn't faring any better either, her calm demeanor breaking a long time ago replaced with eyes of fear. They were gonna die. Sue felt her body finally snap out of it when the temperature dropped. And then the air around the plaza expanded. Her and Kodai went flying back, rolling on the floor as the air harshly blew. Tamura found himself ducking for cover and protecting his eyes. Hey, what the hell was that? He looked to where Nomu was and instantly saw what had happened. His blood boiled as he screamed in rage. How do you keep on interfering? It's not fair. Sensei never mentioned another boss. Yui and Kodai had looked to see how they were still alive and they smiled in awe. Their Midoriya was standing right where they had been, holding back the Nomu's fist. Why won't you just die? And you kill him now. As the Nomu applied more pressure, Izuku felt his right arm crack. The pain felt like agony. But he wasn't going down this easily. A bonus of thermodynamics was that it was easier to freeze or burn things on an atomic level if he had one thing: direct contact. As the temperature dropped, Izuku pushed his quirk to the limits, the sleeves of his suit ripping off as his arm froze over and spread to Nomu. Once he couldn't feel anything but ice from the monster atoms, he pushed, and rapidly heated up every inch of it. Solar force, sauna. He internally screamed as the results took effect. Tamura rolled out of the way as the conflagration of white flames washed over where he was the flying body of Nomu passing by. Once the torrent of flames stopped, he looked over to the fox brat with horror. That was lethal force. Sure, Nomu was already dead, but the brat didn't know that. He knew hero society was violent and hypocritical, but for a first year to blatantly use lethal force without a second of hesitation, it made him want to kill the brat even more. A portal opened by him as KitsunZae appeared. KitsunZae, did you kill 13? He quickly asked while scratching his neck. That heat did nothing for his already dry skin. I was unable to. The students proved to be a tougher challenge than I had expected. 5 of them escaped before I even got there. I apologize, Tamura Shigaraki. He gave a growl. If you weren't our ride out of here, I would have turned you to dust. He looked up at the now melting glass ceiling. Holy crap, how hot was that attack? He turned to look at the fox brat again, seeing him still recover from that attack. Bring some more NPC here. If we can't kill All Might, I at least want that fox brat dead. Kurogiri obliged and quickly summoned those that were still conscious and available, which sadly wasn't much but should be able to do the job. He stepped in front of the crowd of villains and addressed their new target. Well then, Fox Brat? Shall we dance? Izumi, your quirk is amazing. You could reduce swelling from injuries with your ice or soothe the pain with heat. You'll be a fantastic hero. His arm was definitely cracked. So here he was taking his sister's advice once more. She had always been a quirk genius, being the one to give him the idea of rapidly heating up his ice to cause explosions. He hissed in pain as he froze over his entire arm again and let it rest. It was still usable at least. He held his whip tightly as the hand villain, now identified as Shigaraki, addressed him. He had no time to waste. Instantly disappearing with Prowl, he appeared in the center of the crowd and slammed one of the villains to the ground head first. The people with ranged quirks would be first. He instantly sidestepped as another person attempted to punch him and delivered a quick elbow to their stomach before throwing them into a large crowd that was huddled together. Ducking as one of the range fighters tried to hit him in the back with a laser, he let it soar by him and into the person in front as he activated Prowl and moved to a different section. Now taking a page out of Dad's book, he appeared above the crowd, pulled a few of them up with his wires and slammed his knee down on them as they fell. He instantly let his wire unravel and sidestepped as Shigaraki's hand passed right by him. He ducked a kick from the dusty assailant and delivered an ice-enhanced palm strike to the stomach before kicking him away. He jumped off another villain's shoulder to get into the air again and swiped his arms to release a volley of ice shards onto the crowd, pinning down most of the range fighters. One villain with finger guns took the opportunity to fire at him while in the air. As a bullet grazed his shoulder, Izuku grit his teeth and somersaulted forwards. Flash freeze, lunar frost. He internally yelled as he performed an axe kick on the villain and encased his entire body in ice. Meanwhile, a random hero on patrol had the urge to beat up a kid. As he sat down, the laser villain landed a hit on his back. He instantly activated Prowl to appear behind them and delivered a roundhouse kick to their side before slamming them. His quirk flared as he jumped away from a portal that formed behind him, narrowly missing Shigaraki's hand. Okay, that may be an issue. Another portal formed as he backflipped away, only this time a claw villain was waiting for him and slashed right through his mask. He instantly covered his eye and got out of the way of the second attack with Prowl. Now outside the crowd and standing on the other side of the plaza, he took a moment to catch his breath and made sure his eye was okay. The cut wasn't deep enough so he didn't lose his eye, but knowing that didn't help much with the pain or keeping blood out of it. He didn't get time to worry about his eye as his body went rigid as something appeared behind him. Igniting his now revealed eye to soothe the pain and keep it hidden, he stepped out of the attack and turned to see who it was. It was Nomu, moving perfectly fine and without any signs of damage. He activated Prowl and got far away from it. It didn't make sense. He had frozen him on an atomic level and then burned him. Nomu's body went limp as Shigaraki stepped out a portal next to it. I see you're confused. Nomu's quirk is regeneration along with other quirks specifically given to him. He was made explicitly to kill All Might. Tamura scratched his neck in glee. But after the break-in you were a threat to the whole operation. After all, burnt cells don't regenerate. So I made a special request to Sensei. Nomu screeched and charged at him. When he went to burn it, his eyes widened when the black bird absorbed the flames into its skin. Fire absorption. Shigaraki cackled. Isn't that just wonderful? The perfect anti-symbol of peace and the perfect patch to deal with cheaters like you. Izuku blackflipped out of Nomu's punch, only to be forced to move again as the crowd of villains attempted to swarm him. He couldn't deal with Shigaraki, the portal villain, and Nomu right now. But he could deal with the crowd of villains. Celestial Force, Spring Fountain. He internally said as he slammed his foot onto the ground. A large glacier instantly emerged over the crowd, an explosion following soon after as white flames heated it up. Tamura flew back as the air around the plaza once expanded, this time on a larger scale. Useless NPCs. He grumbled. Nomu, let's settle this. He said, rushing the brat once more, Nomu following behind. Izuku gripped his wire and internally grumbled. This is actually worse than the field trip to the Japan Hero Museum. He paused. No, it's not. With that he vanished with Prowl. Tamura instantly turned around expecting the brat to appear behind him, only to be forced to duck when the kid appeared on his side. He's gotten slower. He thought as he watched the kid backflip away from Nomu. He closed the gap and stretched his hand out to the boy's face, while Nomu appeared behind him. Let's see you get out of this, Berha. The kid grabbed his wrist and forced his hand onto Nomu right before slamming him to the ground. Right as Izuku went to knock him out, a portal opened up below them and separated the two. Nomu, who had finished regenerating his chest and stood back up, prepared to charge. Izuku wrapped his cable wire around his cracked arm and gripped his second one tightly. Come on Izuku, you can do this. You just need to hold on a bit longer. All you need to do is dash. Izuku's thoughts were cut off as he turned towards the front entrance. He gave a heavy sigh of relief at who he saw. Demon Oaf couldn't have shown up sooner? Fear not, students, why? Because I am here. All Might had finally arrived. All Might walked through the door, anger clear on his face. He could see 13, the back of her costume missing along with Aizawa, passed out on the plaza steps, his elbow in horrible condition. And then he saw young Midoriya. The boy's shoulder was bleeding out, while his other arm hung limp, clearly injured in some way, along with a part of his fox mask broken, his eye only hidden by white flames. If Toshinori had to guess from the blood that was running off the mask, the boy's eye had been cut. His fist clenched in anger as his eyes met the hand villain. He wasn't gonna fail this boy's family again. Ignoring whatever speech the villain was giving, he rushed forward, crossing his arms. Carolina smash! He yelled as he slashed his arms as the black bird met his attack. Tamura watched with glee as All Might's attack met Nomu, only for it to turn to horror as he rolled out of Nomu's path as it skidded back. That shouldn't be possible. Nomu has shock absorption. Your punches shouldn't be able to affect him. All Might never acknowledged his whining and continued. Toshinori swung another punch at the beast's stomach, this time putting his back into it as he lifted it off the ground before delivering another and punching it back down. He then grabbed the black bird by its leg and threw him across the plaza. He followed after it, jumping through the air and slamming down it under his fist before addressing the hand villain. Was this meant to kill me? This abomination you used to cause harm to MY students? He said, almost snarling. Shigaraki only laughed as he looked All Might dead in the eye and simply spoke. Nomu. Release. Toshinori confusingly looked at the villain before a white glow from the black bird caught his attention. Suddenly his entire body was engulfed in white-hot flames. He gave a painful scream as his entire body was washed over his body. The pain worsened as the Nomu quickly punched him in his injury with an ignited fist before grabbing him by the face and throwing him across the plaza. Nomu was about to continue the assault only to be held back by cable wires. Izuku quickly froze over his wires, trying to put out the flames as he pulled back on his wires and threw Nomu to the other side of the plaza away from All Might. He let his wires roll back to him as he tried to get his panting down. This is bad, this is really bad. Shigaraki said his quirk was fire absorption. I should have known that fire had to be stored somewhere. Now all I did was make it more dangerous. His internal beration quickly came to an end as Nomu appeared before him. He quickly realized a scary thought. It got faster. The Nomu quickly swatted him away as he felt himself roll harshly across the plaza floor. He didn't get a chance to recover as Nomu forcibly stopped his tumbling by slamming down onto him and throwing him through the plaza again. As his body finally came to a stop, he heard Shigaraki laugh. Well, isn't this just wonderful? The symbol of peace, reduced to nothing. He said, pointing to All Might, who was spread out across the floor, clutching his injury as he failed to get his breathing in check. Shigaraki then pointed at him. And you, utterly beaten by your own quirk. What will you do now, Foxbrat? How do you intend to win now, huh? He screamed, full of glee. Izuku shakingly stood up. He definitely had a few broken ribs and his right arm was now completely useless. Shigaraki watched angrily as the brat stood back up. Anger quickly turned into fear as the brat then exploded into pitch-black flames. That wasn't good. He watched as the brat slammed his left arm onto the ground as a giant glacier of black ice started traveling right towards them. The moment he saw Nomu get engulfed with little ease, he turned the opposite direction and started running. Kurogyri. He let the purple mist surround him as Kurogyri moved him out of the way of the icy onslaught. He looked back to see the glacier he made this time was a lot larger than the one he used against those NPCs. That brat was still an issue. Toshinori laid on the ground clutching his injury. The pain was agonizing as he felt nothing but a horrible burning feeling from it. Some symbol of peace you are, you couldn't even be here to your student and now you've been reduced to a pathetic display cause of an old silly injury and a time limit. He silently berated himself. He only stopped when he spotted young Midoriya standing over him. He gave a smile, but just as he went to say something, Midoriya kicked him in his old injury. He gave a scream of pain that slowly died down as he realized his injury was no longer burning but actually felt numb. He looked down at his side to see it fully covered in black ice. He gave a wide smile and looked at young Midoriya. Thank you, my boy. But was it really necessary to kick my injury? He said, tilting his head. Was it necessary for you to kill my sister? Izuku snapped back aggressively, his ignited eye shifting to black for a split second. All Might fully flinched at that tone, memories of those black flames still clear. My boy, you know ID dash. I am not your boy. Midoriya cut him off while practically sneering, his calm demeanor long gone as the flame that covered his eye permanently turned black. We have bigger issues to attend to you than trying to avoid responsibility. As Toshinori went to respond, he was cut off as the plaza exploded into white flames, Nomu removing the entire glacier to free himself. The two turned their attention as Shigaraki and Kurogyri appeared next to Nomu. Oh great, he ran out of fire. Shigaraki grumbled. Let's finish this. He rushed forward, leaving Nomu behind. Those two were on borrowed time, all it would take is 5 fingers. Warp refraction. He screamed in pain as a multicolored light blinded him as he quickly felt his body be restricted in ice. Once his vision finally cleared, he saw a girl with multicolored reflective hair stand up and adjust her jacket. Oh great, more brats. Oh man, I really have to thank Uncle X for helping me with my quirk. The newest brat said, but he didn't really care, he just needed to get out this block of ice. Kurogyri. But Kurogyri never came though. He turned his head the best he could to see a purple hair brat fire a sound wave from their boots to keep Kurogyri away while a blonde brat kept closing the distance with explosions. He didn't even get to scream about more useless NPCs interfering when suddenly the air became static and the ice around him exploded. Denki stepped into the plaza, hands cracking with electricity as he stood next to Todoroki. You know electricity is pretty hot, perfect for heating up ice so that the air expands. He said, giving a smirk as Toru landed next to them in a perfect backflip. All might Midoriya. Todoroki spoke, addressing the two in a monotone voice. Yaoyorozu is currently attending to Aizawa's injuries. We'll handle these two, you're free to deal with the bird one with no interference now. Toru practically vibrated where she was standing. Oh, it will be just like that hero gala when we were 9. You and I remember that gala very differently, Hagakure. Oh boo, that's because you stayed back that time. And how many times do I have to tell you to call me Toru? Did you say something? Denki quickly cut in before she could respond. I know the irony of me being the one to tell us to focus, but the hand dude is standing back up. You demon brats. Shigaraki whined. Nomu, kill them all. As Nomu charged them, Midoriya quickly appeared in front of them, slamming his good arm down to encase it in ice. All Might came in swiftly after, punching the ice in Nomu to send it rolling. Young Hagakure, young Todoroki, young Kaminari, I apologize for you having to deal with my problems. As for you, young Midoriya, he said, turning to the boy, your sister was a fan of mine. Did she ever tell you about my team up with Blizzard? Izuku grinned under his mask, it was her favorite fight. He gave a nod and quickly disappeared with Prowl, All Might running off after him. No! Tamura screamed as he started to run after them, only for a wave of electricity to block his path. Sorry about that, Handy. Denki spoke as Toru and Todoroki prepared themselves. We'll be your opponent now. Nomu stood up and gave a loud screech, prepared to charge. Only for Izuku to appear behind it and ram an icicle through its shoulder and quickly jump off as All Might delivered a punch to its torso. Nomu's shock absorption tanked the punch and quickly went to deliver a punch to All Might's injury. Izuku appeared instantly between the two and gripped Nomu's fist, repeating the same process from earlier and freezing every inch of it. Let's try this again, shall we? He said, crossing both his arms. Carolina smash. He slammed both arms on the Nomu's frozen body and bisected it, letting its upper body shatter in half as it hit the floor. Suddenly Shigaraki hit the floor in front of him as his body twitched as small sparks of electricity danced off him. Hagakure landed on top of him and pinned down his arms, allowing herself to be visible again. Not so funny fighting a 1v3 when it's against you, isn't it, Mr. Dusty? Tamura aggressively struggled to free his wrist from underneath the brat. You demon hippo. Kurogyri. Said Mist Villain quickly abandoned his fight with Bakugo and Jiro, a portal now appearing under Hagakure and Shigaraki. The portal dropped them off in the air. As the two fell, Shigaraki started to stretch his hands towards her face. Let's see you dodge the dashbang. Shigaraki screamed in pain as he recoiled his hand and hit the floor with a thud. The reinforcement is here. The newly arrived Ida screamed as the teacher jumped into action, clearing out the straggler villains in the plaza and zones. Tamura scoffed. Kurogyri were leave dash. Bang bang bang. He fell to the ground as bullets shot right through him. Kurogyri. Izuku activated Prowl and moved Hagakure out of the way as Kurogyri surrounded Shigaraki, the two disappearing, the frozen Noma head shortly following. Netsu hopped off Vlad's shoulder and looked in horror. While the plaza had been completely destroyed, now looking like a frozen ice land, it was the least of his concerns. No, his issues were with the injuries that covered Midoriya. A broken arm, a grazed shoulder, what appeared to be a cut eye, and who knows what else. Every injury was a sign they truly failed today. They were too bold in assuming it would be the campus the villains were gonna attack. 19, you're injured, we should get you to recovery, girl. Vlad King said as he walked up to his students. Izuku smiled under his mask and nodded, that sounded nice. The flame igniting his eye finally flickered out as he faded into darkness. Midoriya. Young Midoriya. Hey Aizunai? Izuku looked up at his sister. What do you think your first big villain fight will be like? Izuku raised his eyebrow and started typing. Green Fox, don't you mean our first big villain fight since we plan to be partners? She flinched and started to stutter out an excuse. Oh, of course, B, but I was mostly referring to your first solo big hero fight. He narrowed his eyes and started typing. Green Fox. Never really thought about since my plan was underground heroics. YK the Fox of the Shadows. Green Fox. But if I had to pick perhaps someone who can reflect fire? I mean, with how many people are born with fire-related quirks, that surely has to exist. She smiled at Izuku and shook her head. You always wanted to fight another fire user, huh? Before he could respond, another text came in. Green Parakeet, aren't you two meant to be in bed? Both siblings paused as they realized they had been talking in the family group chat. Green Butterfly, sorry? Green Parakeet, hand me yours phones. Green Fox, yeah, that's fair. Izuku's eyes opened as he sluggishly sat himself up. He ran his hand over his right eye upon seeing it was covered. He rubbed the bandage as he looked around. He was in Yudare's med bay all right. Ah, you finally awakened, dear. He turned to his left to see Recovery Girl walk in. Try not to worry so much. I could only heal so much of your condition while you were passed out, though your eye should be fine. Once she had confirmation he could remove it, he unwrapped the bandages and looked into a handheld mirror. His eye was completely fine aside from the 3 slash marks over it. My quirk can't heal scars, but it should fade over time. She kissed his cheek and backed away. There, that should take care of your arm. He looked down, finally noticing his right arm had been in a cast. He flared his quirk and let the cast burn off as he moved his arm. Other than being slightly sore, it was perfectly fine. He gave a sigh of relief and ran his hand through his hair. And instantly started panicking. He started thrashing in his bed and he leaned over to dig through the table next to him, knocking stuff over. He stopped when Recovery Girl's cane hit him upside the head. Stop thrashing, you still have a few broken ribs. What are you even looking for? Izuku went to say something but his throat locked up. He settled with grabbing his phone off the desk and opening a picture of a green-haired girl wearing a purple butterfly hair clip. You're looking for your butterfly clip? Midoriya nodded. You kids and your possessions. It should be on the chair with your clo dash. She was cut off by a warm cold breeze and she looked back to Midoriya. The boy had removed his fore and was now digging through the items on the chair until he found the hair clip, giving a sigh of relief as he put it back in his hair. She shook her head and gave a sigh. Your mother waiting outside for you. There's no school tomorrow, but I'd like you to come in so I can heal the rest of your ribs. Midoriya gave a quick nod before vanishing. Huh, Aizawa was right, she did want to know how he does that. Doctor. All for one addressed the man. Yes, master? Dr. Garaki said as he dropped his current project. Tamura had a little issue with the Nomu earlier. Care to explain why its shock absorption didn't hold against All Might, let alone a random first year? Garaki froze, choosing his next words very carefully. The upper tier Nomus are meant to hold a specific number of quirks, all that fit perfectly well with each other. When Yu added fire absorption to it, it threw off the whole balance of it by adding another absorption quirk, thus the effectiveness deteriorated. All for One's tone grew dangerously. Oh, so you're saying it was my fault? He paled as he frantically started waving his hands. And no, it's my fault for providing a Nomu that couldn't handle your perfect changes. That seemed to please All for One as the man's voice returned to a calm tone. Doctor, drop everything you're doing. Restart Project Nimbus. Everyone out the door. 13 called as she redirected the students. I'm afraid I can't allow that. The students froze as the purple clouds formed in front of them. With so many students escaping, I simply can't allow more to leave. Bakugo, Kirishima and Tetsu instantly moved to attack the villain, ignoring 13's protest. Farewell, students. The mist villain called as their purple clouds filled the surrounding area. Shoto silently cursed himself for getting caught as he fell through the air. He braced himself to hit the hard ground only to fall right through it and sink down. Without any time to be confused, he saw Hananuki swim up to him and pull them back up above. Once above, he watched as Hananuki solidified the ground they were just under and turned towards him. You okay, Todoroki? He gave a slight nod. I'm fine, thank you, Hananuki. That's good. Juzo said as he opened his helmet's mouthpiece. It appears we're in the rock slide zone. We should probably see if anyone else landed. He was cut off as he saw someone fly by and slam into rock. The two boys quickly jumped back away upon seeing it was one of the villains on the mountain. The villain regained his senses and instantly started to stammer. Gee, ghost. The man said he backed himself up against the wall. Before either of them could question what he meant by that, the villain screamed in pain and hunched itself over as if it had been kicked in the stomach. Toru allowed herself to be visible and let the villain slumped over before turning towards her classmates. Hey guys. She excitedly called as she waved at them. Toru. Hananuki asked before turning to Todoroki. Did you know she could become visible? Todoroki blankly stared at Hagakure. I didn't even know she was in my class. Looking at her now, he realized this was the girl that stood right next to him during the quirk assessment and wasn't using a quirk. Toru giggled at their reactions. I finally figured out how to make myself visible a few months ago. I was waiting to see which of my fellow gala kids would know it was me before someone said anything. I actually thought the battle trials were gonna ruin it. I really should have paid more attention to the battle trials. Todoroki mentally thought to himself. Please don't call us gala kids Hagakure. Suddenly Hagakure was right next to him and ruffling his hair. Ah, come on Todoroki, no need to be ashamed. And how many times do I need to tell you to call me Toru? We've known each other since we were 8. Shoto gave a lazy sigh and removed her hand from his head. This woman was gonna be the death of him. He had hated attending those galas with his father and saw them as a pointless waste of time. Eventually, despite his best efforts, he had been roped up into Hagakure's gala group of legacy kids and the mayhem that followed. He refused to touch the memory of the one when they were 12 even with a 10-foot pole. He looked Hagakure dead in the eyes no matter how weird it was being able to do that now and calmly spoke without breaking it. Did you say something? Hagakure promptly swatted him. Worth it. Hananuki quickly separated the two of them. Stop teasing the poor boy Toru, we have incoming, he said while pointing right behind them. Shoto followed where Hananuki pointed and sure enough a group of villains were running right towards them. He lazily walked towards them, creating a small ice trail at them. The villains gave multiple cries of frustration as their bodies were slowly encased. He gave a slight scoff as he addressed them. Aren't you embarrassed to lose to a child? For God's sakes, you're an adult, put up a real fight. He watched at the ground below them liquefied, as their bodies started to sink before they were trapped halfway into the ground. They trapped us right as we got here. These aren't kids, these are monsters. He ignored the villains' cries and turned to see Hananuki walking up and stopping by him while Hagakure walked past and stood straight in front of the trapped villains. Now, Toru said as she crouched in front of one of the villains looking them dead in the eyes. We have a few questions. And you're gonna answer them. The number you have dialed is not in service or temporarily disconnected. Please check the number and then try again. Thank you. Toshinori gave a sigh. Can't get in contact with Aizawa or 13, then again they are teaching. Unlike me who's skimping out on my duties just because I spent the entire commute being heroic. Maybe I should just show up at the end and say something inspirational, get a good 10 minutes out of my hero form. He stood up and quickly puffed up his body. Ha, time to join me Stundesh. He stopped talking as his body coughed up blood and shrunk itself. He sat back down right as Nedzu opened the door and walked in. Hold your horses Toshinori. You can't be there for your students if you can barely stand. Principal Nedzu. Toshinori greeted. That's me. Am I a mouse, a dog or bear? But more importantly I'm the principal. Nedzu said with a smile. Your fur looks very well groomed and glossy today, sir. He said as he got his breathing under control. While it had been almost 6 years since he got his injury, he still had difficulty breathing, more specifically when his injury was under stress. The secret is keratin. I'm not sure if humans can get this level of luxurious shine. But we can talk about grooming later. Nedzu said as he pulled out a tablet. Look at the news. Nedzu held up the screen to Toshinori. Shall I read it to you? It says you resolved 3 whole incidents within an hour. Toshinori gave a full body flinch in which Nedzu just sighed. The fault mainly belongs to the ruffians who still caused trouble to the city despite you being here in the city, but you really should learn how not to react to every incident you hear. You really haven't changed in all these years. Nedzu put the tablet away and sat down to make a cup of tea. You've always been proactive but things are different now, you really shouldn't be putting so much stress on your body, especially when you have yet to pick a successor. He watched as Toshinori flinched once again and took a sip of his tea. Speaking of successors, do you have anyone in mind? Toshinori gave a heavy sigh as he remembered that day. None so far. The person I did have in mind is no longer alive due to my actions, and other than young Midoriya, none of the other students have shown that certain spark I'm looking for. Nedzu promptly spat out his tea at the mention of Midoriya being an option. I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that? Toshinori gave another heavy sigh as he shrank into himself. Relax, even I know if I offered young Midoriya one for all after what I did that day, there's nothing in the world that would stop him from beating me to a pulp. He placed his hand over his wound. Even without being involved in the fight, his wounds still acted up at the sheer heat of Midoriya's fire. It was honestly terrifying how hot his flames burned. He probably would punch me the moment I say I have a transferable quirk and never actually make it to the offer. Nedzu cleaned up his mess and just nodded. Yes, he does hold a lot of animosity towards you for a very good reason if I may, but I'm more concerned towards the animosity he holds towards young Bakugo. Toshinori snapped his finger and sat straight up. That's where I recognized young Bakugo from. I had been so caught up in the aftermath that I nearly forgot he was also there. He gave a sigh and then sagged back into his seat. Although I don't know his involvement in the situation that would cause young Midoriya to hate him more than he hates me. Nedzu took a sip of his tea and lowered his head. Although it's nice to know young Bakugo had some involvement in the incident, it's unfortunate we don't know what specifically. I had attempted to get the security footage from Aldra, the school the three of them went to, but had no such luck in finding anything. I suspect the footage was either doctored or just fully removed. Toshinori frowned. Which means no one knows the full situation other than young Midoriya and young Bakugo. Netsu nodded. And neither of them would be willing to talk about it. For young Bakugo, he doesn't appear to be one to come to others when he has an issue or he's hiding what his involvement was on purpose. Toshinori rubbed his hand through his hair and leaned back. And as for young Midoriya, it's such a sensitive subject that he's most likely just bottling it all in. Netsu gave a heavy sigh. This really is a predicament, but enough about your failures. Netsu said while taking a loud sip of his tea to draw Toshinori's attention. What are you going to do about your lack of a successor? Toshinori lowered his head and frowned again. I had planned on watching the students complete the USJ to help my decision. After all, rescue is the core foundation of heroics, and it was how I decided on my original choice. He sank into his seat as he remembered his mistake. But now I messed it up by wasting my time limit, some teacher I am. Netsu put his tea down and clapped his hands. Now no need to be so harsh on yourself. You are new to this after all. Netsu pulled his tablet back out and started scrolling. If you want to watch the USJ, we can simply do it here through the security feed. Toshinori made his way over to Netsu and watched over his shoulder, only to see nothing but static. Is everything okay, Principal Netsu? Netsu tilted his head confusingly. I don't know, Toshinori. It appears the cameras in the USJ aren't war dash. He was cut off when the room was busted open. Netsu! Present Mike screamed as he ran in. 5 students just came running onto campus. The USJ is under attack. Netsu didn't even get a chance to register what Yamada said, as he felt himself flying across the room as a loud boom followed. He stood up and looked around to see the room was a complete mess with all the furniture scattered around everywhere and the walls cracked. He turned towards one wall to see a newly formed hole in it, with Toshinori missing. He quickly grabbed his tablet and sounded the silent break in alarm to the teachers. They didn't need a repeat of yesterday. Hopping onto Mick's shoulder, he started making the announcement to the teachers. There's been a break-in at the USJ. All faculty and staff report to the buses immediately. Hopefully they weren't too late. Ibra ducked out of the way of one of the villains' attacks. She had been sent to the conflagration zone where her quirk was severely weakened. She could barely grow it out to extend past her body without exhausting herself. If that wasn't bad enough, she also had to cover Ojiro and Komori, who were both injured. But despite how it appeared, Ibra wasn't the type to focus on training her quirk only and nothing else. She moved in close to the pyro villain and delivered a swift punch across their jaw before kicking them away. She ducked out of the way as they went to retaliate, only for their partner to graze her eye with a fireball and kick her away. Enough playing around, you dunces, I'm finishing this. One of the villains said while raising their fist. Ibra watched in horror as the area brightened while every flame in the zone traveled to the villain and wrapped tightly around their fist. As they reared their fist back, Ibra only had one thought. If that attack was fired, Komori and Ojiro wouldn't make it. Suddenly her safety wasn't a priority as she quickly pulled both of them and wrapped all 3 of them in what amount of vines she could make and braced for impact. She held back a wince of pain as the fire washed over her hair. She constantly kept replacing the burnt vines as the fire raged on. She couldn't afford to let them break. She maneuvered the vine wraps so she could stand and poured the rest of her strength into her counterattack, taking advantage of the villain absorbing all the fire. Via Dolorosa. The entire zone erupted into a viney jungle. Ibra looked around to see if there were any sights of the fire villains. She gave a sigh of relief when she saw they were knocked out and tangled in one of her vines before everything faded to black. Denki groaned as he hit the ground. Note to self, ask mom what to do when you suddenly find yourself falling. He grumbled while standing up. You won't need to worry about that, kid. He quickly turned around to see a group of villains were coming right at him. Looking around some more, he noticed he was completely surrounded. You won't be making it out here alive to see her again. One of the villains spoke. He turned to see if any classmates were nearby. When he saw the coast was clear, he gave a cocky smirk. Indiscriminate shock. His entire body was instantly covered by his quirk. 2 million volts. Momo nimbly dodged out of the way out of a throwing knife while swatting another villain away from her. Try dodging this. One of the villains called, throwing a boulder at her. Thankfully she didn't have to do anything as a sound wave from Jiro instantly shattered it. There's too many of them. Jiro called as she swung her sword at a villain with a bat. Momo flipped a villain over her shoulder and trapped them in a net. Just hold out, someone will come for us, Sue Dash. She was cut off when she heard a loud crack of lighting as the air became static. She looked up the mountain and instantly started to panic. She instantly undid her back zipper and grabbed Jiro. Stay down. She whispered to the girl as a large white blanket covered them. Is that a FING blanket? What is that, meant to be a shield? The villains' taunts instantly stopped as a yellow wave of electricity washed over them, their laughter instantly turning to screams of pain. Momo peeked out from under the insulated sheet and looked around to see if any more villains were still standing. Upon seeing them all knocked out, she stepped out from underneath the blanket and looked up the mountain. Whoa, look at that, I even got the guys down here. She watched as Kaminari walked down from the top of the mountain zone. Kaminari then looked at her and paled. Oh god, are you guys okay? I didn't know you guys were down the mountain. Holy shit, I could have accidentally hit you. Momo chuckled as Kaminari kept apologizing. He was always wary of his quirk ever since he found out electricity quirks were the most dangerous elemental types. Relax, dude. Jiro said, cutting off Kaminari's rambling. You got all the villains in the end, we're fine. Kaminari rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess you're rigged. He stopped when the interference in his earpiece picked up. The signal jammer was here. He heard the ground start to crack and instantly moved out of the way as a hand reached out where his leg was just at. I recognize that hair pattern anywhere. The villain popped out of the ground, revealing his skull mask. You're Electra's son, aren't you? Momo could have sworn she heard Kaminari growl. Looking at him, she could see his whole demeanor had changed. Kaminari glared at the skull villain while calmly speaking. Rai Ikazuchi, former E-rank villain Tesla, now A-ranked. His quirk lets him absorb electricity and weaponize it, meaning he's immune to most electricity-type quirks. Tesla chuckled. So you know me, EY? Not surprising given what I did to your mother last year. Suddenly it finally clicked for Momo, her eyes widening in fear. Kaminari, is this the villain dash? Who put my mom in the hospital last year? He said, cutting her off. Yeah, it is, it's how the BSTRD earned the A-rank status. Tesla gave a wide grin. Yes, the one that got away. Tell me, what do you plan to do? As you said, my quirk makes me immune to electricity-type quirks, so what do you expect to accomplish? That's not what I said. At this point, Jiro and Yaoyorozu had both stepped away from him as he began to spark. When Tesla tilted his head in confusion, Denki continued. I said most electricity-type quirks. I'm not most. Right as he said that, Denki quirk instantly sparked to life around his body as he rushed up to Tesla and punched him. Tesla rolled to his feet and dodged out of the way of Kaminari's axe kick. Please, I'm an A-ranked villain kid who beat your own mother, you don't stand a chance. He sparked his own hand and connected it to Kaminari's chest. Denki didn't even flinch. He simply grabbed Tesla's wrist and twisted it. As Tesla head shot up to scream, he swiftly headbutted him before kneeing him in the stomach and throwing him into a rock. Tesla groaned as he slid off the rock and slumped to the floor. Don't let that A-rank status get to your head. Electra's brat said as he walked towards him. The only reason you won that fight is because my mom can't absorb electricity and you got a lucky hit in. The brat placed their foot on his chest and applied pressure. I don't have that issue, being one of the few electricity quirks that work as both a generator and absorber. He said, giving a cocky smirk. You getting lucky in that fight is the only reason you have that rank. As far as I'm concerned, you're still E-ranked. So in other words, he said, raising his hand. You're fried. 1.5 million volts. With it, he slammed his palm into Tesla and tore through his absorption. Once Tesla was knocked out, he stopped his quirk and stepped away. He then proceeded to take out his phone and take a selfie with the unconscious body. Are you seriously taking a selfie right now? Jiro asked. Denki shrugged, giving a smile. I need the proof to win a bet, otherwise my mom would never believe this. Yaoyorozu gave a heavy sigh and rubbed her forehead. Kaminari, please tell me you and Ms. Aneri did not bet on who would be the first to catch a dangerous criminal who has hurt many civilians. His smile grew. Okay, I won't. I see you haven't changed at all, Kaminari. The three of them turned to see Todoroki and Hagakure walking up to them. Todoroki, were you sent here as well? Kaminari asked. Shoto shook his head. No, we came here from the rock slide zone to see if anyone needed help while Hananuki went to help those at the front entrance. Yaoyorozu gave a nod. I see, we're all fine, we should probably make our way to the entrance no dash. She was cut off when a giant black glacier erupted from the central plaza. Holy crap, was that Midoriya? Denki asked. Why would he be at the central plaza with Aizawa-sensei? Jiro asked. Momo walked past them and started heading down the mountain. Whatever reason, we should check it out, he may need our help. Agreed. Todoroki said, following her. With that, the rest joined in as they ran down the mountain. The group exited the zone and looked in horror at what they saw. Both Midoriya and All Might were standing in front of the villains looking worse for wear. That's impossible, Denki said as he stared at All Might. All Might was the symbol of peace, a hero that was always seen as unbeatable. What villain could possibly put him in the condition he needed to ice his side just to stand? Where's Aizawa-sensei? Wasn't he fighting the villains? Tourist. Jiro quickly stabbed her jacks into the ground and started looking. When she finally found him, she stood up and pointed towards the stairs. He's over there, he's alive, but I think he's injured. Todoroki was about to speak before he was cut off by the sound of explosions. Move it wide him in extras. Bakugo screamed as he rushed past them. Well then I guess, we're helping just to make sure he doesn't make anything worse. Jiro grumbled. Todoroki nodded. Agreed, Yaoyorozu makes some first aid equipment for Aizawa-sensei. Jiro makes sure Bakugo doesn't do something stupid. Hagakure, Kaminari were gonna help Midoriya and All Might. Right. The group called as they split up. This attack had gone on for too long. Yaoyorozu M has created a hero course. Yaoyorozu M has added Ida T, Kendo I, and 17 others to a hero course. Kendo I has added Midoriya I, Tokis, and 17 others to a hero course. Yaoyorozu M. In light of the recent USJ incident, Principal Netsu has requested the class representative and their vices to set up a course group chat to allow easier contact in the event of another villain attack. Kendo I. The chat is meant for school or emergency purposes only. 36 people are online. Azui T. That isn't gonna last long. Kaminari D. Yamamo. You blocked nickname perms. Yaoyorozu M. I learned from the Gala group chat. Yaoyorozu M. Never again. Hagakure T. Oh no, she's evolving. Tokijus. Any admins want to remove the restrictions. Kendo I. Nice try, the only ones who have perms to do it are Yaoyorozu, Ida and I. Kendo I. Midoriya as well, but he's currently offline due to Kit. I doubt he would remove them anyways. Tokijus. Speaking of Green Bean, did you see how he looked when they carried him out? Kodai Y. I don't think I'll ever get the image out of my head. Azui T. I feel bad, me and Kodai watched him get those injuries while we practically just sat there. Yanagi R. Nope, no self-defamation. Like I told Yui when she told me, you two nearly died. No one blames you for not being able to move and help him. Kaibaris. They nearly WHAT. Kodai Y. We're fine, we didn't even get hit. Azui T. It was terrifying but we're mostly fine thanks to Midoriya. Ojiro M. Speaking of injuries at Shiozaki I. How are you doing? You had a lot of burn marks on you before I passed out. Shiozaki I. Rest assured I'm alright, other than the burns all I had was quirk exhaustion. Komori K. That's good to hear, sorry you got hurt covering us. Shiozaki I. None of that, it was no issue and I would happily help again. Midoriya I. Is online. Midoriya I lived beach. Tokijus. Green Bean. Ida T. Midoriya. Such language is unbecoming of a vice rep and future hero. Yanagi R. It's good to see that you're okay Midoriya. Kaminari D. You are okay right? Those injuries were brutal. Midoriya I. 'Tis but a scratch. Azui T. Midoriya I watched you get cut in the eye. Tokijus. What? Midoriya I. Snitch. Azui T. Bite me, answer Kaminari's question. Midoriya I. My eye is fine and so is my arm, I just need to come in tomorrow to get my ribs healed. Kaibaris. You broke your ribs? Midoriya I. You should see the other guy. Midoriya I. Also at Azui T. At Kodai Y. Stop feeling bad for not helping me. Midoriya I. You two nearly died to that abomination, no one's gonna blame you for not wanting to fight it right after. Midoriya I. And if someone does let me know, I need glacier practice. Ida T. Midoriya. Kodai Y. Fine. Azui T. Please do not trap people in glaciers Midoriya. Midoriya I. Fine. Kaminari D. Moving away from near-death experiences. Kaminari D. Unlock nickname perms Midoriya bro. Yaoyorozu M. No Kaminari. Hagakure T. Oh come on Yamamo. Kendo I. Give it up, Midoriya is responsible enough to know how bad adding nicknames would be. Ida D. Agreed. None of us admins will be allowing nicknames. Midoriya has granted 35 members nickname perms. Kendo I. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu M. Midoriya. Ida T. Midoriya. Tokijus. Geese. Kaminari D. E. Tokijus. Has changed their name to Dinosaur Lover. Yanagi R. Has changed their name to Haunted Ghost. Uraraka. Has changed their name to Newton's Bane. Azui T. Has changed their name to Kermit. Kaminari D. Has changed their name to Pika Pika. Ashido M. Has changed their name to Alien Queen. Kodai Y. Has changed their name to Quiet One. Zero H. Has changed their name to Scotch. Kamakiri T. Has changed their name to Razor Stabby. Minoma N. Has changed their name to Phantom Thief. Komori K. Has changed their name to Shrooms. Shiozaki I. Has changed their name to Holy Water. Tokoyami F. Has changed their name to Revelry in the Dark. Hagakure T. Has changed their name to Peekaboo. Kirishima has changed their name to Manly Rock. Tetsu T. Has changed their name to Manly Steel. Jiroke has changed their name to All Ears. Aways Y. Has changed their name to Bandana King. Kaibars has changed their name to Human V-Bear. Tsuburabake has changed their name to Airlock. Fukidashi M. Has changed their name to Screamer. Sato R. Has changed their name to Baker Boy. Oima Y. has changed their name to the star of the show. Todoroki S. has muted the chat. Todoroki S. is offline. Bakugo K. stop blowing up my phone. White in extras. Bakugo K. has muted the chat. Bakugo K. is offline. Midoriya has changed Bakugo K. name to garbage excuse of a human. Bandana King. That feels personal. Shojim, agreed. Kendo I, Midoriya Y. Yaoyorozu M. Do you know what you have just done? Ida T. Siro, Kaibara. Those are highly inappropriate names for a hero student. Screamer, seems fine to me. Scotch, scotch like the tape. Human VB. Can't stop me now engine boy. Kendo F. Just what? Kendo I. Why did you do this Midoriya? Midoriya I. Should have let me resign. Dinosaur lover. Kendo I. You did this for revenge? Midoriya F. Valid. Kendo I. I'm gonna kill you. Quang. Also valid. Titty. Kendo. Such behavior is unjust of a class president. Kendo I. Kramidita. Ida T. Dinosaur lover. We have enough power. At Midoriya I. At Razor Stabby. At Peekaboo. At Kermit. At Holy Water commence. Yaoyorozu M. Tokage, please tell me you didn't. Kermit has changed their name to Green Spy number 1. The truth. Razor Stabby has changed their name to Green Spy number 2. The enforcer. Holy Water has changed their name to Green Spy number 3. The holy. Dinosaur lover has changed their name to Green Spy number 4. The head. Peekaboo has changed their name to Green Spy number 5. The unseen. Midoriya has changed their name to Green Spy number 6. The one. Airlock. I knew he changed his name. Ojiro M. What the F? Pika Pika. Not again. Human VB. Nope, not touching this one. Baker Boy. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Revelry in the dark. What a mad banquet of darkness. Ida T. This sort of behavior is very unhero-like. Yaoyorozu M. Setsuna Tokage. Green Spy number 4. The head. Sheet. Yaoyorozu M. You said you disbanded the Green Hair Cult. Phantom Thief. Pardon? Shrimp Cult? Green Spy number 4. The head. I did disband it. Green Spy number 4. The head, but I never promised I wouldn't reform it. Alien Queen. Reform? Kendo I should have gone to Shiketsu. All ears. Agreed. Yaoyorozu M. I'm not dealing with this. Yaoyorozu M has added Shota Aizawa to UA Hero course. Shota Aizawa. Jesus F. These usually aren't made until after the first year. Green Spy number 3. The holy. Please do not use the Lord's name in vain. Green Spy number 4. The head. You added a teacher? Shota Aizawa. Just back read. Yeah, I'm not dealing with this. Shota Aizawa. Just don't let it interfere with class. I can still expel 2 of you at Green Spy number 1. The truth at Green Spy number 5. The unseen. Yaoyorozu M. What? Green Spy number 5. The unseen. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Green Spy number 1. The truth. Understood. Shota Aizawa. Good, while I'm here might as well go over a few things. Shota Aizawa at Green Spy number 6. The one I know you have his number. Add Vlad King. Green Spy number 6. The one has added Vlad King to UA Hero course. Vlad King. Imminent. Why is it always one be making the first cult? Shota N. Excuse me? Shoji M. This is normal? Shota Aizawa at everyone stop typing and listen up. Todoroki S. is online. Shota Aizawa. In light of the USJ, there's a few things that need to be established. Vlad King. The staff is currently reviewing the security footage of the USJ and for the most part you handled yourselves well. Pika Pika. Wait a sec, the cameras to the USJ were down though? They wouldn't have gone up till Tesla was knocked out. Vlad King. The cameras were made to work offline. All he did was cut off access to the live feed, but we still have all the footage. Shota Aizawa. Now be quiet and let us finish. Shota Aizawa. First things first. Shota Aizawa at Manly Rock at Manly Steel at Garbage excuse of a human. Do not jump in the way of a teacher to attack a villain. Listen to their instructions first. Garbage excuse of a human is online. Garbage excuse of a human. Shota Aizawa. Wanna try that again? Garbage excuse of a human. Garbage excuse of a human. Understood. Shota Aizawa. Kirishima? Tetsu Tetsu? Manly Rock. Understood Aizawa-sensei. Manly Steel. Got it. Vlad King. Good. Now in the events a teacher isn't present during the attack you listen to at Yaoyorozu M. Vlad King. If she's not present just go down the list at Kendo I at Green Spy number 6. The one at Ida T. The chances of one these 4 not being present is slim. Vlad King. This next one isn't really villain attacks but more so just in general. Vlad King. Stop referring to at Green Spy number 6, the one by his last or first name outside of class. Call him by a nickname that doesn't hint to his name or call him 19 until we pick hero names in class. Vlad King. A few of you had a few slip-ups during the USJ but thankfully the villain was too busy whining to themselves to pay attention to you saying Midoriya's name. Phantom Thief. What's this? A member of 1B getting special treatment? Green spy number 2, the enforcer. Where the F did you get that idea? Shota Aizawa, it's for the Twilight Program problem child. Human VBA, the what program? Vlad King, the Twilight Program. If you want more info, just enter the code SOP1 into the UA site. Vlad King, that code does not leave this chat. The Twilight Program isn't meant to be well known outside of the hero course. Haunted Ghost, then how did Midoriya get the code to enroll in it? Green spy number 4, the head, I knew it. You are a legacy student at Green spy number 6. The one of your parents is a Twilight hero and gave you the code. Green spy number 6, the one, neither of my parents are Twilight heroes, I got the code from Kamui Woods. Green spy number 4, the head, imminent. Shota Aizawa, stop talking. Shota Aizawa, the last announcement is the school starts up Monday, where a school-wide assembly is being held. Shota Aizawa, I recommend doing your best to attend that day as the content greatly affects you as first years. Vlad King, afterwards we'll be going into more in-depth detail of what each of you did wrong or right during the USJ, along with covering a topic that will make or break your hero career. Screamer, well that isn't vague at all. Green spy number 5, the unseen. Oh, is it hero names? If so, I have the perfect one. Shota Aizawa, no. Shota Aizawa is offline. Vlad King, that's it for announcements, I just have one thing left to say. Vlad King, great job on taking down more villains than 1A Class B. Vlad King is offline. Phantom Thief, what? Garbage excuse of a human, which one of you F extras changed my name? Pika Pika, dude waited for the teacher to leave to explode. Human Viber, kinda impressed he can even restrain himself. Garbage excuse of a human, I'll kill both of you. Green spy number 6, the one, I changed your name. Garbage excuse of a human. Garbage excuse of a human, Demon Deku. Garbage excuse of a human has changed their name to King Explosion Murder. King Explosion Murder is offline. Green spy number 6, the one, the fact he has the effing audacity to name himself that. Green spy number 4, the head, you good green bean? Yaoyorozu M, did something happen between you and Bakugo? Yaoyorozu M, I wasn't aware you knew each other. Green spy number 6, the one, I'm fine. Yaoyorozu M, that doesn't answer my question. Green spy number 6, the one is offline. Bandana King, well that isn't weird at all. Airlock, he really hates Bakugo, best not to touch it. Kendo I, agreed. Pika Pika has changed the chat name to Hero Course U today. Yaoyorozu, oh no. Pika Pika, oh yes. Izuku took his place behind Bondo in the line and waited patiently for the assembly to start. When he arrived at school they didn't even bother to deal with homeroom as the staff bots instantly stopped him at the entrance and ushered him to the assembly hall. All around him he could hear the whispers of the crowd, mostly coming for Gen Ed. And the hero course does it again. Wonder what they messed up this time. The year just started and the first years are already causing an issue. I heard one of them tried to play the hero and fought the main villain. Probably made things worse. Once again the hero course hogs the spotlight. Did you hear the one kid who fought the villain at the USJ is hiding their identity? Probably just another high and mighty golden child who thinks he's so special that his identity is so sacred. The other courses really dislike us. Izuku turned around to see Yanagi behind him. The staff bots had confiscated their phones, which was apparently normal for assemblies due to past students leaking things to the media, so he settled with just nodding his head and giving a small I mean it makes sense. Rin chimed in from behind Yanagi. UIDAs tend to favor the hero course due to being a hero school, but the other courses really don't have much so there's bound to be some tension. The wait soon came to an end when Aizawa walked up to the stage and approached the microphone looking more tired than usual. Shota let out a heavy sigh and leaned into the mic. The sports festival is cancelled, go home. The entire hall paused in short silence. Short. It's what? Echoed through the room before chaos erupted. What about transfers? How is the support course meant to get offers for their inventions now? What about second-year internships? Shota watched as Mike walked onto stage and took a deep breath. Hey! All chatter quickly came to an end as the hall turned back to see present Mike glaring at Aizawa. Just then Principal Nedzu walked on stage and lowered the mic. Forgive Mr. Aizawa, he explained the situation rather poorly. As you know, the annual UA Sports Festival would have been hosted on April 6th, 2 weeks from now starting with the first-year stage. However, in light of the USJ attack, I successfully convinced the HPSC to delay it to May 4th, a month later than from its original date to ensure the safety of the participants in the event of another attack. There was a wave of relief through the hall. While the sports festival was extremely biased towards the hero course, it was still important to the other course. For Gen Ed it was a second shot at the hero course or a chance to just let loose with their quirks. For support it was free advertisement for their inventions and a way to get sponsored. For management, it was preparation for their second year where they would be doing more hands-on marketing by partnering up with a hero course member. For Izuku, winning this meant living on his sister's goal through him, something he would not fail at. So rest assured the sports festival will continue. The second topic is revamped security. You can read about it in the packet that's being passed out by the entrance. In the meantime, I would like to ask everyone but the first-year hero course to exit the hall. That drew a lot of confusion, but the other classes quickly cleared out as Vlad King walked onto the stage and stood by Aizawa. Aizawa took the mic away from Nedzu and sat on the edge of the stage. Listen up, cause I don't feel like repeating this. Along with delaying the sports festival, we are also adding more protection for the first-year stage overall. He held up one finger and continued. Number 1, your training uniforms will now include a hood to hide your hair. Other than Shiozaki, for obvious reasons you're required to keep your hood on during the entire festival. If it falls off, put it back on as quick as you can. When Tsunotori raised her hand, Vlad chimed in with a grunt. Your hood has holes so you can use your horns through it, Tsunotori. Once her hand was down, Shota continued, along with this, if you have mask or some type of face covering like glasses that is part of your hero costume, you'll be granted permission to wear them. For the few I can think of off the top of my head, that's Midoriya, Tokage, Bakugo, Aoyama, Ashido, and anyone else it applies to. Helmets do not count. Holding up a second finger, he went to the next topic. The names of your quirks won't be announced and descriptions of them will be kept vague and misleading to make sure you can't be tracked down through the quirk registry. He turned to the side and pointed at present Mike. If you want to, you can talk to Mike after you're dismissed and come up with a false quirk name as long as it doesn't resemble your actual quirk name. He turned back to them and held up a third finger. And finally, you'll be making a decision that's so crucial to your hero career, so much it can either make or break it. He drew out the results and watched as the kids leaned in before giving a smug grin. Hero names. It was a lie. Hagakure shouted. Shota promptly ignored 1A cries about logical ruses and continued. We won't be airing your names during the sports festival even if you're a legacy student who's already been in the media. Choose your names carefully, cause if you don't dash, there will be hell to pay. Midnight chimed in as she stepped onto the stage. She started passing out the whiteboards and markers while continuing, your hero names are a reflection of you and the hero you want to be. Don't treat these as temporary things, cause once they air during the sports festival there's a good chance you're stuck with them. Izuku took his whiteboard and marker and instantly started writing. He has had his name picked out for years now, to the point it was even the base for his hero outfit. Vlad King spoke next, picking off where Midnight left off. While we're here to help you pick out your names, your overall choice is final, in which we have no say in unless it's absolutely not allowed. Midnight returned to the stage and took the mic from Shota. With that said, who's presenting first? The students collectively paused. Were presenting these? Away spoke. Vlad gave a grunt. Might as well, your classmates are gonna see them anyway during the sports festival. Oh, that was true. I'll go first, Monami. Aoyama said as he climbed onto the stage and presented his board. I cannot stop twinkling. That's a FNG sentence. Kamakiri huffed. Kamakiri. Kendo said while glaring. What? We were all thinking it. Midnight coughed, drawing their attention back to her. While a bit brashed, Kamakiri is right, it is a tad bit long. How about removing the I and shorting it to can't stop twinkling? Magnificent. Aoyama said as he rewrote his board. That's still a FNG sentence. Kamakiri stated. Moving on. Who's next? Midnight called as Aoyama got off the stage. Umi next. Ashido called as she jumped onto the stage and flipped her board. Alien Queen. Midnight's face scrunched up in disgust. You mean that horror movie creature with acidic blood? No way. Vlad King lowered his head and sighed. You need an actual valid reason to deny it, Midnight. Midnight stuttered to find a reason before giving up. Alien Queen it is. Who's next? Bakugo was next up on the stage. King Explosion Murder. Absolutely not. Vlad and Midnight bluntly chimed. Why the hell not? Katsuki growled. Vlad King gave a grunt before answering, you can't have murder in your name, either pick something else or UA will assign you a replacement name. Death Arms has death in his name. Bakugo said in protest as explosions singed his board. Aizawa rubbed his forehead, cursing not expelling him when he had the chance. Just change it. Fine. Bakugo erased his board and aggressively started writing a new name. Great Explosion Murder God. Dynamite. Yanagi wisely backed up as Midoriya started to scorch the floor. Midnight sighed and just whispered to Vlad. We'll just list him down as Dynamite. Turning back to the students, she continued. Alright, who's next? With the sheet show that was the first three, the class finally had an idea on what was allowed, and quickly went from there. I had this name picked out since I was little. Rainy Season Hero, Froppy. How cute. Approved. Martial Arts Hero, Battle Fist. Approved. Scheming hero, Vantablack. Ooh, mysterious. Approved. Welder. Simple and straight to the point. Approved. Rocketti. Adorable. Approved. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. Paying homage to chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, huh? Such passion turns me on. Approved. Hearing hero, Earphone Jack. Denied. Midnight called as she cracked her whip. Kyoka looked at her confusingly. What's wrong with it? Midnight put her hand on her hip and spoke calmly. We're trying to hide your quirk names, we can't let you use it as your hero name. Kyoka blushed and rubbed the back of her neck. Oh yes, sorry. She hopped off the stage as Kaminari quickly took her place. Denki turned his board over with a giant grin. I had this name picked out after the USJ. I'm the Surge Hero, Chargebolt. Using your mother's epithet, huh? Nomuri questioned. When Kaminari nodded, she continued. How sweet, approved. Now who's a? She jumped away as Midoriya appeared behind her. Izuku snickered as Midnight berated him for scaring her and flipped his board over. Midnight tilted her head to the side as she read the board. Spring Hero, White Fox? I guess the name matches your hero costume, but that's a weird epithet. She watched as Midoriya erased his board and wrote something on it. The board simply read, It's a homage to my sister. That got Nomuri to back off quickly as the name had clear sentimental value. I'm sure she's proud of it, approved. After that, the rest of the list went without any more issues. They were soon dismissed and handed their packets detailing the new security upgrades. School ended shortly after as Izuku walked out the gate staring at her purple butterfly clip. He was gonna win that festival. Shota sat in the teacher's lounge, finally overlooking his student files. His attention turned to the side of him when he saw Hizashi pull up a chair and sit down. Man Sho, you're still overlooking student files? He gave a sigh and just continued reading. I've been busy between getting my elbow treated and other various things. Vlad grunted as he took a sip of his drink. You should have just read the files the first day, like you're paid to do. Shota shot the blood quirk user a glare. I like to know my students first to prevent any bias. He turned back to his screen and started scrolling again. Though it would have been nice to know I have 5 legacy students in my class. Vlad gave a slight chuckle. This year is a handful, my 4 are pretty much running themselves ragged with extra training since they have more time till the sports festival. I caught Tsunotori sleeping standing up at one point during class. Nomuri gave out a bark of laughter as she sat down with her drink. Believe me when I say I know. I had to tell poor Momo to ease up on the training. This year's group is really determined to put on a good show. Vlad set down his drink. Oh, that's right, both your niece and Hifumi's nephew passed the recommendation exam. Nomuri raised an eyebrow at that. I can understand how you forgot Momo is my niece, but Hananuki is in your class. He chuckled and leaned back in his seat. In my defense, he acts nothing like Hifumi. I don't know whether that's an insult or a compliment. Ectoplasm said, walking into the teacher's lounge. Would you care to clarify? Hard pass, that's a trap. Vlad quickly responded, causing Zashi and Nem to snicker. Shota closed his laptop and walked over to the coffee machine. Didn't Higuri adopt a kid? I thought they were meant to be attending classes this year. She is. Higuri walked in looking overly tired. Amazing daughter, wouldn't trade her for the world. Horrible student, I want to retire. Nomuri stood up and patted him on the back. Oh come on, surely little May isn't that bad. She somehow found a way to make water explode. He deadpanned. I'm honestly impressed and terrified that there isn't a thing she can't explode. Hey, I thought she wanted to be a hero. Vlad chimed in. How come she didn't take the entrance exam? Gari took a sip of his drink and sat down. Support was always her primary goal. She plans to dual enroll, and the only way to do that is to transfer into the hero course. Also said transferring through the festival would be a great marketing strategy for advertisements since the last support student to transfer into the hero course was me. Zashi whistled. I don't know whether to be impressed or scared the little listener is planning that far ahead. How's she dealing with the sports festival delay? Higuri chuckled. Her first response was, and I quote, it just means I'll have more babies to advertise and show off with. Before she locked herself in her lab. If I didn't drag her out, she probably would have run herself ragged. So it's not just the hero course legacy students going plus ultra, it's all 10. Nomuri said, taking a sip. Do we actually have 10 legacy students this year? Zashi questioned as he tilted his head to the side. That's way more than what we usually get. Vlad grunted and gave a nod. Yep, 4 in my class, 5 in Aizawa's, and then it's Gari's daughter in his class. Majority of them actually know each other from galas. Hifumi spoke. I know Juzo is part of Hagakure's little gala group. Momo and Tokage as well. Nem chimed. I think Todoroki and Kaminari are also in it, along with little Tenya. Shota sighed. Oh great, that makes my entire 5. He grumbled before he turned to look at the corner to see All Might sitting down staring off in the distance. Yagi! He spoke, trying to get the man's attention. He tried again. Yagi! When that failed, he flashed his quirk. Yagi! Yagi nearly fell out of his seat as he coughed up blood. Sorry about that, young Aizawa, I was a bit lost in thought. Shota turned off erasure and let his hair drop. I could tell, what has the great symbol of peace so hung up? Don't call me that. Yagi said quickly. He blinked and tilted his head in confusion, looking at Zashi and Nem to see if they knew what was going on. Call you what? The symbol of peace. Yagi replied bluntly. I haven't been the symbol of peace for a year now after what I did. He stood up. Now if you excuse me, I'm gonna go do something I should have done a year ago. With that he was out the door. The lounge was silent for a bit till Hizashi spoke. Does anyone know what that was about? Don't look at me, I'm still trying to comprehend All Might himself saying he isn't the symbol of peace. Higiri said. Maybe it has something to do with the date? Nem asked. Vlad grunted and crossed his arms. Today's April 5th, right? The first year stage was meant to be hosted tomorrow before the delay. Maybe he's feeling bad about the USJ? Shota shook his head. No, I don't think so. As much as an oaf Yagi is, he wouldn't let something like that get to him unless it was truly personal. He paused before standing straight up and snapping his head towards Vlad. You said it's April 5th? Vlad nodded. Yeah. What's so special about it? Shota leaned back against the counter and sighed. Tomorrow marks a year since the incident with Midoriya. Yui was worried about Midoriya. Despite barely showing any herself, she was extremely skilled at reading people's emotions, even if they rarely showed any, like Midoriya. All day he had been detached, slightly angry, and overall just looked grief-stricken. The biggest thing that tipped her off was his butterfly hair clip that the class had come to know him for. It wasn't its usual purple. It was white. In the short 3 weeks Yui had properly known Midoriya, she knew he was fiercely protective of that specific hair clip and practically refused to take it off for any reason, even when it came to heroics training. No one dared to touch it. So to see him randomly change hair clips out of nowhere along with his demeanor just being overall desolate? She knew for a fact something was up. Her suspicions only grew when All Might asked to have lunch with Midoriya. Midoriya hated All Might. Everyone in the hero course knew what Midoriya's black flames meant at this point, and knew it was at an all-time high every time Bakugo and All Might even opened their mouths. Now it was clear he hated Bakugo way more than he hated All Might, but they all knew he still held great disdain for the #1 hero. So when Midoriya accepted All Might's offer to eat with him, Yui could do nothing but watch in hidden shock. What was troubling Midoriya? And why did she hate to see him like this? Izuka didn't know what he expected when All Might asked to have lunch. Okay, that's a lie. He half expected the blonde oaf to keep denying responsibility for the part he played in his sister's death. He was not expecting him to revert to his skinny form and bow in a full Dajiza position. Young Midoriya. All Might calmly spoke. 1 year ago my actions caused the death of what would have been the greatest hero Japan ever seen, and no amount of apologizing will ever make that right. Okay, that threw Izuku off any remaining expectations he had for this conversation. The truth is, everything you hate about me couldn't be more than correct. My actions that day don't make me the symbol of peace I proclaimed myself, but a hypocrite given my own quirk didn't appear till I was 15. I don't expect you to ever forgive me, nor should you. On that day you were put through more pain than most people could understand. Losing a family member is a horrible feeling, but losing a twin? Someone who's been by your side through all the years? It's like losing half of yourself. On that day I watched the pain that you went through and once again idly stood by, cowering behind a corner all while you suffered. I've watched as you were broken at the sight that you saw and yet did nothing to help you, even going as far to try to avoid you when you started, all because I didn't want to acknowledge my mistake. I watched as you turned all your pain and let it fueled you into an excellent hero. What happened at the USJ alone shows it. I know I have no right to speak for her, but she would be proud of you. I know I said no amount of apologizing will make things right, but all I can say is that I'm sorry, as I also know nothing I do in this world will ever make up for taking your sister away from you. But that doesn't mean I won't try. I couldn't be there for your sister, but if you ever need my help, he said while puffing back up to his hero form while keeping his Dajiza position. I'll be there. There was a long silence after he finished, until he felt a warm breeze burst through the room. Looking up he saw that young Midoriya had left, leaving the carpet burning with a small pile of flames. White flames. Toshinori gave a soft smile. It was a start. One he wasn't sure if he truly deserved. Izuku sat in her room, praying in front of the shrine. He had laid out all 10 of her butterfly hair clips in front of it. They always were her most treasured items. It's been a whole year with you gone. He spoke. I know you said not to blame All Might or Bakugo, but some days I just find it so damn hard not to blame them for your death. Others I feel like I was to blame for not noticing the signs. He lowered his head and gave a hurt chuckle. Hey, you probably would slap me for even thinking like that. She always was the aggressive one of the two of them. He knew something was up when she started retreating into herself, and yet he still did nothing. I started UA a few weeks ago. I even broke All Might's entrance exam record, though I'm sure you would have too. You always were so selfless, you'd probably beat it with rescue points alone. He started crying as he thought about how she rushed in to save them that day despite everything they did to her. The sports festival is next month. I know you always wanted to win one, and I intend to do so just for you. He wiped his eyes and picked up the purple butterfly clip, putting it back in his hair. He always favored the purple one, it was the last one she wore. He reached behind him and pulled out a notebook, one full of signatures of the entire Utada staff minus All Might, the current Big Three, and his fellow first years besides Bakugo. He figured she would have loved to have the first autograph of upcoming heroes along with an elusive Eraserhead. You always were the biggest hero nerd out of the two of us. Softly said before placing the book in front of the shrine. I'll be a hero for the both of us. He ran his hand over the picture. Just watch me, little sis. He wasn't aware of the two butterflies, one purple and one white, that had made their way into the house. Inko placed flowers in front of the grave. It always pained her to stare at it, knowing nothing was in it. Knowing that she never got to hug her little girl goodbye. Knowing she couldn't give her a proper memorial and had to settle for an empty casket. She dropped to her knees and began to speak. It hasn't been the same ever since you left. Izuku has been more distant than ever. She quietly sobbed. Hisashi has thrown himself into his work even more, but both have slightly gotten better. I honestly can't say the same for me though. She gripped the end of her dress. I should have known, I should have recognized the signs, and yet I was clueless, thinking you were just trying to be independent, thinking you and Bakugo were still friends. She said his name with malice. She had torn a hole through her dress at this point as her nails dug into her skin. How can I possibly call myself a mother when I couldn't see my own daughter in pain? She let go of her grip and wiped her eyes with her sleeves. Though you'd probably say it wasn't my fault, you always were selfless like that and always so forgiving. It took everything in me to not harm the Bakugos when I heard the news. You always were trying to save everyone. She ran her hand over the headstone. My little hero. She never noticed the two butterflies, one red and one white, that landed by. He stared at the picture of his daughter blankly. He was in pure misery. The last time he saw Izuku and her face to face that wasn't a video call was when they were 7, right when he was leaving. And now today was a constant reminder he would never see his little girl ever again. He had missed seeing her grow up, and now he had missed any chance of seeing her at all. He'd never get to jokingly threaten her first boyfriend or girlfriend only to show embarrassing pictures of her to them later. He'd never get the chance to walk her down the aisle. He never got the chance to tell her face to face how proud of her he was. She was gone. He held the picture tighter as he let out an anguished scream and started sobbing, white flames spewing out and scorching the floor. How could he even call himself a father? His daughter had been suffering for years and he wasn't there for her. He couldn't even call himself a terrible parent, he was barely there to count as one. So there sat Hisashi Midoriya, as he violently cried. I miss you so much. He clutched the picture harder. My little butterfly. He never spotted the two butterflies, one gray and one white, that landed at the windowsill. On the shrine, headstone, and picture, the name Izuki Midoriya struck the family hard and hurt more than any wound possibly could, but a white butterfly would always be there to remind them that they would get through it. After all, she had been the one to tell them a white butterfly was a simple message of comfort. Deep in the undergrounds of Kamino, a dark figure ran their scarred hand over an All Might poster that simply said, I am here. It sickened them. He was there all right, and it inspired nothing, it did nothing. A death still happened, a death he caused, a death that he was responsible for. A death that was all his fault. Their hands started to heat up as they produced boiling water, reducing the poster to nothing. They stared at the floor, lightning twitching off their hands. They couldn't wait to see All Might boiling alive at their feet, or Bakugo slowly twitching as the lightning ran its course. They would have their sweet revenge, and then they could reunite with them. The figure planned, all while a black butterfly landed on their shoulder. Boom. May felt herself fly backwards as she hit the garage door. May! Her dad called as he ran into the room. I'm okay. She gave a bright smile as she stood up and brushed herself off. Higuri sighed and put his hands on his daughter's shoulder. Sweetie, I know you believe failure is the mother of all inventions, but you really need to dial back on the explosions. You could have seriously hurt yourself. But I didn't. May beamed as she moved back towards her workbenches. With the sports festival around the corner, I need to make sure my babies are in perfect condition. I have no time to worry about injuries. He walked over to her bench and stood by her. Oh, and how do you plan to participate in the festival if you injure yourself before it even begins? You can't show off your babies if you're too hurt to even use them. That got May to pause. I hadn't thought about that. She gave a small sigh and looked at her dad. I guess I can cut back on the explosions just a little bit. He chuckled and ruffled her hair. As long as you're safe. Don't push yourself too hard, you have plenty of time till the festival. I guess you're right. Mei gave a small smile. Thanks for looking out for me, Dad. He chuckled again. Anytime, kiddo. Kaizom slammed the door as he entered his rundown apartment, giving a frustrated scream as he threw his gear against the wall. He fed up. He was hunting down fakes in Fukuoka and had made a critical mistake. One of the FANG fakes saw and escaped his quirk. He should have investigated more, and now all his goals were at risk thanks to not checking to see if the DMN fake was type O. From what the news reported, the fake hero had apparently fallen into a coma shortly after and has yet to awaken, so his quirk was still unknown. All he had to do was break into the hospital and finish the job. But with the city on high alert, it would be difficult. He had to wait for security to cut back a bit before he could act. He would have to delay his hunt in Hosu for a bit. Tenya bit down on the rag as he pulled out his mufflers. He had been too slow during the USJ. If he had just been faster, Midoriya and Shiozaki wouldn't have been as badly injured. In heroics, time was essential. He should have been faster. He needs to be faster. With the sports festival delay, he focused all his time on evolving his engines. He finished pulling out the final muffler on his left leg with a hiss of pain before relaxing in his seat. I see you finished one leg already. He turned around to see Tensei offering him a cup of soda. Tenya raised an eyebrow at him and spoke. Brother, you do remember carbonated drinks stall my engines, right? And that's why I picked it. Out. His brother said while setting down the drink next to him. I figured you didn't want your engines accidentally setting off again while you tried to pull the mufflers out. Oh, I guess that does make sense. When he had removed the first muffler, the pain caused his quirk to activate, sending him flying off the bench. Tensei had spent 10 minutes laughing at it and then another laughing at the video their dad recorded. You know, I'm really proud of you, Tenya. His brother spoke. My mufflers didn't get to the point they needed to be pulled out till I was 17. Tensei smiled and ruffled his younger brother's hair. You're really excited about this year's sports festival, huh? Tenya shook his head. It's not just about the sports festival. Back during the USJ, my classmates were fighting for their lives. Some were even severely injured. If I had just been faster, I dash. Tensei cut him off. If you had just been faster, you could have prevented it, right? Tenya looked shocked for a bit before nodding. I understand how you feel. The feeling of no matter how fast you are, you know you still can't save everyone. Tenya sighed. His brother had read him like an open book. How do you handle it? Tensei turned towards him and just smiled. By saving the ones you can, 'cause in the end that's all you can do. Shoto. Endeavor's voice roared through the house. Don't walk away from me. How long do you plan to keep up this childish rebellion? The sports festival is right around the corner. You can't deny my fire forever. All I need is my mother's ice. I don't need anything of yours to win the festival. Shoto called back as he slammed the door to his room. His father has grown more persistent in attempting to train his left side, especially with the events of the USJ. He didn't know the full details, but after the events, the footage of the USJ was given to the top 10 and any heroes currently related to AU students so they could review it in case they came across the leak. Unfortunately, his father fell into both those categories and saw everything in the USJ, including Midoriya's quirk. Now, while his father didn't know it was Midoriya specifically due to the teachers editing out any time his name was said, his father was still enraged at the fact someone also had a fire and ice quirk, and as much as Shoto hated to admit, he agreed with Endeavor. He assumed Midoriya lacked the raw power his own quirk had given what he saw during the battle trials, so he originally wasn't worried about it. But then the USJ happened and Midoriya showed his quirk did indeed have the same raw power he did, if not more. The aftermath of the plaza alone was proof enough, but watching the footage of Midoriya's fight really put it in perspective. Midoriya not only matched him in raw power, but he also had better control than him. Not to mention that weird disappearing thing he did, or the fact his quirk wasn't restrictive to a side like his was. Beating Midoriya was going to be harder than he expected, but it would all be the same. He'll prove he doesn't need his father's fire. He was going to beat Midoriya. Minoru let the weights drop to the grassy ground with a heavy breath. He had taken advantage of the sports festival delay to the full extent to prepare for the hero course. He had taken training both physically and quirk-wise more seriously this time around, and it really showed. Despite the short amount of time his hair had grown out, the 3-ball from his quirk now formed a ponytail while the rest of his hair was shockingly normal. He had also shot up like a weed, now standing at 5 foot. Part of it was mostly due to a vestigial mutation from his dad that he originally had no clue about. Pop-Off was a mutant quirk, so it was pretty obvious what it did from birth despite them having no idea how his parents' quirks mixed like that. And given how simple it was, he never needed quirk counseling. That was the first mistake he made. His father's quirk was called Grape-like. It was pretty much as the name said, it made his skin purple and allowed him to live off sunlight and water alone if he wanted to. If he had gone to the quirk counselor, he would have realized Pop-Off wasn't just reliant on how healthy his body was but also reliant on how much sun he got. Now Mineta wasn't the type of person to just go outside to be outside, he preferred being inside and relaxing rather than doing physical activities. Mistake number 2. In hindsight, he really should have picked up exercising earlier given he knew his quirk relied on how healthy he was. When he was outside, it's not like he would have realized he was absorbing sunlight. He only found out after his parents took him to the hospital because someone with clear dwarfism shooting up 1.5 feet in a single month wasn't normal. That's when they discovered the vestigial mutation and an aspect of his quirk that should have been obvious. Upon actually testing what his quirk can and can't do rather than just assuming, he found out he could slightly curve the ball he made to change directions. In hindsight, it made sense. His mother's quirk, needle hair, let her pull off strands of her hair and harden it to be sharp like a sinbon. While she couldn't control them like how Hawks controlled his feather, she could still curve them with frightening accuracy. He remembered one time when he was younger, an HPSC agent was practically begging his mom to go into heroics for some odd reason. They probably would have continued, but some random hero had apparently shot the president a week later, so they never came by again. Pop-Off could do something similar. It was to a smaller extent than his mother's curving, but through training it was slowly improving. In a few weeks the sports festival would finally start. He's been given an early shot to win a transfer and he wasn't gonna let it go to waste. Nothing was gonna stop him this time around. Katsuki shattered another tree for the umpteenth time. The sports festival was a few days away and he would finally get to settle the score with Deku. Being coward must have enjoyed hiding the true nature of his quirk from him all these years, laughing behind his back with that stupid defect of a sister. That demon defect learned her place already, so he would show that he was just as useless as his annoying but sister and that his place was the exact same as hers. All he had to do was win the festival and he would prove he would be number 1, not some DMN coward who hid his quirk. He was gonna kill that DMN Deku. And he was gonna enjoy every second. Izuku came to a stop as he threw up into the sand of Takoba Beach. The sport festival was this week, so Izuku had cut back on his more strenuous training so he wouldn't wear himself out before the festival. Currently he was trying to decrease the strain Prowl put on his body while also trying to increase how long he could use it. While it didn't appear so, Prowl was still an unfinished technique. As of now it was great for covering short distances and he could use it in rapid succession to cover long distances, so by all means it was useful and perfect in heroics. But Prowl was made with the intention of mimicking speed quirks and was meant to be consecutive in long distance. He couldn't afford to use Prowl once, come to stop and start again even if it barely took up time. In heroics every second counted. He was about to start again when a familiar voice caught his attention. "Deku? Is that you?" Izuku turned to see it was the 3 kids that were always hanging around Bakugo back during junior high walking up to him. "Oh great. Hey look, Deku is wearing a UA uniform." The one with the finger quirk said. Izuku mentally berated himself for not remembering these 3 names and only the stupid nicknames Bakugo gave them. The kid with the long neck quirk spoke next. "It sure is. How the hell did you get into you today with such a cowardly quirk?" "Cowardly quirk? What did he mean by that?" Izuku nearly forgot that out of everyone in Aldra, only Izuki knew what his quirk actually was. Now while Izuku didn't care about quirk laws, the most he did with his quirk was use Prowl to save time walking, but it wasn't like he just went around creating glaciers and setting things on fire randomly. It never occurred to him that to everyone else in Aldra it looked like he had some sort of vanishing quirk. He probably told some sob story about his defective sister to get in. That snapped Izuku out of his thoughts quickly. "Oh yeah, defect Izuki, I nearly forgot about her. I guess that's just how much of a waste of space she was. Hey Deku, you should just join her and take SW-. Whatever he was gonna say next was swiftly cut off as Izuku froze over the beach, trapping all 3 of them in a solid block of black ice. Izuku never moved an inch. He just let the temperature rise and the air expand as all 3 of Bakugo's goons went rolling far away against the sand. Izuku knew he probably shouldn't have done that, but those 3 were a constant reminder of the terrible things Aldra did after Izuki died, how some practically celebrated her death or how others handed out fake condolences as if they weren't part of the problem. How he had missed all of the signs before then sickened him. You know that's technically illegal quirk usage. Izuku turned towards the stairs to see a man in a trench coat, covering every inch of his face. If it wasn't for the voice he wouldn't have even recognized him. Mr. Nishiya jumped off the stairs and walked up to him. You know that move is actually impressive when it's not being used against you. Got a name for it? Izuku said with a nod. He decided on the name True Spring for it, while Spring Fountain was a result of Izuki's idea of creating explosions. True Spring was the original way she suggested he do it, by freezing over the entire area before heating up the air. In hindsight he really should have noticed most of her ultimate move suggestions were extremely brutal. That's nice, Shinji said while nodding. You've done wonders with the beach. Last time I came by it was still a mess. How long did it take you? What do you want, Kamui? Izuku spoke calmly. After the incident, Kamui Woods had been the one to seek him out afterwards and was actually the first to apologize for Izuku's death, followed by Mount Lady, even though Izuku never blamed either of them. "Oh, so hero names it is," Kamui said smugly. "Well, White Fox, I came by to see how you were doing." He paused before caution ally continuing. "I know the anniversary of her death was earlier this month, so I wanted to make sure you were okay." Izuku promptly ignored that question and gave one of his own. "How do you know my hero name?" The smugness in Kamui's voice returned as he replied. "You had a Twilight group chat. It's actually the other reason I wanted to talk to you. Per chat tradition, I need your number to add you since I was the one that gave you the code." They had a group chat for that? He guessed it made sense given how few of them actually graduated from the course. Hell, Kamui was the actual last one to graduate from it. Most always believe it was Present Mike along with Snipe, Vlad King and 13 that were last enrolled in the Twilight course. In reality, Kamui had gone plus ultra. He didn't participate in any of the 3 sports festivals and delayed his debut a year after his graduation to make it look like he was a new hero who popped out of nowhere. Most people didn't even know he was a UDA alumni, and that included some of the UDA staff itself. Izuku took out his phone and handed it over to the hero. Kamui quickly added his number to the chat and returned the phone. "Oh, and don't think I didn't realize you trying to change the subject." Izuku started to walk away as Kamui's phone buzzed. "White Fox, it's getting late, I'm heading home." Shinji sighed and shook his head. "You're gonna have to talk about it to someone eventually, kid. Good luck at the festival." And with that, the kid vanished into thin air. He sighed again and started to walk away from the beach. That kid still had those same broken eyes that he had after the incident. That being said, tomorrow the sports festival is being hosted, so today's the last day to do any last-minute preparations. Vlad King spoke. "I recommend keeping any training you plan on doing light, so you don't burn yourself out." Dismissed. As soon as Vlad King left, the class instantly started talking. "Alright then, now to the topic we've been waiting for," Kaibara said as he got out of his seat. "Who's getting in on the betting pool?" "Kaibara." Kendo hissed. Kaibara pulled out note cards from his desk and started to pass them out. "Oh come on class prez, it's just a little fun." Kendo sighed and rubbed her eyes. "Be that as it may, gambling still isn't allowed during school. Help me out here, Midoriya." She turned to the green-haired boy only to see him writing on one of the note cards as well, before burning it and standing straight up while whistling. She glared at her vice rep and snatched the note cards from Kaibara. "There will be no gambling. Heads up, Midoriya." The group turned to look at Awaze, who was looking out the window on the classroom door. "There's a large crowd forming outside the door." Izuku nodded and put his hood on. Between All Might working here and the USJ incident, the press has been stalking around the entrance trying to interview students. While it wasn't a major issue like it was during the break-in, it's still an annoyance. Word also got out that one of the first years had fought the main villains and even teamed up with All Might, so with the first year stage so close, the main focus was on them. So while the press didn't know it was him who teamed up with All Might, that didn't stop them from trying to interview every single UA student that went out the gate, hence where the hood came to play. After the events of the USJ, Principal Nedzu figured something like this would happen and gifted Izuku a modified student uniform. It wasn't too different from the regular one, it simply had the added addition of a hood he could use to hide his hair since it's his most identifying feature. Kaibara walked up the door and looked out the window as well before giving off a long whistle. "That's a lot of students. It does beg the question of what brings so many lost souls to our classroom." Shizaki asked. Kamakiri huffed and walked over to the door. "Isn't it obvious? They want to see the class who survived the villain attack. I'll bet they're also swarming one as door right next to us as well." "Sir Kamakiri is correct." Shishida chimed in. "Ever since the USJ, the press has put all of the attention onto us and our sister class, so much that it's even overshadowed regular hero news. The other courses see us as the primary competition." He then turned to Midoriya and pointed at him. "Doesn't help that the rumors of the hero of the USJ have been narrowed down to our class." Izuku mentally groaned at the nickname the press gave him as Komori chimed in. "I hate how they're practically milking the attack for entertainment." She then cautiously looked at Shiozaki and Midoriya before continuing. "Some of us were severely injured. Those villains were trying to kill us and the media is acting like it's something to be proud of." "Yeah." Tetsu chimed. Kawaro groaned. "It's been infuriating dealing with the other courses. Don't even get me started on Bakugo and Monoma. Ever since Vlad-sensei said our class took out more villains, those two have been insufferable." "Yeah, but Bakugo was always insufferable," Tsuburaba said. "Monoma only started because of the USJ. Somehow he took Midoriya saving Aizawa, protecting Kodai and Azui, and then practically having to fight for his life, as all of us being stuck-ups who enjoy the spotlight. Then there's also him taking every opportunity to give a rousing speech about how superior 1A is compared to us." Fukudashi mocked. "I don't know what changed after the USJ. He was actually a pretty decent guy during the battle trials." "Alright, we shouldn't talk bad about our fellow hero students. Kendo interrupted. No matter how eccentric they may be. But complaining about Bakugo is still fair game, right? Owaze asked. No comment. Kendo swiftly said, earning a few chuckles. Either way, unless we jump out the window and take the long way to the entrance, we still have to deal with the crowd. Hananuki spoke. No one's jumping out the window this time. Kendo said as she pointed out Kamakiri, who looked offended at the statement. These are our fellow students, not a zombie apocalypse. We can just ask them to stop blocking the door. One kid just threw a tomato at the door. Owaze butted in. Out the window, everyone. Kendo said as she walked away from the door, causing the class to snicker. Midoriya removed his hood and followed the rest of his class to the window. Part of him wondered what the crowd was going to say in the first place. Shoto waited patiently outside of Class 1B's door. It's been a few hours and the rest of the crowd had long left, only leaving him and a purple-haired boy from Gen Ed. Suddenly Present Mike came whistling down the hall only to stop and look at the two of them. Todoroki? Shinso? School's over, what are you two still doing here? I'm waiting for me White Fox to come out. He said, hoping the now identified Shinso didn't notice the slip-up. I'm mostly here to give 1B a message. The purple-haired boy lazily said. Hate to break it to you listeners, but 1B left a while ago. You're the only students left on campus. Mike-sensei explained. Both boys paused. Oh, Shoto said. He was originally here to declare war on Midoriya since he wouldn't be able to do it tomorrow as both classes had different prep rooms. Bakugo also left long ago, so who was he meant to declare war on now? DMN it. Alright Class B, we're heading out in 5 minutes. Kendo's voice called through their waiting room. Alright. Tetsu said as he slammed his steel fist together. Let's kick some butt? You mean get our butt kicked by Midoriya? Suburaba chimed. He isn't gonna kick my butt? Kamakiri huffed. I plan on winning this whole thing, Fox boy, so you better get ready to get pummeled. Kamakiri's phone buzzed shortly after. Reading the text, he quickly lunged at Midoriya, who disappeared. You son of a beach! He screamed, though it was clear there was no malice in it. Whoa, what did he say? Owaze said as he moved to block Kamakiri's path. Kamakiri spoke aggressively, though it was clear he was trying not to laugh. That fucker asked me if I save 15% or more on car insurance. There was a slight pause before Fukudashi snorted. And then all hell broke loose. No matter how many texts Izuku sent saying that's not what he typed, his classmates swiftly ignored it and if asked would say otherwise. The laughter continued until the intercom buzzed. Next up it's their sister class, but they're second to none. They're the ones who took down the most villains in the USJ. Kendo got her laughter under control and slipped on her mask and hood. Alright everyone, hoods on. The rest of the class quickly put their hoods on, while Tokage, Yanagi, Kamakiri, Rin and Midoriya adjusted their masks and moved to the door. Give a rousing welcome to Class 1B. Let's show them what we got, Class B. Let's win this. Right? The festival hadn't even started and Izuku already wanted to kill Bakugo. Okay, he technically wanted to kill him all the time, but that was besides the point. The issue stemmed from the athlete's oath. Due to Izuku placing first, he would have been the one to give the speech had he not declined. So when asked who he wanted to give the speech to, he just said give it to the person in second and called it the day. Izuku didn't know who placed second. His entire acceptance letter was just his results and score. There was no mention of any sort of leaderboard besides All Might saying he placed first. He wasn't expecting it to be the one FING person he would have never given it to. Now that alone upset Izuku. It's the actual speech that made Izuku nearly forget he was training to be a hero. Bakugo had said, I'm gonna win, you damn defects. While emphasizing the word defects and staring right at Izuku. That fucker had used the one term he knew would get a rise out of Izuku, and he did so publicly just so he wouldn't get hit for it instantly. If Kodai hadn't asked if he was okay because he looked like he was gonna combust, Izuku probably would have done it. Live TV beat med. Midnight cracked her whip and drew their attention. With that rousing declaration, it's time for us to get started. The screen behind flashed orange, simply displaying the words, First Event, as she continued. This is where you'll start feeling the pain. For the first fateful game of the festival we have. The words on the screen spun like a roulette before finally coming to a stop. Obstacle course. The rules are simple. Midnight called, bringing the attention back to her. All 4 courses will run a 4-kilometer dash outside the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game, so the only rule is to stay on the course, but other than that, you're free to do anything your heart desires. Now then, take your places. Izuki. The festival's starting. Inko called. Coming, Mom. A 9-year-old Izuki called back. She made her way back in the house to see everything was ready. Her dad was already there on the video call and her brother had brought one of her notebooks out for her. Watching the sports festival was always a family tradition for them. She always dreamed of being on the stage, fighting for number 1 just like the Udare alumni. She couldn't wait for the day she could stand on that stage and just say, "I did it." Izuku lined up at the start and waited for the signal. He already knew despite how it appeared Yuta never picked these stages at random. He had watched enough festivals with Izuki to know the obstacle course was always a fan favorite among the crowd. While they didn't always use it, when they did they always switched up the obstacles except the very first one. The hall. The first green light went off. All he needed to do was make it out the hall as soon as possible. The second green light went off. His quirk roared under his skin as he prepared. The third light went off and the hall soon flooded with Midnight's voice. "Begin." The doorway instantly exploded into glacier ice as Todoroki made his way out. "Apologies, but I don't have the time to waste on such a petty start," Shoto said as he continued running forward. From Class 1A, Snow Torch freezes the entire competition, swiftly putting him in second place. Present Mix's voice called. Shoto nearly paused. "Second? I could have sworn there was no one in front of me." Looking forward, he could see someone running in front of him all right, he just couldn't tell who. "It doesn't matter, they won't be able to dodge an attack from behind." He quickly slammed his foot onto the ground and let the ice trail towards his target, only to falter when he saw that the person disappeared out of the trap without even looking. Oh no, that was Midoriya. And in first place we have Class 1B's White Fox taking a major lead, but can he keep it, ladies and gentlemen? He instantly started to make an ice slide and picked up his pace. In terms of speed, Midoriya was only second to Ida, but where Ida lacked in mobility and adaptability that came with certain terrains, Midoriya closed that gap with his agility and reflexes. It was that DMN insufferable disappearing trick that made him the biggest obstacle to Shoto in this race. He wouldn't even be able to slow him down. He didn't know how, but Midoriya was always aware of every attack and person around him. Once in training he caught Hagakure with minimal effort. It was infuriating. "Move it half and half." Shoto turned to see Bakugo had caught up to him. Upon a further look behind him he saw a bunch of Hero Corps students had easily avoided his trap. This was an issue. It's not an obstacle course without any obstacles. Let's see how our first years deal with the robot Inferno. Izuku watched as the giant zero-pointed reached out to him and prepared himself. Prowl. Everything slowed for him as Izuku started heating his body up. Taking a deep breath, he let his presence vanish and got to work. Flipping onto the robot's arm, he quickly ran up it where its head was and slammed both hands onto it. He watched as the head crumbled underneath his quirk and quickly jumped to the next one, brushing his ignited hand against it as the head melted to nothing but a puddle. The onslaught continued as he finally made it out of the Inferno, rolling to the ground and continuing on as he let Prowl die down. He smiled under his mask as he finally heard the first one he destroyed fall over and as the rest followed soon. And in the shocking display of speed and power, White Fox clears the Inferno in the matter of seconds. How will his classmates fare against them? "Get back here, you and Deku!" Bakugo screamed as he bursted off. Shoto scowled as he froze over the remaining robots Midoriya ignored. It was bad enough he couldn't shake off Bakugo, but now Midoriya had a major lead compared to the rest of them. What's this? It seemed dynamite has flown over the Inferno while Snow Torch froze the remains of White Fox's massacre. "Heh, that idiot practically cleared the path for us." He heard one of the Gen Ed kids call from behind. "Careful." Shoto calmly spoke as he picked up his ice slide. "I froze them while they were uneven. On purpose." Shoto watched as the group of Gen Ed kids were pulled out of the way as vines wrapped around the falling robots to stop their descent. Looks like Snow Torch's cold-hearted trap was thought out by 1B's Maria, who's closing in on him. He clicked his teeth. While he was glad none of the robots fell on anyone directly, those fallen robots were meant to block the path so he could focus on catching up with Midoriya without having to worry about everyone behind him. This would be more difficult than he expected. Hizashi clicked off his microphone and gave a long whistle. "I knew Midoriya was fast from the USJ, but I didn't think he was that fast." Aizawa gave a long and heavy sigh. "Why did I let you talk me into this?" Zashi slung his arm around him. "Oh, come on, show. Where's your enthusiasm? Your presentation? That hosting spark?" 6 feet under, he grumbled. Mike chuckled as he clicked on his microphone. "And the students have cleared the fall. Next up is a fan favorite, the maze. Take it away, Eraserhead." He clicked the mic back off and gave a smug grin to his fellow co-host. "I should have stomped on your vocal cords during our festival," Shoyuta said with a harsh glare. "You wound me." Izuku navigated himself halfway through the maze pretty quickly. It was smooth sailing until he saw Todoroki go sailing over the entire thing, followed by Bakugo. And there goes Snow Torch and Dynamite jumping over the maze to take first and second. Is that even legal? Midnight did say anything goes as long as you stay on the course. A voice he recognized as Aizawa called. Izuku mentally swore to himself as he jumped on top of the maze and slammed his hands down. Whoa there! Looks like White Fox made a giant glacier over the maze. What could he be doing? He's blocking the top to make sure those behind him are forced to navigate the maze, not a bad idea. Izuku lit his hand on fire and blew up the corner of his glacier. Shoto and Bakugo shortly paused their shoving match as they looked up to see Midoriya fly right over them. And White Fox with an explosive play passes Snow Torch and Dynamite again. He's heading right for the next obstacle, the spinning platforms. Izuku positioned himself as he dived forward towards the edge of the rotating platform. Grabbing the edge, he ignited his free hand and legs to propel the platform to spin faster. Holy shit, he's spinning the platform even faster. What is the hero course teaching these kids? Language, there's kids watching. And we didn't teach him that, he came like this. There you have it folks, Eraserhead is a horrible teacher. What? Izuku kept up the process until he felt Bakugo and Todoroki get close enough. And then he let go. Letting his ice flare, he quickly froze all the platforms and let the enhanced rotation send him flying through the air again. And with another display of power, White Fox launched himself through the air again. What could he be planning? If you paid attention, he also froze over the other platforms. Between the rotation and ice, he basically sabotaged the other competitors, making it impossible to get by. Like that will stop me. Katsuki screamed. He didn't bother with the platforms and continued propelling himself over them. Shoto gave a growl as he made an ice bridge over the platforms. When Present Mike had announced rotating platforms, he had planned to do the same thing as Midoriya. Now he was forced to make a bridge to even get by, one the other competitors could use. Recipro burst. Shoto's eyes widened as he saw Ida pass by him on the bridge. He had been so focused on Midoriya, he had completely forgotten that from this point on everything was flat ground. Ida's domain. He remade his ice slide and picked up his pace. Suddenly he saw the ground in front of him liquefy as Hananuki popped out. Sorry about this, Snow Torch, but you aren't the only legacy kid looking to make a splash. His ice slide broke as he went tumbling over non-solid ground. His fury only grew when he saw vines shoot by him as Shiozaki's sling shot past him. In a surprise twist, Recipro, Maria and Mudman all passed Snow Torch, stealing third, fourth and fifth. Shoto scowled and slammed his foot onto the ground. Whoa there! In a glacier bigger than White Fox's, Snow Torch launches himself over the competition. All 6 competitors are approaching the final obstacle, the minefield. Izuku landed in front of the minefield and instantly copied Todoroki's ice slide, using his free hand to make a stream of fire behind him to propel him faster. Now while he was leaving an ice trail that would let others walk through the field with no issues, he didn't have time to worry about that. Between Hananuki, Shiozaki and unfortunately Bakugo, Izuku didn't have time to focus on sensing mines and playing hopscotch through them, no matter how fast Prowl was, when those 3 could just avoid them altogether without a second thought. After hearing a few mines go off, he looked behind to see Ida sprinting across the field, each mine he stepped on not being fast enough to actually catch him. Oh, that was bad. The ground beside him liquefied as he saw Hananuki power swim through it. A few seconds later, Bakugo had caught up along with Shiozaki. This was really bad. Suddenly Todoroki crashed on the side of them and started ice sliding as well, Ida also now joining the group. Well, would you look at that, folks. All 6 are neck and neck with the finish line right ahead. The crowd leaned out of their seats as the 6 approached the finish line. And then it happened. Mudman placed his hand on the ground trying to sink the others. Dynamite launched a massive explosion. Maria shot her vines forward. Snow Torch launched himself forwards with another glacier. Recipro's engines roared through the entire stadium. And White Fox was nowhere to be seen. We have a winner. And with that, our 42nd and final competitor reaches the finish line. The obstacle course is over. Izuku watched as Aoyama sluggishly dragged himself into the arena. Midnight cracked her whip and drew everyone's attention. Now I'm sure all of you are wondering who our top 4 are, and it will be revealed. She drew out her sentence as the crowd and students leaned into her words. At the start of the next event, the entire stadium erupted in screams of frustration. God damn it, I just reveal it already. Bakugo screamed as explosions popped in his hands. Izuku gave a tired sigh as Midnight continued talking. When the top 6 had passed the line, only 2 positions were clear. Ida had fallen in Hananuki's mud trap and had won 6th place, while Hananuki just barely came behind everyone else to claim 5th. That left himself, Shiozaki, Todoroki and Bakugo as the top 4. The issue? UA was drawing out the results, so no one knew who actually came in first. Midnight lashed her whip towards the screen. 42 of you qualified, so for our next roaring events we have. This time the cycle went by faster this time as the event was revealed. Cavalry battle. A cavalry battle. Those of you at the top will suffer the most. Midnight announced as the screen changed to display the rules. These are the rules you will abide by or be punished thoroughly, she said while licking her lips. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point values have been assigned to you based on your placement in the race. Your group value will be displayed by a headband. She gave a sadistic smile as she turned to look at the top 4. As for the points themselves, starting from can't stop twinkling in last place, each placement is worth 5 more than the last. But here's the kicker. She pointed her whip at the 4 and spoke. First place is worth 10 million. The 4 quickly ceased any movement they were making as the crowd turned on them. Suddenly the need to place first wasn't so important. Maria! The girl in question flinched as Midnight called on her. You placed 4th. You're safe from the 10 million. Shiozaki gave a sigh of relief as Midnight pointed to the top 3. You 3, however, feast your eyes upon the leaderboard. White Fox. Points, 10 million. Forward. Points, 205. Dynamite. Points, 200. Ria. Points, 195. Points, 190. Recipro. Points, 185. Tsukuyami. Points, 180. Cellophane. Points, 175. Red Riot. Points, 170. Drill Steel. Points, 165. Vintage. Points, 160. Tailment. Points, 155. Boulder. Points, 150. Froppy. Points, 145. Tentacle. Points, 140. Sugarman. Points, 135. Uravity. Points, 130. Creati. Points, 125. Alien Queen. Points, 120. Anima. Points, 115. Rieko. Points, 110. Spiral. Points, 105. Points, 100. Chargebolt. Points, 95. Plasma. Points, 90. Emily. Points, 85. Lizardy. Points, 80. Battlefist. Points, 75. Gavaudin. Points, 70. Vantablack. Points, 65. Points, 60. Longwazy. Points, 55. Kitty. Points, 50. Shemage. Points, 45. Jack Mantis. Points, 40. Phantom Thief. Points, 35. Points, 30. Prism. Points, 25. Points, 20. Comic Man. Points, 15. Points, 10. Can't stop twinkling. Izuku froze as he saw the list. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Our first place winner is none other than your hero of the USJ, White Fox. Izuku mentally groaned. Now he was gonna have to deal with the fallout of that reveal. DMNIT. Bakugo screamed. Effing Deku. What did you want a major target on your back? Todoroki stared at him confusingly. I could care less about some stupid butt points. He replied. Midnight cracked her whip and put a cease to the conversation. Enough. With that reveal out of the way, we can get back to the rules. The screen flashed to show All Might wearing a headband. Headbands are to be worn on your foreheads. The goal is to swipe as many as you can to raise your team's score before time runs out. Any stolen headbands are to be worn around your neck to make it more difficult to manage as you steal more and more. If your headband gets stolen or if your team falls down, you can get back up and keep playing until time's up. However, if the rider touches the ground, you're out. Midnight looked at the students and gave a wide grin. Now would be the time. I would say trying to knock over a team on purpose is a big no-no. But where's the fun in that? She said, cracking her whip. Use your quirks to your heart's desire. You have 15 minutes to make your teams. Izuku watched as the teams were formed. So far his only members were Kodai and Tokage, who were the only ones who weren't in on the rest of 1BS plan. His classmates had wisely decided that Izuku could not make it to the final round. Everyone knew the final rounds were always one-on-one fights, and of course letting the most dangerous person into them would be nothing but disastrous for their chances at victory. Izuku honestly couldn't be mad at that. He actually welcomed the challenge. But that still brought the issue of only having 3 members in their group, and while Kodai's and Tokage's quirks were perfect for this, he still would prefer a whole team just to be on the safe side. Hey, you still need one more, right? Izuku turned around and was greeted with the sight of a purple-haired Gen Ed student. On closer inspection of his hair, he realized this was the short boy he saved back during the entrance exam. What the heck type of training did he go through to be almost near Izuki's height in under a month? He looked at the leaderboard and saw the boy came in 11th and was simply listed as Vintage. Given his name was hidden, it means he was gunning for the hero course and had been allowed to hide his name. So I guess that makes our 4th hug green bean? Upon seeing Midoriya nod, Tokage gave a wide grin. Well then, have any input for a plan, Vintage? We haven't really decided on positions yet other than White Fox here being the horse. Minoru smiled. I have one, but it will require us to technically use a loophole. He watched as the 3 of them looked at him confusingly and continued. All Midnight said was that the rider can't touch the ground. She never said we had to stay in formation. 15 minutes are up and the teams have been made. Let's look at that leaderboard. Team Vintage. Vintage, White Fox, Rule, Lizardy. Point value, 10,300,000. Team Real Steel. Real Steel, Maria, Welder, Mun. Point value, 700. Team Dynamite. Dynamite, Red Riot, Alien Queen, Cellophane. Point value, 665. Team Snowtorch. Snowtorch, Creati, Recipro, Chargebolt. Point value, 610. Team Froppy. Froppy, Tentacle, Uravity, Tsukimi. Point value, 595. Team Airlock. Airlock, Spiral, Vantablack, Sugarman. Point value, 405. Team Prism. Prism, Re-Echo, Anima, Phantom Thief. Point value, 285. Team Battlefist. Battlefist, Emily, Shemage Raketti. Point value, 255. Team Nighthide. Nighthide, Tailman, Mindsmith. Point value, 215. Team Longwazy. Longwazy, Gavaudin, Jack Mantis. Point value, 165. Team Can't Stop Twinkling. Can't Stop Twinkling, Plamo Comic Man. Point value, 110. Team Vintage stood in the center of the arena, all eyes on them. Everyone ready? Tokage asked. Ready? Izuku stared at Bakugo's team. He would sadly have to ignore them this round. He couldn't afford getting his teammates disqualified if he did something too excessive to the bomber. Let the cavalry battle begin. Izuku quickly dropped both hands to the floor and froze over the entire arena ground in thick ice. Hidden Fox. He mentally screamed as his hands ignited, the arena flooding with a thick layer of steam. I can't see. He's playing to his style. Watch your headbands. DMNIT Deku. Starting right off the bat, Team Vintage blinds the entire competition. Let's see what they're planning. Hiryu kept turning his head to see through the steam. His effort stopped when he saw Midoriya blur right past him, headband in tow. White Fox just stole our headband, he's over here. What he got in response wasn't what he's expecting. Rule just stole ours. He heard Tsuburaba call from the other side of the arena. Wait, what? Vintage and Lizardy just took ours. Kendo yelled. This didn't make sense. Hiryu knew he was nowhere near Tsuburaba or Kendo, and while Midoriya was fast on his own, he wouldn't have been able to carry his entire team with him that quickly. Stop hiding like your demon sister, you fucking Deku. And with that, a large explosion roared through the arena as the steam vanished. Looking around for Midoriya's team, he finally saw it. Midoriya was standing on one side of the arena, while Kodai was on the other. Looking up, he finally sees Tokage carrying their fourth member while floating above them. What a twist. It seems like Team Vintage split up. Is that even allowed? Midnight hummed to herself before speaking into the mic. There's technically no rule against it, so I'll allow it. However, if anyone tries to bend the rules again, it's instant disqualification. As for you four, she said, pointing to the members of Team Vintage. If you're not near each other by the end of the 15 minutes, you're out. Setsuna gave a wide grin as she floated above the crowd. Looks like the plan is approved. Mineta gave a sigh of relief. Thank God, I honestly didn't know if they would allow the lookout. Setsuna quickly floated to the right as she avoided a forest of vines lashing at her. She moved once again when Team Snowtorch launched a flash grenade at her, followed by a glacier. Hang in there, great boy, this is gonna be a rough flight. On the other side of the arena, Team Dynamite was chasing after Midoriya. Stay still, you effing coward. Katsuki called as the Diamond extras carrying him missed Deku again. Should we really be going after Midoriya, bro? I thought we were going for the 10 million headband. Shitty Hair asked. Just shut up and get me close. Katsuki said as he started to move so he could jump off. Get ready to catch me, Tape Arms, and don't break formation. If I get disqualified because of you extras, I'll kill you. With that, his palms popped as he blasted off. And Dynamite takes to the sky. Didn't Midnight just ban that? His team is still technically in a formation, plus they're still by each other, and as the rider he's still not touching the ground. Another smart way to get around the rules. Midnight turned off her mic, but you could vaguely hear her say, DMN first years. Bakugo caught up with Midoriya and started yelling, just me and you, Deku, Fdash. He was swiftly cut off as Izuku lazily raised a frozen palm towards Bakugo's face and set off an explosion. Katsuki felt himself fly backwards before Tape Arms pulled him back. So how was the flight? Raccoon Eyes asked while snickering. F off. Katsuki's anger was at an all-time high, that Ifeanji Deku was copying him. He growled as he watched the Demon coward vanish again as he got back onto the formation. Change of plans, will get Deku later. He'll wait until the tournament round when the focus was entirely on them. Shoto slammed the rod Yayorozu had made onto the ground and directed another glacier at Tokage. While he silently cursed himself for limiting his ice by being the rider, he wasn't too worried. The other teams barely possessed a threat and were a mere annoyance. So imagine his surprise when he saw it get shattered by a giant ice cube appearing out of nowhere. Looking closer, he could see Kodai standing on top of the edge of it, looking dead at him with an impassive stare. He calmly watched as the girl reached for something in her pocket. There's no way she had anything in them. The hero course was banned from bringing any sort of support items. His calm demeanor didn't last long as he saw her throw something into the air right as 5 large ice cubes appeared in the air. Shoto's eyes widened as he screamed, "Recipro! I'm on it!" Ida replied as he kicked into high gear and started swerving around even more falling ice cubes. Looks like Class 1B's rule is ruling over the battlefield. She has Team Snowtorch on the ropes. This was an issue, there was no telling how many of those cubes she had. He shouldn't have assumed Midoriya wouldn't have supplied her with ammunition. To make matters worse, Ida had backed himself into a corner and an ice cube was coming right at them. Suddenly he felt Kaminari let go and run off. "Kaminari, what the hell? Don't break formation." Kaminari called back as he continued running towards the cube. "This is so dumb, this is so dumb, this is so dumb." Denki ramped up his quirk to its highest point, ignoring the burning feeling as he jumped into the air. "Heat lightning." He screamed as he kicked the incoming cube. The rest of the teams froze in awe as Kaminari kicked and exploded the giant ice cube, the ones boxing his team in shattering as the air expanded harshly. Izuku stopped and stood in pure shock. He could feel the heat from that attack from the other side of the arena. Izuki had explained to him why electricity types were the most dangerous, but they were never to this degree. What a surge. Charge Bolt lives up to his epithet by destroying a giant ice cube in a single lightning kick. Denki hit the ground with a heavy thud as he groaned in pain. Looking at his left leg, he saw the leg of his gym uniform leg had been reduced to dust and his shoe was nothing but melted rubber. To make matters worse, 2 of the lightning rods attached to Pants' leg that he was allowed to have for his safety were completely melted. Suddenly he felt himself get swept up from the ground and started carrying him away as Kodai had started her ice assault again. That was wonderful, Charge Bolt. Though a heads up next time would be greatly appreciated next time. Ida called as he continued swerving around ice cubes. Denki chuckled and moved himself back into their formation. "In all honesty, I had no idea what I was doing." "Figures," Todoroki bluntly stated as he calmly snatched Aoyama's headband without a second look. "It paid off in the end, but don't do anything that risky again. What would you have done if you broke your leg?" Kaminari at least had the decency to be embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his neck. "I guess you're right. But nonetheless, good work, Charge Bolt." Yaoyorozu chimed. "Now let's focus on getting more headbands." "Right. He's over there. I got him. Just stay still. He's over here." Up. Izuku was currently having the time of his life. He front flipped over a wad of glue and immediately sidestepped Tsunotori's 2 horns before vanishing out of the volley of scales Rin aimed at him. Cartwheeling out of the way of Fukudashi's boom onomatopoeia, he backflipped over the swarm of 30 horns Yanagi was controlling for Tsunotori before ducking below the rope of vine Shizuki launched at his back. Activating Prowl again, he appeared right next to Tsuburaba's team, running up the air wall they made and flipping right over them as he started running off. Dropping to his knees, he slid across the ground to avoid Dark Shadow's claw swipe right before jumping into the air to avoid Hananuki's liquefied ground. Somersaulting through the air, he entered a nose dive, avoiding Ajui's tongue and Shoji's arms. Rolling to his feet, he raised his arm into the air and torched Uraraka's meteor shower before sidestepping Shishida's punch and vanishing again. He realized their plan was to keep him away from Tokage the moment Midnight announced they needed to regroup before time was up. However, they failed to see one crucial thing. They were being played. Sure, while Izuku couldn't get to Tokage and Vintage right now, neither could they. As long as he kept this up, the 10 million headband was safe. Even better, Izuku could keep this up for a while. Thermodynamics' biggest drawbacks were mostly internal, as Izuku's preferred fighting style of small attacks completely avoided the other issues of hypothermia or overheating. Even then, the most he was doing now was just using Prowl, so as long as he didn't overdo it and stayed well below his vibration limit, he'd be fine. "How the hell does he keep doing that?" Tsuburaba called. "I don't know, but it's effing annoying." "Fight me, you furry," Kamakiri called. That was the best insult he came up with? "Let me try," Kaibara said. "Bakugo could kick your butt." That one got Izuku to chuckle. "Hey, where our headband go? Ours is gone as well." "Wait, what?" Typical Class 1B. Him and classmates turned to look towards the voice, just to see Team Prism reveal themselves. And in a surprise twist, Team Prism steals most of Class 1B headbands. This is thanks to their writer. Her quirk, Peekaboo, lets them disappear and reappear anytime someone says yeet. Hizashi clicked off his mic and paused at what he just said. After quickly rereading the false quirk description Hagakure provided for him, he turned towards Shota. "Shota, what the F dash?" Shota took a long sip off his coffee and grinned. "Who knows, might save her life." "When would that ever save someone's life?" The sipping got louder. "How disappointing," Monoma spoke. Your class was so wrapped up in targeting the oh-so-great hero of the USJ that you failed to consider my class sneaking up from behind and stealing your headbands. Though it's sad to see so many of my classmates betray 1A and team up with EI. Toru swiftly cut him with a swat to the head. I thought Yamamo told you to stop antagonizing 1B. Now stop monologuing and get moving, they're coming our way. You bastards ain't going anywhere. Hagakure turned around, only to be met with a harsh explosion to the face. Katsuki kicked off Invisibitch as he snatched their headbands away. Upon seeing Copycat try to touch him, he let off an explosion and flipped over him. Not this time, Vitamin Extra. Rearing his arm back, he let the explosion build up before he let it loose. Die. The rest of Team Prism was caught in the crossfire, the formation instantly falling apart as all four went rolling across the ground. Oh, and there goes Team Prism, rolling right out of the competition. Such a shame, and with only 5 minutes left in the event. 5 minutes left? That means they just needed to get their headbands back and stall Midoriya, and the tournament round would be smooth sailing. If they could find him. Where the hell did he go? Y'all were meant to keep your eye on him. He's over there. Class 1B, Team Froppy and Team Dynamite are collectively turned to see Midoriya sitting on a giant ice cube with Kodai, Tokage and Vintage all the way on the other side of the arena. Oh, he's with his team. Pony innocently pointed out before her eyes widened. Oh, it's shit, he's by his team. All four members leaned over the edge as they watched all the other teams sprint towards them. Do you see this sheet Team Vintage? Setsuna jokingly asked. Mineta snorted at that. This worked out way better than I expected. His teammates nodded their heads. Agreed. Did you see Todoroki's face when Kodai started dropping ice cubes on them? Tokage asked. Mineta gave a bark of laughter. I'm so getting that framed. You could see the exact second he realized he was screwed. The two's conversation ended as Present Mix's voice called through the stadium. The 15 minutes are up. It's all over, ladies and gentlemen. A resounding "minute" from their classmates graced Team Vintage's ears as Izuku began melting the ice cube, slowly sinking to the ground. The first to confront them was Tsunatori, who was so worked up she started speaking English. You cheating cheaters that cheat. At that point Kaibara came up behind her and held her back. Look at what you three have done. Tsunatori's so worked up she switched languages. Is this normal? Mineta asked. Tokage simply grinned and wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Welcome to the hero course, great boy. Ahem. Midnight spoke into the mic, addressing the students. If you would direct your attention to the screen, Present Mic will announce the 4 teams moving on. Thank you, Midnight. In first place they managed to keep the 10 million headband and practically ran the competition. It's Team Vintage. Izuku smiled under his mask as he heard a low growl from Bakugo. Music to his ears. In second place, after failing to get the 10 mil they picked off the other teams to secure a win, it's Team Snowtorch. While the rest of his team was happy to be moving on, Shoto couldn't help but glare at Team Vintage. He was second again, and it hadn't even been close this time. Between Kodai nearly overwhelming them and getting nowhere near Tokage or that Gen Ed kid to snatch their headband, he couldn't help but see that the fact his loss barely had anything to do with Midoriya, the only one here who should have posed a challenge. In third place, after making an explosive display of power in the final 5 minutes, it's Team Dynamite. While his team cheered, Bakugo himself was unusually silent, just glaring at Izuku. And finally, in fourth place we have Team Nighthide. Where the heck did they come from? The other teams confusingly turned to see a purple-haired Gen Ed student still resting on the shoulders of Ojiro, Shota and a pink-haired girl from the support course. Midnight cracked her whip, gaining their attention. With that concludes the end of the second round. Now for the event you've all been waiting for. The screen behind her spun again as the words came to stop. One-on-one tournament. Prepare for battle. It's time to decide the one true winner of the festival. Pro Hero Prism. This is the easiest heist ever. Criminal number 1 said. Yeah, not a hero in sight. It's easy pickings. His partner replied. Suddenly they heard footsteps and paused. Prism is here. Relax, I got this. One criminal said as walked to the center of the room. Whitey. The others looked around trying to see if anything changed. See? She's not here after a... He swiftly cut off by a punch to the face. Larry. One called before him and the others were knocked out. Toru let herself appear as she stepped over the unconscious bodies. I guess my first year sports festival was worth it. Though she didn't know why she could hear Present Mike screaming. The lunch break had ended as the teams from the cavalry battle stood in front of Midnight. Welcome back to the festival. As you know, for our next event we have the well-anticipated tournament round. Take it away, Mike. She said with a crack of her whip. That's right, everyone. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. We're taking the top 16 students from our 4 winning teams and putting them in a tournament-style fighting competition. You don't want to miss these matchups. Midnight took over soon after. There's been a few changes to the bracket however. During the break Tailman and Mines decided to drop out, which means we need 2 replacements. She turned her attention to Team Real Steel and pointed her whip at them. Team Real Steel. Your team placed 5th, choose 2 members you wish to move on to the next round. The members of the team in question all looked at each other before silently discussing among themselves. After some time Shiozaki and Tetsu took a step forward while Awaze and Hananuki took a step back. Midnight gave a nod and continued. Good, with that decided, feast your eyes on the bracket. White Fox vs Recipro. Lizardy vs Maria. Snow Torch vs Cellophane. Rule vs Red Riot. Creati vs Dynamite. Chargebolt vs Mayday. Alien Queen vs Nighthide. Vintage vs Real Steel. Izuku looked over the bracket thoroughly and noticed 2 things instantly. The most obvious one was that he was first up and going against Ida, a simple battle of speed. The one that wasn't so obvious was the fight against Bakugo. If he wanted to face Bakugo, both of them would have to win all their matches and get to the finals. With their fight being locked to the finals, Izuku wouldn't have to worry about getting the rest of the tournament cancelled for the others if he did anything too excessive. Told you wouldn't want to miss these matchups. Let's not waste any more time and hop right on into it. Izuku quickly turned to look at Ida. While he was wary of the other opponents, Izuku found Ida the biggest threat. In a fight, the amount of power means nothing against speed. He walked away and headed to his waiting room. It just meant he needed to be smarter. Alright ladies and gentlemen, we have our first fight. He's the vice president of Class 1A, the horse that carried Team Snow Torch to 2nd place. It's the fastest member of 1A, the Ingenium hero, Recipro. Tenya walked onto the stage and prepared himself. This may be a fight to settle the score of who's faster, but he knew there were other elements that came in play, literally this time. Midoriya's ice would be troublesome, but if all went according to plan, he had a counter for that. No, it was the fire that was the main issue. He wasn't sure if what he had prepared would be enough to deal with it. On the other side we have his opponent. He's the vice president of Class 1B, the winner of both the first and second event, and he himself is the fastest member of 1B. It's the spring hero, White Fox. Izuku calmly walked onto the stage as he stared at Ida's mufflers. The fact they were bigger confused him, as they sure as hell weren't that size originally. Not to mention that Recipro Turbo from earlier. Ida had definitely been hiding that one for a while, so why did he reveal it during the first stage? If it was meant to be a trump card, why use it for the preliminaries but not when Kodai had them cornered? Something was wrong here. There was more to this than what Ida was letting on. Midnight took her place on the platform and cracked her whip. Okay boys, the rules are simple. Your goal is to either knock your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. If I see anything too excessive, I will stop the match. Do I make myself clear? Both boys nodded. Good, then let that match. White flames danced off Izuku's fingers as the roar of Tenya's engines filled the arena. Begin. Recipro burst. Was all Izuku heard before he ducked below Ida's kick. Flipping away, he froze the floor over and trapped him in a solid block of ice. And in a matter of seconds Recipro has already been restrained. Izuku backed away from the block of ice. Something was wrong. That was too easy. Midnight watched as Ida struggled before raising her hand. Recipro is stuck. White Fox is the Y-. Stuck. She turned to face Ida, who simply continued. The Ingenium line doesn't get stuck. We will rush anywhere at any time, that's what these legs are for. The sound of his engines started growing louder as the ice began shaking. They cannot be restrained. The roar of his engines completely overwhelmed the other sounds of the arena. That is why I named myself. A loud boom filled the area as the icy prison shattered to nothing. Recipro Turbo. I have eyes on the hero killer. Understood, I'm on my way. With that, Tensei quickly scaled up the building and jetted off. Izuku watched in horror as Ida zoomed all around the arena. At this point he was basically relying on his atomic sensing to even know where he was. 10 minutes, Ida spoke as he zoomed around the edge. For 10 minutes, I will surpass you. That was all the warning Izuku got before he raised his arm to catch Ida's kick. He didn't even get a chance to use his quirk before the speedster's engines roared as he went flying across the arena. Rolling to his feet, he activated Prowl and got out of the way of Ida's follow-up attack. He didn't get much room as the moment he came to a stop, Ida was quickly in front of him, kicking him away once more. You can hide but you cannot run. Tenya called, as Midoriya disappeared again. The onslaught continued as Izuku had completely gone on the defensive. The moment he dropped Prowl, Ida was on him. He finally landed a hit on the green-haired boy again, only for him to disappear before he could follow up. Midoriya finally revealed himself across the arena, freezing the floor over. That won't stop me. Tenya screamed as he rushed forward, the icy floor shattering under his speed. Amazing! Recipro went from being stuck to having White Fox on the ropes. What will he do? Izuku rolled out of the way of Ida's kick and activated Prowl again. Coming to a stop, he placed his hands down on the floor and iced it over. Hidden Fox, heat. Half of the arena exploded with thick steam, leaving the side Ida was on clear. Tenya quickly ran into the steam only to give a loud scream of pain and quickly run back out. He rolled up his uniform sleeve and inspected his arm. Thankfully he wasn't in there long enough to burn. Turning back to the steam, he gave a scowl. He made the steam hot to the touch so I wouldn't be able to get through. This is bad. This gives him time to think and plan, the one thing I wanted to avoid. It seems Recipro can't get past the steam. Who knows what White Fox is planning? Minutes passed and the steam didn't lighten up. The crowd was getting confused as White Fox hadn't done anything. Come on out, White Fox. Tenya called. You won't be able to keep making steam for long. To his frustration, Midoriya didn't even seem to acknowledge that taunt. What exactly is going on down there? Pay close attention. Sometimes a pro's greatest asset is knowing how to pick their battles and wait. The crowd seemed confused at that statement until a sound filled the arena. Recipro's engines sputtering, to be exact. Tenya's eyes widened as he turned around to look at his engines. Then it finally dawned on him. No! Was all he was able to get out before an icy knee collided with his face. Dropping to the ground, Izuku let his ice roam as he touched the floor. True spring. What? Tenya didn't even get a chance to process what happened before he found himself in a block of ice and an explosion hitting him. Rolling across the ground harshly, he finally came to a stop as Midnight spoke up. Recipro is out of bounds. White Fox is the winner. Hey, what the heck happened? Recipro had him on the ropes the entire time. What happened to that groundbreaking speed? If you paid attention, you would have noticed White Fox was stalling for time. He realized any ice he made would shatter under Recipro's speed, nor did he have any time to produce any flames before Recipro was on his again. It was a battle of speed, one he would not win, so he abused the fact Recipro announced his time limit and drew out the battle. Not bad. There you have it, folks, some rare praise from Eraserhead. And with that, the first match of the first round is over. Izuku made his way to his class stands where he was instantly greeted. And the great hero of the does it again. Kaibara said with a mocking tone. Izuku mentally groaned at the reminder. He wondered if he could legally trap Midnight in a glacier for announcing it to the public. Leave him alone, Spiral. Yanagi said while walking up to them. Congrats on your win, Fox. That steam is effing stupid. Kamakiri called from the row above. You're just mad you didn't make it to the finals, Shroom. Komori chimed. Demon right I am. Cheating cheaters that cheat. He growled. But you thieving thief that thieves. Tsunatori said while playfully swatting him. Hey, stop it. You don't own sheet, he said, trying to push her off while the rest of the class laughed. Tokage was the next to approach him. Ready to get your butt kicked by me next round, Green Bean? Shiozaki vines wrapped around Tokage and pulled her back. Pride is a sin, you haven't won just yet. Setsuna gave a toothy grin. Yet? Accepting your loss already? Ibra sighed and let her go. Such delusions. Who's ready for the next match? On this side we have the recommendation student who helped defend the 10 million headband. It's the splitting hero, Lizardy. Setsuna walked onto the stage with a confident grin. It was a well-known fact Shiozaki didn't like violence and preferred to handle things with her vines. All she had to do was get up close and it was easy pickings. And for her opponent, she placed top 4 in the obstacle race. It's the assassin of 1B, the divine hero, Maria. Let's see a flashy battle this TI dash. Excuse me, Ibra said while raising her hand. Please pardon the interruption, but I'm not sure why you called me an assassin. I've come to the festival in search of victory, not to take my opponent's life. Sorry about that, I guess. Shiozaki looked like she was gonna continue before Midnight cracked her whip and drew their attention. Alright girls, the rules are the same as the last match, are you ready? When both of them nodded she continued. Then let the second match of the first round begin. Ibra was the first move, clasping her hands together, a forest of vines quickly washing over the arena. For a few seconds everything was quiet until something moved behind. Boo! She turned around to see Tokage's disconnected jaw. Moving to the side, she quickly avoided the severed fist that was flying towards her head and lashed her vines at Tokage. Setsuna grinned as she maneuvered her detached parts through the onslaught of vines. Once she was finally in front of Shiozaki, she brought all her pieces back to her and threw a punch. Just as planned, easy picky, huh? To her shock, Shiozaki sidestepped the punch and unclasped her hands to grab her by the wrist before throwing her across the arena. Rolling across the arena, she split herself apart again and floated to a stop. She turned around to Shiozaki with a confused expression. Hey, what gives? I thought you hated violence. Ibra addressed her calmly. While true I do dislike violence, I have no qualms resorting to it in events. I can't use my quirk as I did during the USJ. After all, even the apostles carried swords. She stretched her hand out towards Tokage as her vines rapidly began moving. And like those swords, these vines have thorns. Setsuna's eyes widened as the thorns on Shiozaki's vines spiked out and lashed at her. She quickly maneuvered away from the thorny barrage while mentally berating herself for getting too overconfident. She had completely forgotten about Shiozaki's USJ footage. She wasn't just relying on her quirk, she was also downright terrifying in hand-to-hand combat. Oh, looks like whatever Lizardy had planned didn't pan out too well. What will she do next? Setsuna gritted her teeth as she narrowly dodged another vine. It didn't help that the speed of them apparently increased once Shiozaki unclasped her hand. Bringing her body back together, she rolled in front of the vine-haired girl and threw another punch. This time Ibra caught her fist entirely and swiftly kicked her away. She stretched out her hand as her vines began wrapping around Tokage. Crucifixion. Setsuna's eyes widened as the vine ball enclosed her. She attempted to squeeze part of her through it, only to be stopped when the vine's thorns sharpened. Her effort finally came to an end when she heard Midnight speak. Lizardy is unable to continue, Maria wins. She slumped down in her viney prison and gave a huff of disappointment. DMN it. One of the vines hit her for that. Setsuna finally left the medbay and arrived back at the stands just in time for the next match. Once she got there, she was met with smug grins from her classmates. Giving a huff of annoyance, she glared at the traitors. Not a word. The class snickered as Kendo patted her on the shoulder. Cheer up, it was just a bad matchup. You still made it to the final event. Before Setsuna could say anything, Midoriya quickly stood, shoving her and Kendo away right before making a wall of fire over the stands. Hey, what gives green bay then? She trailed off as her eyes widened at the sight in front of them. A giant glacier overlapping the other stands except there. Holy shit, Tsunatori spoke. That seems a bit excessive, Shroom. Komori chimed. Yanagi turned to Kodai and spoke calmly. If you win your match, you're going to be fighting that. I have a plan, she calmly replied. Do not let pride overcome you as it did Tokage. Shiozaki said, ignoring Tokage's cry of hey. You still have to overcome your first foe. Yui gave a slight nod and walked away. She knew exactly how to win this. After the break, Shoto was annoyed. He had asked Midoriya to meet him in the hall so they could talk during the lunch break. However, despite waiting patiently, Midoriya hadn't even shown up yet. It was frustrating and the break was nearly over. Suddenly he heard footsteps. Finally, you're he dash. Turning down the hall, he didn't see Midoriya but rather Present Mike. You're not Midoriya. Present Mike apparently ignored that statement and just spoke. Todoroki? What are you doing here? I told Midoriya to meet me here earlier and he hasn't shown up yet. He said, trying to keep the annoyance out of his voice. Present Mike looked at him confusingly and tilted his head to the side. Midoriya? Hate to break it to ya, but he's already on the field. They're actually waiting for you so they can announce the bracket. Shoto paused. Midoriya had completely ignored him? This had been his last chance to make his declaration of war and give his speech about how it didn't matter that they were both from quirk marriages, his ice alone would be enough. But he just didn't bother? He had wasted his entire lunch break waiting for Midoriya and he just ignored him? Shoto stared blankly at the floor before finally speaking up. DMN it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back and the fourth match is up and ready. On this side, he's the ultimate shield and sword combo of 1A. It's the sturdy hero, Red Riot. Ejiro walked onto the stage with a wide grin. He was looking forward to a good fight. And for his opponent, she dominated the cavalry battle and practically ruled the field. It's the Atlas hero, Rule. Yui calmly walked onto the stage, her ever-blank stare fully present. If her idea worked out, this fight would be over quickly. Same rules as last time, are both of you ready? Midnight asked. Let's do this. Midnight simply nodded and raised her whip. Then let the fourth match begin. Ejiro quickly hardened his entire body and sprinted forward. As he sprinted across the arena, he couldn't help but wonder why Kodai was placing her hands onto the ground. Then it happened. In a matter of seconds, the ground he was running on was no longer there as he felt himself falling. Looking forward, he saw the entire arena had shrunk. Before he had the chance to even comment on it, the arena enlarged again, smacking him directly into the wall. He silently thanked his quirk for protecting him and quickly stood back up, only to falter when he heard Midnight's voice. Red Riot is out of bounds. Rule wins. What? Looking around more closely this time, it finally registered that he was out of bounds the moment the arena shrunk. He had lost instantly. Looks like Rule dominates another battle. Man, these matches are quick. Izuku took back everything he said about Ida being the biggest threat. He had completely forgotten that the only downside to Kodai's quirk was simply the fact it didn't work on living things. Everything else was fair game. For heaven's sakes, she just shrunk the entire arena. He sighed as he watched as Bakugo's and Yaoyoro's match also ended in seconds. Since Kodai and Kirishima's match left no aftermath, the next fight had continued on almost instantly. Unfortunately, the moment the match started, Bakugo instantly let out any frustration he had in the matter of seconds. Poor Yaoyorozu never got the chance to actually create anything before Bakugo blew up the entire arena. That simply left the next match. After 2 very short matches, let's get into a real fight. It's a legacy showdown. On this side, he put on a shocking display during the cavalry battle, bringing heat with that electricity. It's the surge hero, Charge Bolt. Denki jumped onto the stage as lightning sparked off his body. And his opponent is a challenger from support. She's gunning for her shot at the hero course, all the way from Class 1H. It's Mayday. May launched herself into the air and landed on the stage with a wide grin. Midnight raised her whip and addressed the two. Alright, you two, you know the rules already, so on my mark, let the 6th match begin. Unlike the other matches, neither of them moved instantly but instead started circling the arena as Denki spoke up. What do you say to me and you go out after this? I'd be happy to treat you to a bite. May gained a mischievous grin as she reached behind her back. Sure, where to? Kaminari paused. I don't know, I honestly didn't expect to get this far. I usually flirt with people to throw them off they wh. He was cut off as he was forced to dodge to the side as a net sailed past him. Look alive, stun gun. May said as she fired off her capture gun again. He sidestepped the net and amped his quirk. Quickly rushing forward, he got close to May and slammed his fist down. May's boots roared as she jumped high into the air, avoiding the wave of electricity that now covered where she was just standing. Shooting one of her wire arrows into the floor, she pulled herself back to the ground just in time to avoid Kaminari jumping into the air and aiming a kick at her. Taking advantage of Kaminari's lack of mobility in the air, she quickly aimed her capture gun and fired off her last 3 nets. Denki panicked slightly before amping up his quirk to the highest point again. While he had only done this once and during the cavalry battle at that, he couldn't afford to get caught here. Ignoring the pain once more, he crossed his arms as his sleeves teared themselves apart. Heat lightning, arc. He slashed his arms forwards as his quirk ripped through all 3 nets and lit up the sky. Talk about a light show. Looks like Charge Bolt is going full throttle. The sensors on May's hydraulic bracers activated as they flung her away from the lightning storm. Hey, be careful, I haven't made these babies shock resistant yet. She mentally berated herself for not including more offensive gear in her line-up and reloaded her capture gun, firing all 5 nets at Kaminari. Denki cut through the 5 nets with a kick and rolled to the ground. 6 of his lightning rods were gone now and his quirk was starting to get to him. It's now or never. He dropped to the ground and slammed both his hands onto the floor. Indiscriminate shock. 1.5 million volts. Jumping into the air to avoid the wave of lightning, May quickly abandoned her hydraulic bracers as the sensory system started to overload. In a quick motion, she threw the smoking backpack towards a recovering Kaminari and let the explosion launch him away. Kaminari felt himself roll across the arena and gave out a simple th mixed with a groan of pain. Charge Bolt is out of bounds. Mayday wins. May gave out a sigh of relief, though not how she expected. She still managed to pull out a win. Wait, how was she meant to beat that exploding Pomeranian with only capture and evasion gear? And his opponent is the brains behind our cavalry battle winner's victory, also gunning for the hero course. He's coming all the way from 1D, it's vintage. Minoru took a deep breath and prepared himself as he stepped onto the stage. His fight had come quicker than he expected. Nighthide, or as he really knew him, Shinso had ended their fight just as expected, completely reliant in his quirk. While he and Shinso didn't see each other often due to them thankfully being in different classes, Shinso never failed to take the opportunity to point out how Minoru and his great powerful heroic quirk were kicked out of the hero course and how he freed up a seat for him. It was frustrating. So as much as he was looking forward to fighting Shinso, he needed to focus on his current match. From what he saw from Real Steel, their quirk would be troublesome, though still easy to immobilize. He wasn't going for immobilization though. He needed to prove he was ready to join the hero course again. He couldn't just stick Real Steel to the ground and call it a day. No, he needed to prove he wasn't just reliant on his quirk. The rules are the same as all the other matches. Are both ready? Midnight asked. Let's get this over with. I'll send you back flying to Gen Ed. Tetsu said while Mineta had settled for a simple ready. Then let the final match of the first rounds begin. Both boys were off the second the match started. Minoru quickly met Real Steel in the center of the arena and ducked under his punch. Quickly grabbing the boy by his steel arm, he gritted his teeth and threw him across the arena. Looks like we're in for a full-on slugfest this time. Minoru braced himself as Real Steel recovered and attempted to tackle him to the floor. Digging his heels into the ground, he shoved the metal boy off him and braced himself for pain as he slugged the silver boy across his steel jaw. Tetsu staggered backwards a bit. He wasn't expecting Vintage to be able to punch that hard. Right as he went to follow up with a punch off his own, the purple-haired boy kicked him in the chest, sending him rolling. Minoru winced in pain as he held his knuckles. It was a stupid idea to punch someone made of solid metal in the jaw, but he wasn't gonna win this match by playing safe. As Tetsu was getting up, he rushed forward and rammed his shoulder into the boy to force him back down. Grabbing the boy by the leg, he pushed past the pain in his arm and threw the boy closer to the edge before quickly running after him. Just a little bit more and the win was his. He just needed to push past a bit more. It's not very manly to hit someone when they're down, Tetsu said as he rolled to his feet, instantly shooting back up to slug the boy across the jaw and knock him to the floor. But if that's how you want to play it, let me just stoop down to your level, he yelled while delivering a swift kick to Mineta's stomach. Minoru rolled across the ground with a painful groan. He quickly got back on his feet to avoid Tetsu's punch and delivered one of his own before shouldering the boy again. The moment he saw the boy's steel skin falter, he didn't hesitate for the second. He grabbed Tetsu by the shoulders and headbutt him as hard as he could. Not wasting any time for his own senses to clear up, he grabbed his opponent by the leg again and threw him across the line with the rest of the strength he could muster. Real steel is out of bounds. Vintage wins. He gave a sigh of relief as he stood there trying not to pass out. 1 down, 3 more to go. This was only the start of the tournament. Ibra flipped out of the way as a stream of fire passed by her. Stretching her hand out, she let her vine wash over the entire arena floor, only for Midoriya to jump over them and freeze them solid. Izuku quickly ignited his hand and slammed down onto the icy forest of vines. Shiozaki quickly severed her vines from her hair and jumped back away from the explosions as the two stared each other down from their opposite sides. After a short break, the quarter-finals had quickly started, and much to the crowd's enjoyment, that finally got an eventful matchup. Currently the fight between Midoriya and Shiozaki has been going back and forth for the past 15 minutes, with them only now showing signs of them slowing down. It became evident to Izuku that after the USJ, Shiozaki had put in the effort to make sure her vines didn't burn as easily as they used to, along with training to handle long drawn-out matches involving fire. Every time he used fire, she would wrap herself up in her vines or simply just move. Anytime he used ice to shatter those vines, she would quickly sever them herself and move away before he could freeze her in place. There was also the fact that if he got up close, it left him less reaction time to her vines. Similarly, Ibra also found it difficult to get the advantage over Midoriya. Any attempts to wrap her vines around him and ensnare him were met with no results due to how quick he was. Not to mention, any direct contact she did make with her vines made it easier to burn through them, thus making them null and void. No one had expected this to be a drawn-out match. So that led them to their current position as the two circle each other around the arena. Izuku ignited his fist and stepped forward, punching straight towards Shiozaki as a small stream of fire washed over the arena. Shiozaki clasped her hands together and turned around, her hair extending out to make a barrier as the flames washed over her. He let the stream of fire die down and activated Prowl to appear right in front of her. Ibra quickly unclasped her hands and kicked him away. She quickly jumped back and stretched out her vines, letting them wrap around him. This was the moment she was waiting for. Crucifixion. Once the vines fully encased him, she let her guard down and breathed out a sigh of relief. It didn't last long as she felt a warm breeze behind her before everything faded to black. Ibra's eyes snapped open as she found herself in Recovery Girl's room. "Ah, you're awake." She turned to see Recovery Girl getting off her chair and walking to her computer. "You have no injuries, so you're fine to Leah Dash. I am here to make an interesting offer." Ibra covered her eyes as All Might forced the door open. Interesting offer? What would the number one be offering in a medbay? Before she could ask what he was doing here, All Might exploded into a cloud of smoke and revealed a frail old man. Tashinori gave out a slight cough and turned to face young Shiozaki, who was frozen in shock. "Now I know you have a lot of questions, but first, I would like to have a word with you, young Shiozaki. It's the second match of the quarterfinals and we're kicking it right off." On this side, he won his first match by a landslide, a fan favorite to win it all. "It's Snow Torch." Shoto walked onto the stage with clear aggression in his steps as his ice itched underneath his skin. Kodai had nearly overwhelmed him during the cavalry battle and nearly forced him to use that BSTRD's flame. It was infuriating that someone so below could even force him to the point, so with that in mind and her connection to Midoriya, crushing her would send a useful message to both of them. All he had to do was finish this in a second. And his opponent is someone he was completely helpless to last round. She's had the battlefield underneath her thumb twice now. It's another fan favorite. Give it up for Rule. Yui walked onto the stage, keeping her calm composure as she heard Todoroki silently growl. With how powerful his quirk was and the level of hostility he was currently showing, she would need to be careful here. Shrinking the stage wasn't an option. She knew that before Todoroki's first match. She had watched him closely during the cavalry battle and counted the seconds it took for him to make the glaciers that were targeted at Tokage. Between that and the match 0, it was evident she wouldn't have enough time to shrink the arena before he trapped her in one. Thankfully, she had a backup plan. Midnight raised her whips and went over the rules once more. Alright, both of you know the drill, so let's not waste any more time. Let the second quarter finals match begin. Shoto wasted no time and instantly slammed his foot onto the ground. He watched with glee as the glacier quickly flooded the arena only for it to turn to horror when a giant rock appeared out of nowhere and shattered it. Whoa there, look at that. With a rocking performance, Rule shatters Snow Torch's opening attack. Hey, are those rocks allowed? They weren't given to her by another contestant since she picked them up from outside and they don't really count as support gear, so I guess it counts. Shoto gave a growl as another glacier was broken. He made a third one and gave a slight smile when it didn't shatter this time. The wind didn't last long as a growing shadow appeared above him. Looking up, he saw Kodai jumping off of the enlarged rocks and landing right in front of him, delivering a swift punch to his jaw. Todoroki stumbled back slightly, giving Yui another opening as she punched his jaw again before grabbing him by his uniform and throwing him towards the edge. Shoto quickly stopped his rolling by making an ice wall behind him and slamming into it. Glaring at Kodai, he stomped his foot again, this time not worrying about the consequences. Yui gracefully dodged to the side as an ice spike formed in front of her. Reaching into her pocket, she quickly pulled out a handful of pebbles and threw them at Todoroki as she quickly put her hands together. Release. Todoroki quickly slammed his foot on the ground again and made a wall in front of him to block the small pebbles, but that wouldn't stop her. Quickly scaling the ice wall as fast as she could, she jumped over it and landed in front of Todoroki again before delivering a simple kick to the head. Todoroki recovered quicker this time and raised his foot, preparing another large attack. Yui wasted no time and rushed up to the boy, grabbing his shoe right before it hit the ground. Not waiting any more, she quickly wrapped all 5 fingers around it and enlarged the mixed-haired boy's shoe. Shoto felt himself backwards as he tripped over the added weight on his right leg. He silently cursed himself and panicked as he saw Kodai standing above him, preparing another punch. He was so frustrated that he was losing what should have been a simple fight that he didn't even bother regulating his quirk this time and just activated it at full force. However, when he reached for his quirk, he didn't reach for his right side. He accidentally reached for his left. Shoto's entire left side ignited at full force as he hit the ground. This ice around him expanding and quickly blowing Kodai away from him. He then heard Midnight crack her whip and speak into the mic, "Rule is out of bounds. Snow Torch wins." What? Looking over to where Kodai was, he could see she was slumped over outside of the line, completely unconscious. No. This couldn't be how he won. He wanted to win with just his ice. He needed to win with just his ice. He would show them both he'll beat both of them with just his ice. Tournament be dmed. Standing back up, he ignored Midnight's shouts as he rushed forward, preparing to slam his right hand onto the floor. Right as he touched the ground, he felt a tight burning grip around his wrist as he held back a wince. Turning to see who dared grab him, he looked up to see it was Midoriya holding him tightly. Of course it was him. Just the perfect air, perfectly protecting everyone. With a growl, he prepared to freeze him right there, only for Midoriya to beat him to the punch by slamming him to the ground and freezing his entire body in place. "That's enough," Midnight called as Midoriya backed away. Midnight was prepared to reprimand the both of them, only to be cut off as Midoriya vanished and appeared by Kodai, swiftly disappearing with her soon after. Well, that was a disaster. We'll be taking an unexpected short break before we move on to the next round. Todoroki finally broke his right arm out of Midoriya ice prison and freed the rest of himself, giving a silent cheer to himself for not needing that man's fire to beat Midoriya's ice. The silent cheer didn't last long as suddenly he was wrapped up in Midnight's whip, who was giving him harsh glare. "You've got a lot of explaining to do, Snow Torch," she practically said with a snarl. What was her issue? What were you thinking? Shoto sat quietly as Aizawa berated him. "I asked you a question, Todoroki. There's nothing to question. I wanted to win with my ice and that's what I plan to do." Todoroki quickly responded harshly. None of these fools would understand anyways, so why would he bother trying to explain? As quickly as he said that, he was wrapped around in Aizawa's scarf as his teacher flared his quirk. "Listen here and listen well, Todoroki. I don't know what issues you have with your fire, but this ends now. I originally didn't address the matter cause I figured it was a sensitive subject that was tied to your scar." Shoto grunted as Aizawa tightened the scarf tighter and pulled him in closer. "But if you ever put another student like that in harm's way again, or even think about doing a stunt like that cause you wanted to prove some illogical point, I will not hesitate to expel you. I had no qualms expelling Mineta the first day and don't think you being Endeavor's son will provide you immunity. Do I make myself clear?" He said nothing and simply glared at Aizawa. How dare he try to? That thought got cut off as the scarf's grip tightened even more. He kept his glare and reluctantly spoke. "Understood." Shoto let Todoroki go and his scarf hung loosely around his neck again. "Good, you should thank Midoriya for stopping you when he did. Had you gone through with that attack on live TV, you would have been disqualified. Frankly, I think you still should be, but that's not my decision." Shoto seethed as Aizawa left. First, Midoriya beat him in the obstacle race. Then Midoriya's team nearly made a fool of him during the cavalry battle. Now one of Midoriya's annoying friends had forced him to use that Batard's flame while Midoriya humiliated him on the stage. It wasn't personal before, but now it was. He wasn't just gonna beat Midoriya anymore. He was gonna destroy him. It's a purple showdown. On this side we have the underdog of 1D. He's crazy enough to punch steel, but is he crazy enough to win? It's your Genet hero vintage. The fight between Dynamite and Mayday never happened as Hatsum had decided to forfeit entirely, much to Bakugo's annoyance. So as Minoru walked onto the stage, he couldn't help but feel uneasy knowing that was his next opponent. Not to sound cocky, but Shinso wasn't winning this. He was built like a twig and Mineta knew exactly what his quirk was. He had been preparing for this fight ever since Shinso annoyed him the first time. Was it petty? Was it unhero like as Ito would put it? Absolutely. But Minoru had unfortunately spent most of his life as a walking harassment case and a textbook definition of unhero-like. He may have gotten better at not being a massive pervert, but no way in hell was he giving up being petty. Shinso had managed to push all the right buttons when they first met, so the moment the boy proclaimed he was gunning for Minoru's seat, all bets were off. To anyone who knew him, it was a well-known fact he hated studying. He was naturally smart when it comes to book stuff, so he never felt the need. He was nowhere near the level of Yaoyorozu or Ida or hell even some of his classmates in Gen Ed, but it was enough to get by. But anyone who knew him also knows he loved to win more. The moment he found out what Shinso quirk was all those months ago, he instantly threw himself into books on the weakness of mental quirks. Needless to say, he put way more effort into preparing for this fight than he should have. And his opponent is the dark horse of 1C. He ended his fight in a matter of seconds. It's the mystery of Gen Ed, Nighthide. Hitoshi walked onto the stage with a rightfully smug grin. Mineta was pathetic, such a flashy and heroic quirk, and the idiot still managed to get kicked out the hero course despite having everything handed to him since birth. This win was in the bag along with that hero seat. Alright boys, you know the rules. Midnight spoke. If any of you pull what Snow Torch did, you'll be punished thoroughly. Now let the fourth match of the quarterfinals begin. Hitoshi didn't even bother to move, he just simply closed his eyes as his smug smile grew. I'm shocked, didn't think someone as pathetic as you would make it this far. What, looking to get kicked out the hero course a second D? His eyes widened as his body recoiled from Mineta punching him in the throat. Since when the hell was he this fast? Was all he managed to think as the air left his body. Mineta then grabbed him by the face and without any effort lifted him up and slammed him onto his head. His head throbbed in pain as he could barely make out a groan. Mineta had crouched down and pinned his head to the floor, finally saying something. Now that your quirk is out of the way, why don't we have a nice chat? Hitoshi Shinso. Hisashi turned his mic off and gave a long whistle. Jesus Shota, what did your kid do to deserve that? Shota didn't even bother looking at Mike, and continued digging through the stack of files. He's not my kid. He could practically feel Hisashi's grin grow. Come on Sho, it's no secret you're taking the kid on as an apprentice after the festival. You've been interested in him since the oh-so-biased entrance exam, he said, mocking Shota's voice. Shota grumbled about Nomuri's stupid bet and finished pulling out the 2 files he was looking for. Be that as it may, Shinso's luck is coming to an end. Hopefully this gives him the kick he needs to actually start taking heroics seriously. Zashi hummed as he leaned in his seat. So what about the Mineta kid? He's jumped leaps and bounds and is about to make it to the semi-finals. Are you gonna re-enroll him? Shota simply grabbed his coffee and took a long sip of it. Let's see how well he does against Bakugo before I make my decision. Hitoshi struggled under Mineta's weight as he tried to wiggle free. How the hell did an idiot like you know my quirk doesn't work with a head injury? That purple idiot smugly grinned and leaned on him even more. You know, it was shockingly simple. Quirks are like body parts after all, so if you couldn't use your arm while it hurts, it makes sense one wouldn't be able to use a mental quirk while their head hurts. Sides with how much you rely on your quirk, I made sure to find another weakness to it. You're one to talk, he growled. All you hero course brats are the same. You just rely on your flashy heroic quirks to get by in life while the rest of us have to work hard for what we want. He smiled as Mineta didn't say anything, only for it to be crushed in an instant. Wow, somehow every word that just came out of your mouth was wrong. I was in the hero course for a day and I can name at least 2 students in 1A whose quirks aren't flashy. Not to mention you didn't work hard at all, you're somehow skinnier than I was before school started. Did you put in any effort before coming to the festival or did you just sit around all month? Hitoshi tried to wiggle himself free even more. Well, yeah, at least I didn't get kicked out of the hero course. Minoru simply sighed. It was clear Shinso was looking for any excuse at this point. I at least made it into the hero course. I can see this conversation isn't going to go anywhere from here, so say hi to 1C for me. Minoru stood and picked Shinso up by the collar. Hitoshi flailed around as he tried to get Mineta to drop him. With no such luck, Mineta simply spun around and threw across the arena, all the way to out of bounds. Night Hide is out of bounds. Vintage wins. Hitoshi gave a groan as he rolled onto his back. Maybe that idiot had a point about working out. Izuku Midoriya, despite his interactions with All Might and Bakugo, was a calm person. It took a lot for him to actually be annoyed by someone and even more to actually full-on hate them. There were specific lines that person would have to cross to even reach that point. Off the top of his head, he could only think of a few people that really fit into the annoyed category. Those 3 idiots that followed Bakugo. Shigaraki was slowly pushing the hated category, and more recently someone who had been moved down to it, Toshinori Yagi, All Might. His and Yagi's interactions recently were weird. He wasn't as hostile towards the number 1 hero as he used to be, but they still weren't on good terms outside of professional situations. All Might had at least taken responsibility for his actions, so it was something. There used to be only one person in the hated category, and that was Bakugo. Whoever said forgive and forget was a lie, and Izuku would rather him burn and die. Unfortunately, murder was not only illegal, but it would be stooping down to his level, so Izuku would have to settle for absolutely wrecking his sheet. Then there was the newest addition, Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki always rubbed Izuku the wrong way, his general holier-than-thou attitude and the fact he was constantly glaring at him whenever joint heroics came around just never sat right with Izuku, but he had always simply brushed him off. He had brushed the annoyed category after what he just pulled. Bluntly speaking, Izuki was Izuku's only real friend when he was younger. While outgoing and blunt he may be, he wasn't really a sociable kid. He also never was close to Bakugo even before the incident just due to how loud the boy was, but nonetheless he used to be a family friend, so Izuku had at least tolerated him back then, mostly for Izuki's sake since they were friends. Heaven knows he wishes he hadn't. So to simply put it, Yanagi and Kodai had been his first friends in a long time. While he was on good terms with everyone in 1B, he was definitely closer to those 2, Kaibara, Kendo and the other members of 1B Green Team more so than the rest of his class. But if you had asked him to pick who he was closer to out of those 7, he would say Kodai in a heartbeat. He always felt at ease when he was around Kodai, as if he didn't have to actively watch his back every waking second. He just genuinely enjoyed being around her, and their discussions were always fun. He didn't know why seeing her hurt that badly made him so annoyed at Todoroki. It was a school-sanctioned match, and she's had worse injuries during heroic class, so he just didn't get why it bothered him. Thinking back on the USJ, he had the same feeling every time he remembered Shigaraki sicking Nomu on her and Tsu, but the feeling was never really present when he thought of Tsu in that scenario. Now originally he was gonna ignore it and continue on with the match. He didn't need his quirk going out of control on live TV. That was until he heard Aizawa's and Todoroki's conversation. He hadn't meant to, he was simply just walking past the hallway trying to clear his head. He wished he hadn't because it did nothing to help him. Todoroki was gonna attack Kodai just so he could prove a petty FING point. He didn't know why Todoroki wouldn't use half of his quirk, and honestly he didn't care. When he first realized Todoroki never used his fire during any combat training they did, he originally came to the same conclusion Mr. Aizawa did and assumed it was tied to his scar and simply left it at that. But now seeing it was just to prove he could win a school tournament with just ice? Going as far as to attack someone when the match is over? Izuku couldn't help but be angry. Here Todoroki was wasting half his quirk while others were working their butts off to be here. For F's sakes, he had been born with a great quirk. Izuki hadn't even been born with one and she suffered hell because of it. But here he was just taking advantage of it. He tried keeping a clear mind while walking out his waiting room, he really did. But then the FNG number 2 hero appeared out of nowhere and started talking to him. He hadn't paid attention to the conversation at all and had pretty much drowned him out as he continued walking. It wasn't until Endeavor said something specific he finally heard him. My Shoto will do well in defeating a defective product like you, even with an embarrassment of a fight with that pathetic girl last match. Make sure to still give him a decent fight. The number 2 hero continued speaking, but Izuku didn't process a thing Endeavor said as he focused on one word. Defective. That word, it was always that FING word. NG snarled as he realized the boy wasn't paying attention to him. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he attempted to pull him back. Don't ignore me, you dash. He was cut off when the boy's shoulder ignited with black flames as the kid swatted his hand away. Don't touch me. The boy spoke aggressively before walking away, footprints of black flames following suit. Once the kid left, Endeavor gave a wide grin. That's exactly what he was hoping for. Now the boy would give Shoto a challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a good one. It's a mirror battle. He's came in second all festival and is no longer a fan favorite to win it all. It's Snow Torch. Shoto aggressively walked onto the stage, anger clear as day on his face. It was the most emotion he showed all festival. The crowd didn't cheer for him this time but had delved into whispers. He didn't care though, he didn't need their approval. His win would all be the same. And his opponent is someone with a similar quirk but does it better. He's taken first all festival and is a fan favorite after his heroic save last round. It's White Fox. Shoto's scowl worsened as present mixed commentary went on. What really annoyed him was the fact Midoriya didn't even acknowledge him and was just staring at the ground. If Midoriya didn't want to take this seriously, then it was fine by him, just goes to show he wasn't so perfect after all. Midnight cracked her whip more aggressively this time and started speaking in a stern tone. Since some naughty students had some trouble following rules, I'll reiterate them. Your goal is to either knock your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. If I see anything too excessive, I will stop the match. She then turned towards Todoroki. Once your opponent is out of bound, unconscious, or immobilized, the match is over. Do I make myself clear, boys? Todoroki was the only one to nod while Midoriya just stood there. She didn't dwell on it, knowing Midoriya was the least likely of students to take anything too far, and simply continued. Then let the first match of the semi-finals begin. Shoto wasted no time and slammed his foot onto the ground as he made a large glacier over Midoriya. Then he did it again and again and again. He continued to stomp his foot repeatedly as ice grew on his right side. Glacier after glacier after glacier sprouting with each stomp. When the boy finally stopped, the crowd could only stare in silent horror. Snowtorch had just made 8 glaciers over the arena, and more importantly over White Fox. Shoto gave a sadistic smile of glee as stood up straight. You should call the match. If he's lucky, we can get him out before hypothermia sets in. Midnight's shocked expression turned to rage as she was about to disqualify Todoroki and call a medic. However, right before she spoke up, the temperature spiked as the surrounding area became scorching hot. A grin grew on her face as she turned to Todoroki. The match isn't over yet. Shoto's grin instantly turned to one of confusion as he looked back at Midoriya. What he saw infuriated him even more. Every single glacier he made quickly melted to nothing but puddles. He had made so many glaciers because he knew one mistake in heating them up would cause an explosion, with Midoriya right in the center of it. But Midoriya had somehow managed to avoid that entirely. Was the boy's control really that good? To be able to rapidly melt ice without causing the air around it to expand? He stepped forward, ignoring the shivering from his right side, and prepared another glacier. He never even got the chance as he was caught off guard by Midoriya's side of the arena exploding into an inferno of flames as the rest of the ice quickly vanished. Suddenly, every ounce of common sense came flooding back to Shoto as he looked at Midoriya's fire. The flames were black. Suddenly, he didn't feel like this was a fight to win but a fight to survive. Uh-oh, it looks like Snowtorch's big opening did nothing. Let's see how White Fox retaliates. Shoto watched as Midoriya slowly walked forwards, black flames trailing behind him with each step. He shook off any hesitance he had and slammed his foot onto the ground again, letting another glacier travel towards Midoriya, only for said boy to disappear. Shoto didn't even get the chance to be shocked when he felt all the ice on his left side vanish as 5 fingers wrapped around his face and he felt himself get slammed into the ground. Right as Todoroki hit the ground, Izuku quickly kicked him across the field. Activating Prowl, he quickly appeared behind the rolling boy and kicked him again. Shoto harshly rolled to his feet as he made an ice wall in front of him. His efforts accomplished nothing as Midoriya appeared behind him and punched him in the back with an ignited fist. Midoriya then grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him around so they were facing each other. Thus the onslaught began. Izuku quickly delivered 2 punches to both Todoroki's sides before grabbing him by the head and kneeing him. Turning to the side, he rammed his elbow into the boy's stomach before grabbing him by the shirt and slamming him into the ground, once again kicking him across the arena. He appeared above the rolling boy and slammed down on top of him. He quickly grabbed Todoroki by the leg and threw him across the arena. Shoto's body screamed in agony as he soared through the air. He winced in pain as his short flight came to a harsh halt as Midoriya caught him by the face and slammed into the floor once again. Ramping his left side up to the max, he slammed his hand onto the ground and watched as Midoriya disappeared to avoid the forest of ice spikes. Standing back up, he quickly made an ice dome around him and attempted to think out a plan. He didn't get much time as Midoriya's ignited fist came bursting through the dome as if he was all might himself and delivered a swift punch to his head. As Todoroki stumbled back, Izuku grabbed the boy by the shoulder and delivered a harsh headbutt before kneeing him in the stomach. Shoto gave a groan of pain as he instinctively raised his right arm to punch Midoriya, his own fist igniting off reflex. His eyes widened with shock as he saw his right side covered in that man's flames. Shock quickly turned to horror as Midoriya lazily swatted his arm upwards as a sea of orange flames released into the sky. He could only watch as the black flames coating Midoriya's fist shift back to a bright white before connecting to his stomach with a harsh punch as he went flying. He rolled back to his feet and stumbled to gain his balance. Looking across the arena, he watched as the rest of the flames Midoriya left behind turned white before fading out. Perhaps he could win this after all. Izuku silently cursed himself as he regained the reins on his quirk. He really hated his quirk's rabid mode. In short terms, it was essentially his control over his quirk slipping up and going full throttle with just barely any restraints. Now to some that might be a good thing after all, who wouldn't want to amp up the power of their quirk to its full extent? But in reality it was a pain in his butt. When his quirk went full throttle, it wasn't just his fire and ice increasing like how it would if he was in control, it was every aspect of his quirk including his atomic sensing. When the atomic sensing aspect of his quirk was at full throttle, it messed up his other senses, he would barely hear anything and his vision would be extremely blurry. Hell, he didn't actually hear Midnight start the match. It was Todoroki's glacier that told him the match started. Now of course this wasn't always the case, nor was it always that severe, but at times it felt like his quirk was overwhelming so much that his mind would just blank and his body would move completely off instinct. And given the fact rage was the primary catalyst for it, well, it was never a good thing for when he was completely overwhelmed like how he was that day. Thankfully what he did just now was in a pale comparison of that day. Hell, that day was actually how he found out his quirk could overwhelm and run off instinct. He had done things he didn't even know he could do that day. His silent berating came to an end as he jumped into the air and landed on top of the newly created glacier Todoroki just made. Looking at Todoroki, he could see part of the heterochromic boy's body was covered in patches of ice, no doubt icing any bruises he had. The boy also looked like he was gonna spontaneous combust from sheer rage. Izuku jumped off the glacier and landed in front of the boy. Todoroki threw a lopsided punch, no doubt due to an injury that Izuku caught with relative ease. He twisted Todoroki's arm and got in close, punching the boy in the stomach with an icy fist. Shoto rolled across the arena until he brushed his hand across the floor, making an ice wall behind him to stop him. He gave an audible growl as he stomped his foot onto the ground again. Why wasn't this working? This tournament was meant to be easy, it was meant to show he didn't need to use that BSTRD's fire. But at every twist and turn those insufferable two kept outdoing him, kept overwhelming him, kept beating him. It was infuriating. He had only expected Midoriya to stand any issue, but then Kodai came along. They had both forced him to use that man's fire and with relative ease. Just how? He had trained his ice for years and these two had outclassed him so easily. It just didn't make sense. He was created to be the best, he was meant to be the best with just his ice, and yet he wasn't. He watched as Midoriya stomped his own foot, his ice piercing through his own with relative ease. Shoto growled again as he slammed his hand onto the ground. Why won't you just lose? Midoriya didn't even seem to acknowledge his cries as the boy swiped his hand, a thin line of fire cutting through the glacier as the entire thing crumbled. He could only watch helplessly as Midoriya appeared in front of him once more and grabbed him by the shirt again. He couldn't do anything as the green-haired boy picked him up with ease and threw him over his own ice wall. He hit the ground with an exhausted and painful groan as Midnight spoke up. Snow Torch is out of bounds. White Fox wins. Shoto could only lay there, defeat clear on his face. Why wasn't his mother's ice enough? Endeavor watched the fight with a passive stare, but internally he was screaming about the ruthless beatdown his son was receiving. Had he caused this? All he wanted was his son to have a challenge, to see that only using his ice would get him killed sooner or later. But this isn't what he wanted. His son had used his fire all right, but part of him was screaming this wasn't worth it. As he thought about the actions that lead to this more and more, his mind couldn't help but flash back to Tuya. Every action he took for his children was meant for the good of them. So why did every action he take only lead to them to more harm? If this was always the outcome, were any of the actions he took good actions? After that roaring match, let's get in. He hasn't done much this tournament and his performance in the other stages has been rather lackluster. Give it up for Dynamite. Katsuki stomped onto the stage, explosions popping in his hands. What the F was that introduction? Lackluster? Him. If anyone was lackluster, it was these DM and extras that could barely put up a fight. Ponytail had gone down in one explosion and that tech freak had decided to be a coward and forfeited before the match even began. Now he was stuck fighting some Gen Ed loser who probably was shitty enough to fail the entrance exam. The only good thing about this is he would be fighting Deku next. For his opponent, it's the first Gen Ed student to make it to the semi-finals in years. He's proving he can handle anything the hero course throws at him. Give it up for Vintage. Minoru walked onto the stage with some confidence in his step. If you told first day him he would be fighting Bakugo, he would have been petrified with fear and would have run away. He had no intentions of doing that today. He didn't get to see much of Bakugo or how he used his quirk, but it was clearly evident his palms were the key to everything. All he needed was at least stick one ball onto them and the match would turn into his favor, a complete win if Bakugo tries using the other hand to pull it off. Alright boys, you know the rules, so without a further ado let the match begin. Die. Once he heard that, Minoru instantly moved to the side as Bakugo quickly moved across the arena and made an explosion right where he was standing. Spinning on his heel, he quickly faced Bakugo and punched the boy in the face. Katsuki stumbled back confusingly as he moved away. He wasn't expecting a lowly Gen Ed to actually land a hit on him. He raised his arm and set off an explosion, swatting a purple ball that the extra threw at him. Why did they look familiar? He fired off another explosion as the purple-haired boy got closer. He attempted to follow the extra when he felt a tug on foot. Looking down, he saw one of the purple balls sticking him to the ground. Holy shit, this was Grape F dash, the DMN idiot who got expelled the first day. How the f did he make it this far? He turned around to yell out at the purple-haired boy only to be greeted with another punch. Minoru tackled Bakugo and slammed him into the ground. He quickly sat himself up and grabbed his ponytail, pulling one of his spheres from it. Bakugo gave a growl as he raised both his arms while his palms sparked. Get off! Dual explosions connected to his stomach, sending him rolling off the blonde. Quickly rolling to his feet, Minoru plucked out another sphere and threw it at the Mad Bomber. Katsuki slipped out of his shoe and lazily dodged the ball only to be shocked when it curved mid-air and attached itself to his shoulder. He quickly ran forward as sparks popped in his hand, his aggression visibly growing as he saw Grape F smirk. As he ran forwards, setting off multiple explosions as the BSRD threw more of those annoying ball, he began to wonder how someone could be that stupid only for the purple-haired boy to pop out of the smoke in front of him and punch him again. That fucker had used his own quirk against him. As Katsuki stumbled back, he watched as the extra threw one of those annoying ball again and curved it so it attached to his back. Minoru gritted his teeth as Bakugo set off an explosion to his side. Quickly grabbing the blonde, he tackled him once again and leaned his weight onto him. When Katsuki's back hit the floor, he immediately realized what Grape F was trying to do. Moving his arm, he let off a large explosion and sent the purple boy flying. Attempting to stand up, he growled when he saw that the purple ball wouldn't budge. No way he was losing to hero course failure because of some stupid jacket? Ignoring Midnight's beaching about keeping his jacket on, he stood up and launched himself into the sky. He gave a feral grin as his explosions became more rapid as he started spinning. Let's see Grape F get out of this. Howitzer. Minoru's eyes widened as he saw the impending inferno. Ripping off multiple spheres, he covered his gym uniform and braced himself. Impact. And once again dynamite blows up the entire arena. But the question is, what happened to Vintage? The smoke cleared to reveal Mineta standing back up despite his body being covered in burns and his uniform torn to shreds. Minoru turned to Bakugo and gave a mischievous grin. Don't count me out just yet. I refuse to lose here. Katsuki gave a smile. Perhaps this extra would give him a good fight after all. Then by all means come at me then. But Minoru never moved, he just stood there with his head low. After some time, Midnight looked closer at the boy before raising her hand. Vintage is unconscious. Dynamite wins. Hisashi watched as Shota stood up and walked towards the door. Tilting his head to the side, he addressed the tired man. Where you going, Sho? Shota simply paused in front of the door and gave him a grin. Isn't it obvious? I have transfer papers to fill out. Hisashi gave a smile as he watched as his friend walked out. The smile didn't last long as he heard a loud explosion from the stage. Katsuki growled loudly as he watched Grape F be carried out by the medbots. What the F was that? The Grape F was putting up a good fight and he just FING passes out after only landing a few punches? It was bullshit. He let off a loud explosion and screamed. Get your butt down here right now. I'm not waiting a second longer to kick the shit out of you. It was a few seconds until he saw a familiar figure jump out of the stands and land on the opposite side of the arena. Izuku landed in a simple knee crouch and stood back up, slowly turning around to face Bakugo. His hand ignited with white flames as the explosions popping off in Bakugo's hands became more rapid. This was a fight that was a long time coming. Hisashi sighed as he turned back to the arena. He had just gotten permission to ignore the break and start the next match immediately. Though a part of him couldn't help but think something was horribly wrong. He ignored his gut feeling and continued on. He had a job to do. Well, aren't they in a hurry? Well, let's not waste any time either. Standing on the right side, he just finished his match and is ready for more. It's the Hero Corps student with a bold declaration, Dynamite. Katsuki gave a growl as he stared at Deku. Take that Ifindi mask off, you damn coward. I want everyone to see it when I show you're as useless as your damn sister. And his opponent is none other than your sports festival fan favorite, the Hero Corps student who's taken everything thrown at him and beat it with ease, White Fox. Izuku kept a blank face under his mask as he reined in his emotions, his white flames keeping their bright hue. As much as he wanted to let all of his anger, pain, and frustration out, it was neither the time nor place to do it. He needed precise control for what he was going to do and couldn't afford to mess it up. This attack wouldn't be for him but for her, so he would settle this while in control of himself. Midnight stepped back onto her podium, a clear expression of worry on her face. The staff was well aware of the animosity between the two but not the cause. They were hoping the festival never came down to this, but it seems it was inevitable. Alright boys, you know the rules, so let the finals begin. F-die! Katsuki screamed as he launched himself across the arena and slammed his ignited fist where Deku stood. Much to his annoyance, the coward let the flames in his hands fade out before lazily moving out of the attack. Katsuki swung at him again only for Deku to move each time, over and over again. He gave a loud growl as he launched himself at the green-haired boy again. "Stop moving and fight me." Deku was even mocking him. He hadn't even used that dumb disappearing trick. He was practically just ignoring him. Deku flipped over him and landed far away only to just just stand there. It was then Katsuki noticed the temperature was significantly colder, no doubt that coward's attempt to weaken his quirk. "Try all the shitty tricks you want, Deku, I'll still kick your butt regardless," he said, launching forward once more. Izuku took a deep breath and moved his right foot back along with his right arm. "Celestial force," Izuku calmly spoke as thick ice coated his arm, tearing straight through the sleeve of his jacket. "Green Valley Spring." And with that, he simply swiped his right arm forwards. Up in the stands, the rest of the hero course watched Present Mike introduce Midoriya and Bakugo. "So we can all agree this is gonna end up in nothing but disaster, right?" Kozai asked. As his classmates agreed, Kaibara spoke up. "So who wants to bet on Bakugo dying?" "Kaibara," Kendo said with a glare. Suddenly Ishido's head popped over their wall. 700 yen on him living but barely. Kendo gave an exhausted sigh. "I'm not responsible for you, where's Ida?" Mina gave a smug grin. "Vice Prez had a family emergency and Class Prez walked away the moment we started betting. So, we're your problem now." Kaminari spoke while appearing near Ishido. Kendo could only groan as Tetsu patted her back. "The fight isn't even that interesting, he's just dodging." Kamakiri complained. "Yeah, but it's practically freezing now." Fukudashi chimed. "I wonder what he's planning." They had the answer soon as Midoriya swiped his hand forward, a large glacier appearing in the arena. Tokage gave a long whistle. It looks like Green Bean saw Todoroki's move and decided to do it better. Ignoring the large audible growl from Todoroki in the stand next to him, Awaze tilted his head and looked at the glacier. "Hey guys? Is the glacier glowing?" On closer inspection Yanagi nodded. "Yeah, the area's heating up as well. It's almost scorching." Hananuki's eyes widened as he realized what Midoriya was about to do. "Get down." Before the class could question him, the glacier glowed a blinding white before it cracked. The explosion sent the entire stadium into uproar as the results happened instantly, walls cracking under the pressure of the wind as the glass roof of stands shattered into pieces. Multiple members of the Audi Cane who hadn't been lucky were flown back farther into the stands while others clung to their seats. Present Mike dropped to the floor as the harsh winds shattered the glass in the announcement booth. Cementos went rolling harshly across the ground as the explosion broke through his cement wall, along with Midnight getting sent flying into the stands. Chunks of the shattered arena flying everywhere around the arena, shards of ice following suit. What felt like hours of destruction roared through the place as the winds finally came to an end. An eerie silence filled the place as everyone looked upon the damage. In a silent horror, they looked around only for one thing to be heard. Drip. The dripping picked up as it clearly became evident what the noise was. It was raining. "Holy shit," Rin spoke, breaking the silence in his class. "Guys," Awaze spoke, drawing their attention. "Where's Bakugo?" Sure enough, looking down in the arena, Bakugo was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly a member of the crowd screamed and pointed to the top stadium near the Gen Ed seats, causing the entire stadium to turn and look. Oh shit. They were instantly greeted with the horrific sight of Katsuki Bakugo, laying limping in the stand riddled with injuries everywhere. Suddenly Present Mick's voice filled the arena, panic clear in his voice. "Netsu, we have an issue, shut the cameras off now." It was clear he had forgotten to turn off his mic, but the crowd didn't care, they simply turned to the source of the disaster. Izuka hadn't moved his arm after his attack, he had simply stared at the new ice burn marks that riddled his right arm and bit back a wince as the pouring rain splashed across them. He let out a heavy breath and calmed himself, lowering his arm as he brought his body temperature back to normal. Green Valley Spring, named directly after his sister, was a rough attack due to how much backlash it had, between dropping the temperature of his ice to the lowest he could and then compressing the heat inside the ice until it exploded. Even when Izuku was testing it on a smaller scale, he still ended up with some type of burn. It had been the first time he performed the attack on a large scale rather than practicing it on small blocks of ice on Takoba Beach. Looking around, he could see the amount of damage it caused to the surrounding area. He felt a small twinge of guilt that only worsened as the crowd spoke up. "What the hell is wrong with you? Look what he did to the stadium. Was he trying to kill us? Did you see what he did to the other kid? How could someone do that to a fellow classmate?" They not only hated him, but they also felt bad for Bakugo. Izuku pulled back on his quirk and reined it in, "Not here, not now." Spinning on his heel, he quickly walked off the stand as the crowd booed. "They don't know, they don't know, they don't know." Izuku repeated to himself internally, trying to calm down as he walked into his waiting room. Quickly removing his jacket and mask, he grabbed a rag and soaked it in warm water before applying it to his ice burns. Letting out a small wince, he let the rag sit and pulled out his phone and scrolled through his messages. Dismissing a few messages from his classmates who were either asking where he was or why he blew up the arena, he noticed there were new messages in the family group chat. Midoriya. 2 people online. Green Parakeet, Izuku. You did so well. Green Parakeet, are you injured? When you walked away you looked hurt. Green Fox, I'm fine, just a few ice burns. Green Parakeet, thank goodness, but what happened? They suddenly cut off the broadcast after they panned towards the Gen Ed stand. Green Fox, I may or may not have injured Bakugo so badly that it wasn't appropriate to show on TV. White Dragon is online. White Dragon, that's my boy. Green Parakeet, Hisashi. Green Fox, hi Dad. White Dragon, hello Aizu, congrats on the win. White Dragon, and don't judge me dear, you know you're happy at the fact Katsuki got what was coming to him. Green Parakeet. Green Parakeet, can he still use his quirk? Green Fox, don't know, they had only just moved him out of the arena when I left. White Dragon, fingers crossed. Green Parakeet, Hisashi. Green Fox, fingers crossed. Green Parakeet. Green Fox, one of us. White Dragon, one of us. Green Parakeet. Green Parakeet, fingers crossed. White Dragon, woohoo. Izuku chuckled at his family antics. It was always fun seeing how childish his dad was or how his mom put up with their antics and eventually roped up in them. He only wishes she was here to enjoy it again. Chio gave a heavy sigh as she read off her clipboard. All 24 ribs broken, 2 broken arms and a leg. Multiple ice burns and first-degree burns all over his body, 2 shattered wrists. Multiple stab wounds from being impaled by ice shards, lots of blood lost, and to top it off he's comatose. She gave another sigh as she placed her clipboard down. Needless to say the boy is lucky to be alive. My quirk can help with the process but he won't be in any condition to stand on the podium. With these injuries he may not be able to do internships as well. Shota could only sigh as Recovery Girl read off the report. He knew this would be a disaster but this was a nightmare. He just didn't get it. What could Bakugo have done to Midoriya to warrant that level of aggression? Worst part is both boys clearly didn't want to talk about it and they didn't know exactly what it was to even bring it up to them. He gave another heavy sigh. This was all nothing but a major headache. I understand, I'll be going now. Walking out of Recovery Girl's room he sent a quick text to Midnight and Cementos. They would need to add a few things to the podium. While Izuku kept hiding in his waiting room, he took the time to scroll through the current news feed, most of it being on the current sport festival. A's delayed sport festival ends in disaster. A sports festival participant identified as Bakugo Katsuki from the sludge incident. A's White Fox attacks the stands. Missing Shiketsu student found alive in alley after being missing for a month. Endeavor's secret son revealed at the sports festival? Why the Sports Festival is nothing but a money grab. Several Sports Festival participant identities revealed. Why White Fox doesn't deserve to win the Sports Festival. Son of the number 2 hero. Endeavor makes an appearance at the Sports Festival. Familiar rage? Son of the number 2 hero attacks a fellow student after the match. Why White Fox will make an excellent hero. Why White Fox shouldn't be punished for his final match. Should they be there? A look at the 3 Sports Festival participants who don't belong. 10 Sports Festival participants that are most likely to reach the top 50. Ingenium found dead in Hosu City. White Fox is revealed to be the hero of the USJ. Wait, what? Ingenium found dead in Hosu City. It brings great displeasure to announce that the Turbo hero, Ingenium, was recently found dead in a Hosu City alley after a rumored encounter with the hero killer. Currently it is unknown why the hero killer attacked Ingenium despite not fitting the rumored MO of the resident serial killer. Nonetheless, our greatest condolences to the Ida 10 family and hope justice will be served. Izuku gave a heavy sigh. He would need to talk to Ida soon. Losing a family member is never easy, especially when the killer roams free. Hopefully his fellow vice rep is responsible enough to not take a path he's not prepared to finish. He was snapped out of his thoughts when his phone buzzed as he looked down to see it was a text from Kodai. Red and white, where are you? They're waiting for all of us so they can give out medals. Green and white. Wait, green and white, us? Izuku walked off campus, his gold medal held tightly in his hand. Due to Bakugo's absence, UA changed the award ceremony at the last minute to include a 5th place podium for those who lost the first round and a 4th place podium for those who lost the quarterfinals. Needless to say, it took longer than usual when All Might felt the need to give a long speech to all 14 of them both individually and together. Scrolling through his calendar, he realized internships would be starting up next week. Given how the crowd reacted, he probably wouldn't receive that many offers, but that was the least of his concerns. Quickly putting the medal around his neck, he removed her purple hair clip from his hair and stared at it. He was just one step closer to being the hero she wanted him to be. Omake? He sighed as he watched 3 butterflies land on his mask, 1 green, 1 gray and 1 black. He watched as they fought, the green one not faring too well. They reminded him of the past and more specifically. That day, a 5-year-old Izuku and Izuki laughed as they danced with each other. Inko smiled as the two posed for the camera. I feel it's been a long time since I saw your smiling face light up a heart in slow motion, as much as possible. If this short night is our last, then I'm sure I'd go see you. That's how even I feel, in a carefree way. Tears rolled down his eyes as he sat there crying for what felt like hours. Crying as we hold each other. We can't even talk about the pain. I love you so much even with your weakness. Death Arms took the paper and dismissed the note completely. It wasn't worth it. You should do a sketch and give it to me along with my feelings before you laugh. Green Fox, we'll be the best hero duo ever. Green Butterfly, yeah. Please don't go, I don't want to go either. We made carefree promises as we punched each other on the shoulder. Although one of us always failed to keep their end, and it wasn't me this time either. Izuku read the paper as the temperature in the area spiked. Your shaking hands were a signal, yet I missed it so many times. It was Izuku, holding his hand out to her, giving a warm smile. Hey, a promise is just something to keep. All I really want is to hold hands. The temperature suddenly vanished. It was neither warm or cold. Next arc, a white butterfly. A butterfly clip trilogy. Izuku stood on top of the building of Ground Beta. The sport festival had just ended and classes were now starting back up to prepare for the upcoming internship. He took his fox mask off and stared at it. He automatically knew who he was gonna intern with if they were on his list, but he was curious on who Izuki would have picked. She was always secretive with her choice. I guess that now made sense in hindsight. He sighed as he watched 3 butterflies land on his mask, 1 green, 1 black and 1 gray. He watched as they fought, the green one not faring too well. They reminded him of the past and more specifically. That day, Inko readied the camera as Hisashi started the music. 2 green-haired kids stepped out of their respective rooms and stood in the hallway. Inko smiled as she could tell they were trying their best not to giggle. The boy bowed first and rose. The girl repeated the process before they both bowed at the same time and took each other's hands. They both raised their hands and circled each other. As the song picked up, they began skipping down the hallways laughing. Once they safely made it out, they began spinning each other. A 5-year-old Izuku and Izuki laughed as they danced with each other. Inko smiled as the two posed for the camera before falling over. The two laughed as Izuku used Izuki to try to stand up. Instead, she tackled him back to the ground and tried to pin, only to pout as he disappeared. That's not fair. You can't just use Daddy's vanishing act, she exclaimed. Izuku stuck his tongue out. Well, it's not my fault you picked learning his flipping trick first over his vanishing. Just you watch Aizu and I. When I get my quirk, you won't be able to hide from me ever again. She watched as he disappeared again, only this time she was prepared. She quickly crouched and back-flipped onto the couch to avoid him. Ha! No fair. This time it was Izuku's turn to pout. Izuki's smile turned smug as she threw her brother's words back at him. Well, it's not my fault you picked learning his vanishing act over Mobium. She was cut off as a pillow hit her face. No stealing. Was not. Was too. All right, settle down you two. Hisashi said as he stopped the music. They both stopped and silently glared at each other. The glaring came to a quick halt when Izuku's arms set on fire. Izuku screamed as he dropped to the floor and began rolling. Izuki screamed as Inko quickly scooped her up and got her away. Hisashi got close and noticed that everywhere Izuku was rolling was leaving ice patches. So it's his quirk? How did he get ice? He didn't think about it much longer as he approached his son. Calm down Aizu, it's just your quirk, see? There's also ice. That got Izuku to stop rolling and look down. He noticed the small ice patches that were on the ground. On further inspection, he realized the fire also wasn't burning him. He stood up, taking a deep breath as he focused on the palms of his hands. The fire traveled down his arm and formed around his hand, its orange hue changing to white. Izuku then held out his hand and focused on it, flexing it as ice started forming. His dad patted him on his shoulder. Well done, kiddo, you picked up on it very quickly. Look, it's even my signature white. He said while giving a huff, letting a small trail of white flames ignite the air. This is my quirk. I have a quirk. His excitement caused the temperature to spike, accidentally heating up the cold air his left arm was forming, resulting in an explosion that launched him to the couch. Izuku Izai, his family shouted. He stood up shakingly as he gave a thumbs up. I'm okay. He swiftly answered before everything faded to black. After taking Izuku to the hospital to make sure he was okay, they got his quirk registered under Thermodynamics. They were now sitting in Dr. Tsubasa's room as they waited for him to come back. In the case of twins, their quirks usually came in around the same time even if they weren't alike. They at least wanted to know what it could possibly be and an estimate on when it awakened so they wouldn't be caught off guard this time. Just then the doctor walked back into the room. They watched as he took his seat and crossed his legs. Any news, Dr. Tsubasa? Inko asked as she tried to get Izuki to stop vibrating in her seat. It's not gonna happen, the doctor stated bluntly. The results of the news were instant. Izuki froze, Hisashi coughed up blood and a few flickers of flames, Izuku looked confused and Inko started to panic. What do you mean it's not gonna happen? The doctor sighed and pulled up a few charts. As you can see, while she does have a quirk factor almost similar to her brother, unlike him she lacks the genes to awaken said factor, thus making them useless. She'll never awaken a quirk. Inko watched Izuki's reaction, she still hadn't moved. Hisashi cleared his throat. Thank you, doctor, will be going no dash. Did you still think I can be a hero without a quirk? Izuki cut off her father, her voice sounding broken. The doctor sighed again. Sorry kid, without a quirk you have no chance of being a he dash. That's enough. Hisashi snapped at the doctor, the sides of his mouth igniting. We'll be leaving now. With that he picked up Izuki while Inko grabbed Izuku, who was glaring at the doctor, and left. Kyudai hummed to himself as he read over the file again. A quirkless person with a quirk factor, interesting indeed. With that he slipped into the hidden room and saved the file for later. Later that night Izuki sat motionless as All Might's debut video looped over and over again. She was snapped out of her state when she turned to see who shoved her in the shoulder. It was Izuku, holding his hand out to her, giving a warm smile. When she took his hand he quickly pulled her into a hug. I don't care what that stupid doctor said, I think you'll make a great hero, lil sis. Izuki gave a slight chuckle, the first emotion she showed since the news. Didn't mommy say I was first? Did you say something? Izuki promptly hit him with a pillow. It had been 8 years since her diagnosis, 8 hellish years. While her family had done her best to encourage her dream as a hero, the world hadn't been so kind. Kaken had changed towards her since that day. Izuku never really liked Kaken, but she knew he'd be an amazing hero with his quirk. He was just rough around the edges, but they were still friends. No, they weren't. Izuki shook off those thoughts as she looked back at her phone. Green Fox, all I'm saying is that if Edge Shot snuck up on All Might, he'd most definitely be able to take him down. Green Butterfly, Aizen, I know, I'm not having this convo again. Green Fox, Aizen, yes. Laughed at her brother's antics. He was such an Edge Shot fanboy, though I guess she couldn't talk since she had a whole wall of All Might posters. Would have been a whole room, but she was always more obsessed with butterflies than heroes. Suddenly she heard the sounds of explosions cracking as her body froze. Move it, defect. Kaken sneered as an explosion popped off in her face. She fell to the ground, wincing in pain as a few Kaken's friends kicked her as they walked by. She grit her teeth and bared it. She couldn't afford worrying her family. Green Fox, hey, are you okay? You randomly stopped typing. Green Fox, you also started walking home by yourself a lot more, is there something wrong? She scrambled to not drop her phone as she read the message. Izuku could not know about this. Green Butterfly, everything's fine. I'm just handling some minor task. Green Fox, alright then. Green Fox, if you need help with anything let me know. Green Butterfly, I sure will. She frowned. Izuku had always been the most supportive of her goal in being a hero. In fact, she couldn't think of a single bad memory of him. She didn't want to drag him down with what's happening at school, he had more important things to worry about. He didn't need to worry about someone as useless as herself. Izuku set down his phone. Izuki was fine, right? She had started retreating into herself and started pushing mom and him away. She didn't even show up to the calls with their dad anymore. Was there something happening at school? Were the students bothering her with her quirk status? No, that couldn't be right. But what if it was Izuki was always fierce? You just pointed out she was retreating into herself more, and with the way she talked about Katsuki, he surely would stand up for her. You know he wouldn't. He may not like Katsuki due to how aggressive he is and how loud he is, but the Bakugos were practically family. Surely he would interfere if someone was harming Izuki unless he was part of the problem. Not to mention the teachers wouldn't allow something like this. They always did keep them in separate classes and lunch PRDS though. Didn't one teacher have a book on the Meta Liberation Army? He shook his head, shaking off the thought. Izuki was strong in both will and spirit. She was more timid lately. She wouldn't let herself be pushed around like that, and if she would surely tell him unless she doesn't trust you. He knows Izuki better than anyone. Do you? If something was happening he wouldn't miss the signs unless you already have. Izuki was fine, but what if she wasn't? Right? The day has been terrible so far. For some reason her teacher felt the need to point out she was applying to you even if it wasn't the hero course anymore. But Kaken didn't seem to care. She had attempted to protest that she would still attend UA anyways, and it ended horribly. So there she laid on the floor, her entire body aching. Here's some advice, ya diamond defect. Kaken said as he leaned down to face her. If you want to be a hero so dim and bad, pray for a quirk and take a swan dive off the roof. He said, delivering a final explosion to her side. But knowing how useless you are, you probably find a way to F that up as well. He finished walking out of the classroom soon after. With that she shakingly grabbed her now cracked phone and texted Izuku. Green Butterfly, walk home without me. I have something I need to do real quick. Green Fox, are you okay? Do you need any help with the task? Green Butterfly, oh no, it's fine, just doing some last-minute training prep for UA. Green Fox, oh okay, I'll see you at home. Green Fox, we'll be the best hero duo ever. Green Butterfly, yeah. She put up her phone and numbly limped out of the classroom. What was the point of even trying anymore? Izuku stared at his phone as he walked home using Prowl to speed up the trip. Izuki was lying and he didn't know why. Ever since last year she was slowly withdrawing away from him and Mom, but now it was like she was just avoiding them. The training thing had confirmed she was lying. Izuki was skinny. She was eating and sleeping a lot less, so there was no way that was the case. Overall she just looked empty inside. He was sure something was up, but every time he approached her about it she acted like she was fine. Her teachers were no help, saying they hadn't noticed anything in class, and every time he tried to approach Katsuki about it he just ignored the question and kept trying to challenge him to a fight. He arrived home and just stared at the last text. What was wrong? She walked home numbly questioning everything her family told her. She couldn't do any of the things her dad taught her anymore, and she could barely stand up to Kakin. How was she meant to be a hero, someone who saved someone, when she was so pitiful? She quickly paused as she heard something explode behind her. When she turned around she found herself quickly enveloped in green sludge, her scream muffled by the same substance. Relax kid, I just need to use your body to get away from him, so be a good kid and stop resisting. The sludge villain spoke to her. She didn't know her body stopped struggling until her attention snapped back to reality as she heard a voice. Texas Smash. And then everything went dark. Izuki's eyes flickered open with a groan. This day was horrible. There you are. Almost thought I lost ya. Izuki looked up to see All Might standing above. Any other time she probably would have been vibrating in excitement, but today she just couldn't bring herself to. She just felt so numb. Sorry about that, I usually pay more attention to keeping bystanders out of my justicing, but apparently this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. All Might said while giving off his signature laugh. Though I must thank you. You were a big help in catching the villain. Now if you excuse me I must get going, I have to get this guy to the police. He tapped the bottle in his pocket and started to walk away. Izuki's eyes widened as she scrambled to her feet, a small bit of hope filling her body. She needed to ask All Might. Quickly running forward she grabbed the number 1 hero and clung tightly to his leg as they soared through the air. All Might shook his leg lightly as he spoke up. Hey, I love my fans but this is too much. Please let go. For a short second there was a part of entertained that thought before she shook her head and grabbed his leg tighter. No way you idiot. If I let go now I'll fall to my death. What the hell is wrong with you? She screamed, a slimmer of her old personality slipping through. Oh, good point. Toshinori chuckled nervously, slightly caught off guard by the small girl's fierceness. He changed his course and set them down on top of a nearby building. That was very dangerous of you, young lady. I really must be going now. Thankfully he was able to push himself just enough to not shrink. It hurt like hell but he couldn't afford to let his injury be known. He started walking away only to pause when the girl screamed. Can I be a hero without a quirk? He was positive the girl kept speaking after that, but he couldn't make out what she was saying as he thought back to the day he asked Nana the same question. Looking back at the girl and her frail structure he wanted to lie and say yes, but he just couldn't bring himself to. So he bit the bullet and spoke up. While it's nice to have dreams, I would advise you to pick something more realistic. If you want to be a hero, maybe try being a police officer or a doctor. I'm sorry but it's just not possible. And with that he launched off again. He quickly felt his pockets to make sure the villain was secure only to feel they were empty. He slightly panicked as he patted his pants again only to hear an explosion in the distance. Damn it. Be realistic. The numb feeling crept back up on Izuki as she replayed what happened. She had told All Might everything that happened, how society looked at her. How she mentioned why being a police or doctor wasn't an option, you needed a quirk for those. But All Might didn't hear any of that. All he heard was, quirkless, and tuned her out, just like everyone else. Be realistic. 2 words everyone but her family have said to her. 2 words that mocked her entire life. 2 words that she could never escape from. Izuki snapped out of her thoughts as she looked around, now realizing she was closer to the edge of the building than she originally was. Izuki looked up and saw a bunch of explosions popping off in the distance. What was going on over there? What were you thinking? Death Arms asked her. Izuki stood quietly as the hero berated her. When she arrived at the scene she was greeted to the sight of Kakin being suffocated by the same sludge villain from earlier while the heroes just stood around and did nothing. When Izuki saw it she didn't know what came over her, she had simply just moved. It was all just a blur. She didn't accomplish anything though. All Might still had to come in and save Kakin but also her again. She just couldn't do anything. So you're not gonna answer the question? Death Arms asked before scoffing. You're lucky we don't arrest you for illegal quirk usage. I don't have a quirk. Izuki numbly spoke. She didn't know why she blurted that out. She knew the response she was gonna get. Death Arm's face twisted in disgust. Quirkless? How the hell did someone as useless as you even get by us? Death Arms? Kamui Wood snapped. What? Death Arms asked. You know I'm right, honestly I'm shocked there's still people like her around, given they don't really contribute anything. Kamui was about to say something before he noticed the girl was gone. Oh great, now she left, good going Death Arms. Whatever. Death Arms said with another scoff. Izuki walked numbly away from the scene. Why couldn't she do anything right? She couldn't even save Kakin correctly, she had to be bailed out by All Might. Maybe everyone was correct. She continued walking until she turned the corner where she was met with an explosion. Hitting the ground with a wince, she heard Kakin speak up. Still trying to play hero ha defect? Think you're something cause you tried saving me, well guess what, I didn't need help from someone as useless as you. Katsuki said as explosions cracked in his hands. Honestly you should just take my advice from earlier and save everyone the trouble of being weighed down by you. With that he stomped off. Izuki shakingly stood back to her feet. She couldn't feel anything as Kakin's words from earlier looped in her head. Take a swan dive off the roof. Take a swan dive off the roof. Take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe he was right after all. This world didn't need someone as useless as her. Izuku ran through the city with Prowl as he navigated his way to the scene. When he got home he had brought up Izuki's recent behavior with their mom to see if they should intervene. The conversation didn't get far when they had seen Izuki sprinting towards a villain attack on the news trying to rescue Bakugo. Izuka didn't really think twice about it. He had sprinted out of their apartment and had taken to using Prowl. When he arrived at where the news reported the scene from, he instantly saw a building surrounded in yellow police tapes as paramedics were loading what appeared to be a covered body into an ambulance. It wasn't until he saw a yellow backpack covered in blood that it all sunk in. No. He spotted Kamui walking up to Death's Arms and handing him a piece of paper. The poor girl left a note. We got the name of someone named Kakin. Bakugo? Death Arms took the paper and dismissed the note completely. It wasn't worth it. Probably just some quirkless runt trying to ruin someone's career, he said before crumbling up the note and tossing it away. Kamui started berating the man for it, but Izuku didn't hear them. He had used Prowl to grab the note and quickly read it. Izuku read the paper as the temperature in the area spiked. His sister was going through all this and he hadn't noticed? He only just now started seeing the signs and now it was too late. Well, I be demed, the quirkless F actually did it. A newly arrived Bakugo said. About time that useless F learned her place. Izuku turned to the boy with a horrified stare, the content of the notes echoing in his head. Bakugo, Izuku whispered, black flames dancing off his shoulder as dark frost started to trail from his hands. As Kamui attempted to berate Death Arms and reprimand the blonde kid All Might saved for their comments, the temperature suddenly vanished. It was neither warm or cold. When the temperature vanished, the heroes instantly turned to the source. A green hair boy staring at the kid that All Might had just saved from the sludge incident. He kinda looked like the girl who just jumped. Oh shit. He looked like the girl who just jumped. And the boy All Might just saved just said. About time that useless F learned her place. This was bad. Kamui was the first to catch on, slowly approaching the kid to calm him down. Hey there, let's just get you out of here before you do something you might regret, okay kid? The blonde kid scoffed. Please, like Deku could do anything, he's about as useless as his Diamond sister. Should follow her lead and join her in his place as well. Izuku stared at Bakugo, visibly shaking. The note had said everything. It was him. His fault that Izuki was more timid. His fault that Izuki was eating and sleeping less. His fault that she was avoiding him and mom. His fault that she was lying to them. It was his fault that she looked so empty. It was his fault she was gone. Death Arm, get the blonde kid out of here befo dash. Suddenly the surrounding area set ablaze and froze over. Kamui turned around and saw the green-haired boy's demeanor had completely changed. He now stood there, his mouth and eyes spewing black flame as his hair floated, ignited with fire and emitting dark black frost. And then he screamed. It wasn't a scream of anger. It was a scream of anguish. This boy had finally snapped. Get the blonde kid out of here. Kamui screamed as he went to restrain the boy. The kid vanished and appeared next to Death Arm, grabbing him by the neck and throwing him into a nearby building. When he started moving towards the blonde kid again, Lady enlarged and lowered her hand into the street to swat him away. It was a bit excessive, but they all knew this boy wasn't in the right state of mind to try to talk to. The kid suddenly appeared in the sky, floating right in front of her face, and delivered a harsh kick. You felt like she had been hit by a truck as her body forcibly shrank itself in pain. The kid had caught her mid-fall and slammed her into a building, dragging her through it on the way down. Backdraft, do something. Shinji shouted as he sent multiple pillars of wood to capture the boy. I can't. Aoi screamed as he tried using his quirk. Any water I make is instantly freezing and then evaporates into mist. The boy skillfully evaded all his pillars and closed the distance with terrifying ease. The kid then gripped Kamui by the head and slammed him into the floor before kicking him away and swatting backdraft down the street. The boy looked like he was gonna continue the assault only to be stopped when he was wrapped up in bamboo. We saw the fire. Kamui turned to see Togita standing on a rooftop, bamboo extending from his hands. We're here to help. Suddenly Ms. Joke jumped down and landed in front of the boy with her signature smile. Hey, no need to be mad, how about a laugh? She said while activating Outburst. As soon as her quirk turned on, her blue aura swiftly changed to red. Her wide smile quickly disappeared as her eyes widened in horror. She collapsed to the ground, giving a horrifying scream of pain as she clutched her head and shut off her quirk. Before Kamui even had time to worry about her, the kid had broken out the bamboo and kicked her far down the street. Ms. Joke! Takeshita screamed only for the boy to suddenly appear behind him and kicked him off the roof straight into the opposite building. Emmy Lady enlarged herself again and took a deep breath. She blew on the area, attempting to put out the fire and blow the kid away. She watched in horror as the kid didn't even budge an inch and just stood there. The kid then retaliated, blowing on the air in front of himself as she felt her whole body be covered in thick black ice. Izuka dodged to the side as Death Arms attempted to punch him. He dodged again when a newly arrived Mr. Brave slashed a sword at him, grabbing them both tightly by the neck and slamming them into the floor. He kicked both of them away and was going to trap them in a glacier when he suddenly felt himself being pushed into the air by bamboo and wood. Keep him off the ground. Kamui screamed, he can't use his ice effectively if he's not touching something. Izuku gripped the wood and bamboo tightly, the fire spewing from his mouth growing thicker. Mr. Brave stood up and watched as the kid was suspended in the air. And then he saw it. Everyone take cover. The kid then opened his mouth as a mountain of flames rained down on the heroes. Emmy Lady's icy prison exploded as her shrunken self was launched into a building. Izuku landed back on the ground, the road melting under him as he turned to look at his sister's killer. Katsuki stared in horror as he watched Deku slowly walk towards him. Deku shouldn't be this strong, he was just a coward who always avoided fighting him with that annoying disappearing act. And yet here he was. Katsuki desperately walked backwards away as Deku stalked towards him. He couldn't even use his quirk as his body was too cold. He couldn't even form a drop of sweat, let alone detonate it. So here he uselessly watched, as Deku's fist ignited with black flames, the windows on the building around them melting to nothing but a pile of liquid. Deku reared his fist back and was about to punch forward, only for the thread of his clothes to unravel and pin him to the ground. Katsuki confusingly followed the thread to the roof of a building and sighed in relief at who he saw. Best Jeanist held the threads tightly as he restrained the kid to the ground. Best Jeanist is on the scene. Shinji shakingly stood back up and sprung back into action. Lacquered chain prison. He yelled as wood wrapped around the pinned boy. At the same time Takeshita recovered and was right next to him. Deep blooming bamboo forest. He said, slamming his hands down as winding bamboo lifted the boy off the ground. Izuku thrashed around in his restraint. While his vision was blurry, he could make out one person standing behind a corner. A skinny blonde man wearing similar clothes to the one All Might was wearing on the news. And then the contents of Izuki's note clicked. This was the person who put the final nail in his sister's death. All Might. He painfully screamed as he started thrashing more. All three heroes that held him tightened their hold on the boy. Best Jeanist held his grip tight as he turned to Kamui Woods. Kamui, report. Shinji clenched his jaw and readjusted his stance as he felt himself sliding forwards towards the boy. Kid's sister committed suicide and the blonde kid over there said some incentive things. Needless to say the kid snapped, he's not in the right state of mind. Suddenly Ms. Joke limped over to him and helped him pull back on the wooden restraints. That kid is feeling nothing but raw anger, not even Outburst has an effect. I see. Best Jeanist said as he turned to look at the blonde boy only to find them sprinting away down the street. That wasn't good, they still needed to get his name. He didn't have time to tell Death Arms to follow the kid when suddenly all the fire disappeared as the area temperature dropped. He quickly turned back to the kid to see his entire body covered in ice. Oh, that can't be good. In a short amount of time Tsunagu and the other pros quickly found themselves trapped in solid ice only to be launched back by an explosion. Izuku slowly lowered himself back to the ground as the surrounding area looked like a war zone, destroyed and covered in nothing but dark flames and black ice. Mr. Brave was hanging through a window. Empty Lady's shrunken body laid unconscious in a pile of rubble. Kamui would laid in the room of a nearby building he flew into, riddled with burns. Death Arms landed harshly onto a roof, his entire right side scorched while the left was still covered in ice. Takeshita was laying upside down in a crater on the ground. Backdraft's arms looked out of place as he stood slumped against a wall. Best Jeanist and Ms. Joke looked the worst of the eight, having been in civilian clothes as they weren't originally on patrol. Once he landed, Izuku then prepared to charge at All Might, only to switch directions when he felt someone approaching behind him and quickly turned around. His vision quickly cleared up as he was greeted to the sight of glowing red eyes staring at him, the flames and ice coating his body disappearing right before he passed out. Toshinori stood in horror at the chaos and destruction that played out. He had just finished setting the media on a wild goose chase away from the area and was looking for the green-haired girl. What he saw broke his heart. Yellow police tape around a building as a young boy was being restrained as fire and ice spewed everywhere. When he heard Kamui's status report, he pieces everything together. The girl he saved earlier was now dead and he was the pushing point. He couldn't do anything but watch as the boy thrashed around in his restraint. He had already pushed the limits of his time limit, and with the boy who he could only assume was somehow related to the girl was not in the right state of mind. A fight between All Might and a berserker capable of giving 8 pro heroes a hard time, one of which was Best Jeanist, would end in nothing but more damage. And then the boy looked right at him and screamed. The kid knew exactly who he was and exploded the entire area. He probably would have charged at him had Eraserhead not grabbed the kid's attention and erased his quirk. Toshinori slowly began walking away as he saw Aizawa cuff the unconscious kid. He was there all right and he failed in the worst way possible. He had truly failed that girl and her family. Izuku's eyes snapped open as he sat up to find himself in an empty cell. He began replaying the events that just happened in the head, remembering the vague snippets of the fight that he could remember. Then it clicked. Izuki was gone. She was suffering in silence, and by the time he caught on it was too late. Tears rolled down his eyes as he sat there crying for what felt like hours. Eventually the cell door opened to reveal a heavily bandaged Kamui Woods. Izuku gave a full body flinch as he backed away. He had done those injuries, and for the first time that fact he was in a jail cell finally clicked. "Relax kid, you're safe." Kamui spoke. Death Arms tried advocating for your arrest, but he was swiftly shut down by me and the other heroes involved. Shinji watched as the kid gave an audible growl as now familiar black flames danced off him. It meant the quirk's suppressants were wearing off. He reached out the cell and grabbed a few things that should help. Izuku watched cautiously as Kamui grabbed something from outside. He only relaxed when he saw it was a yellow book bag and purple butterfly hair clip. Izuki's stuff. He felt like something was missing but ignored it as he quickly got up from his seat and tried to run to get them, only for the chains connected to his cuffs to JRK him back towards the wall. Okay, now this was just excessive. Kamui quickly walked up to him and broke the chains and cuffs, silently swearing about how dumb it was to chain a minor to the wall. Shinji nearly fell over when the green-haired boy quickly stood and snatched up the book bag and hair clip before running out of the cell. He attempted to follow the boy out of the station, only to stop as he watched the boy disappear into thin air. Kamui sighed and walked back into the station. If he ever saw Death Arms again, he was going to strangle him. Izuku bursted into the apartment, stopping at the door when he finally saw his mom. Inko instantly started to worry as she looked at Izuku carrying Izuki's book bag. "Izuku, where's Izuki?" Izuku only fell to his knees as he started crying again. She had her answer, but she wishes she didn't. Izuku laid on his bed just staring at his ceiling. The room felt so suffocating. It had been a month since Izuki's death, and to make matters worse they couldn't even have a proper funeral. Apparently on the way to the hospital the entire ambulance and crew in charge of it just went missing without a trace, so there wasn't even a body to bury. Izuku just hated the whole thing. Izuki's death hit the family hard. His dad didn't call as often anymore, and he could count the amount of words he and his mom had spoken to each other during the entire month on his fingers. Neither of them could really blame the other for avoiding them though. Izuku looked nearly identical to Izuki, with only a few minor changes like how he had 4 freckles in the shape of a diamond while Izuki had 5 in the shape of a star, and then of course the more obvious changes. Izuku fully understood why neither of his parents wanted to look at him and knew it wasn't anything malicious. As for him avoiding his mom, it was more so that Izuku couldn't help but feel this was his fault. He had been born with a quirk while Izuki hadn't. She suffered for 9 long years while he lived a carefree life. She was hurting and he, her own twin brother, didn't even notice. Izuku could only stare at his right hand and think, what was the point of having a quirk if he couldn't even save the person he cared most for? What was the point of having a perfect quirk for heroics if he couldn't even save the one person closest to him? He gave a frustrated sigh and looked out the calendar. UNA entrance exam was in 9 months, but he couldn't help but question himself. Did he deserve to be a hero? Well, he held heroes on a high pedestal like Izuki. He wasn't born with the same heroic drive as she was, that meddling when you shouldn't mindset that made her the most heroic person he knew. He had originally wanted to be a hero, to be right by her, helping her achieve her goals. So that begged the question, did he even deserve to have this quirk? He spent his entire life thinking heroics would be a fun little hobby to do with his sister. He had practically been given a free pass to being a hero that he took for granted while she had her goals ripped away from her. So why did he deserve to be a hero if he didn't even have a proper goal while she was subjected to a life of hell for just wanting to save people? Izuku rolled off his bed and put some outside clothes on. He needed some air. Quickly writing a note for his mom to read, he jumped out the window and started roof hopping. Maybe a trip to that old beach would help him find an answer. Toshinori quietly watched as young Midoriya kept dodging young Bakugo. While he watched, he just couldn't help but think about the whole situation. He knew why young Midoriya hated him. He knew for a while and came to accept that he had every right to last month. What he couldn't understand was why he hated young Bakugo even more than him. He had been the one to shatter his sister's spirit and was the one to break the camel's back. So if he hated Bakugo more than someone who had an active albeit accidental part in his own twin sister's death, Toshinori could only think of one thing. Young Bakugo played some part in the death of young Midoriya's sister. When the arena blew up, he just stood there unfazed and watched as the other members of the teacher's stand ducked for cover to avoid the flying glass and debris. Looking back down at the arena, he saw young Midoriya leave, and while there wasn't a single flicker of black flames or even a trail of dark frost, anger and aggression were still clear in his steps. He made a promise to that boy that if he ever needed him, he'd be there. So he intends to keep that promise. He was going to find out what Bakugo did to Izuki Midoriya. Masaru sighed as he watched his wife get off the couch. I just don't understand why he would do that to Katsuki. Mitsuki complained. He sighed. Looks like they were having this conversation again. Honey, we both know why you just chose to ignore it or do anything about it. This again, Masaru? Mitsuki turned to her husband. Look, Katsuki may have an inflated ego and few attitude issues, but he would never do anything that horrible. Little Izuki always was a bit jealous of him. He lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. Izuki? Praise everyone for their quirk, Izuki? Worship the ground, Katsuki walked on. Izuki? Jealous? Do you hear yourself, honey? Mitsuki simply glared at her husband before strictly speaking. I know my son Masaru, I know he wouldn't do anything like that. Inko and Hisashi are just too caught up in their emotions to see it. His eye twitched at that. Mitsuki, their daughter is dead and you're brushing it off as if it was some slight inconvenience. Don't you think there's a reason Katsuki refuses to go over there? Or even answer us when we question him about it? We know barely anything about this and he refuses to speak on it. Katsuki's always been a tough shell to crack. Even before Izuki died, he never wanted to go over to their house. For Christ's sake, do you hear yourself, Mitsuki? You're making every excuse to not see Katsuki in a bad light. What you're doing isn't good, honey. Are you saying I'm a bad mother? She slightly hissed. I didn't even say that. That's a completely new sentence. Mitsuki was about to say something when her phone buzzed. Quickly picking her phone and reading the text, she gave a heavy sigh and turned to Masaru. We'll continue this later, Yu wants us to come down there. Masaru sighed. Fine, but this isn't over. Ejiro watched in horror as Bakugo was carried away carefully by the medical bots. He knew there was something going on between Bakubro and Midoriya, but this was extreme. He didn't know much about Midoriya due to being in separate classes, but he knew Bakugo. He was one of the most manly people he knew. Sure, he was a bit brash and rough around the edges, but he means well. His interactions with Midoriya were a different story. The green-haired boy was always standoffish to those outside his class and rarely showed any emotions except when it came to one person. Bakugo. Midoriya was always glaring at Bakugo and was overall more hostile when it came to the blonde. Bakugo would always make comments in response about the green-haired boy but would unusually cower under Midoriya's aggressive stares as if he was afraid of the boy. Taking all this and with the out-of-the-line attack he just witnessed, Ejiro was sure of his conclusion. Midoriya was a bully. And Bakugo was his victim. Mina watched as Bakugo was carried out of the Gened stands, stunned in shock. Her bet was meant to be a joke, she didn't actually want to be right. Everyone was well aware of the bad blood between Midoriya and Bakugo, but no one ever assumed that it was to this degree. So that got her wondering. What exactly did Bakugo do to Midoriya? While she was far from book smart, she wasn't an idiot. She got into U to A for a reason. She always excelled in reading people and their body language. She knew the aggression Midoriya was showing wasn't from out of nowhere. How the boy always restrained himself, the way he walked and the way he feared when his flames turned black showed that. This wasn't a simple case of someone just hating someone for no reason, but someone trying to keep their cool their best they could. So she instantly ruled out Midoriya being some type of bully. But Bakugo, on the other hand, was a different story. The blonde's personality always reminded her of the bullies around her middle school, but anytime she tried bringing it up, Kiri always vouched for him. No way, Bakugo isn't a bully. Bakubro wouldn't do something like that. No way he'd do something like that, he's too manly for that. She was starting to worry her friend was being blinded by his admiration for the Mad Bomber. But she could feel it, she knew she was correct, she just couldn't fully prove it. Bakugo was towing a line. Between his insults, the nicknames he gave out and how he viewed everyone else as extras, he was just pushing that very thin line. But that couldn't be it, she could feel there was something more to the blonde, something that involved Midoriya. Bakugo Katsuki was a bully. And she was gonna prove it. Izuku jumped off the ground beta building and landed right next to his classmates. Where were you? Yanagi questioned. She quickly pulled out her phone as it buzzed and read the text. The vanishing. I was butterfly watching. Before she could question him what he meant by that, Vlad-sensei and Mr. Aizawa walked onto the grounds and addressed both classes. Vlad stood in front of both classes and gave a grunt. Alright you hellions, with the sports festival over and done with, you'll be taking another step into your careers as heroes. Aizawa pulled a remote out of his costume and clicked it, a large holographic screen quickly being displayed in front of them. Internships. For 1 week you'll be interning under an official pro hero for not only experience but guidance on how pros act on day-to-day basis. Shota handed the remote to Vlad, who pressed the button to change the screen. You'll be selecting who you'll be interning with from the offers you got via the sports festival. Usually they're more spaced out, but due to the USJ and certain incidents, all eyes were on you this time. The screen quickly changed and displayed their offers. White Fox, 4,326. Snow Torch, 4,123. Dynamite, 3,556. Vines, 1,452. Rule, 864. Chargebolt, 360. Recipro, 301. Lizardy, 272. Creati, 108. Real Steel, 73. Red Riot, 68. Mudman, 67. Prism, 53. Rakishii, 23. Alien Queen, 20. Cellophane, 14. Don't panic if you didn't get any offers. UDA has a list of agencies you can pick from, so all of you will be doing internships. Vlad King chimed. Izuku stared at the list and paused. He still ended up with the most offers? Aw man, it's not even close. Suburaba whined. 4,000 offers? No offense Midoriya, but I can't say I was expecting you to get a lot after, yeah. Awaze said while rubbing his neck. They probably sent in offers due to his performance during the rest of the festival ribbit. Sue chimed while putting her finger to her chin. After all, he still placed first in every event. It makes sense. Yanagi said calmly. If he did lose offers for it, we also have to take into consideration that Todoroki and Bakugo may have also lost some. After all, Todoroki attacked Yui after their match, and Bakugo's general attitude during the festival was, in lack of better terms, horrible. Todoroki silently growled as Tokage floated over to Izuku and Kodai. Oh yeah, our green bean here did save our resident Kadari, Princess Carrie and all. A real Prince Charming, aren't you, green bean? She said with a smug smile. Izuku made the wise decision to ignore that as Vlad and Aizawa continued. Take your time while picking who you want to intern with. Choose the best options that's going to help you in the long run. Vlad spoke. Don't just pick someone because they're your highest offer. Actually think about how your quirks work with theirs, look at what type of hero they are and the type you want to be. Aizawa continued. That being said, you have a week until internships. Don't rush in making your decision. Now normally we'd be picking hero names now, but you've already done so. So for the rest of class you all essentially have a free PRD and the entire training ground to do whatever you want within reason. Present Mike will be watching over you while me and Eraser deal with a few things. With that the two teachers started walking away until Aizawa turned back around. Midoriya. When the fox-masked boy turned towards him, Aizawa continued. Don't think you're getting off scot-free for what you did. Now I would have expelled you, but Vlad is too lenient and he was in charge of your punishment, so you have detention for the week. Izuku was slightly confused at that punishment. That didn't seem too bad. The person who will be overseeing your detention is All Might, enjoy. With that Aizawa walked away. There it was. Toshinori watched as young Midoriya sat at his desk, scrolling through the tablet that had the list of his offers. He wanted to ask the boy about young Bakugo but didn't know how. It wasn't like he could come right out with it. What was he meant to say? Hello there. Remember that sister of yours, the one who I basically killed? Yes. Was there anyone else who played a part of that traumatic experience you clearly don't want to talk about? No. Meanwhile, Izuku scrolled through the tablet, slightly annoyed by the way the agencies were organized. Horribly. The entire list was disorderly. It wasn't by rankings and it wasn't in alphabetical order, so now he had to scroll through 4,000 names just to see if he got an offer from the one person he wanted to intern with. Overall, it was a pain in the butt. Scrolling through the offers, he realized a majority of them were minor agencies that were no doubt trying to use the fact he won the sports festival as a way to boost their popularity, but some offers did stick out. Kamui was the first one on his list, and what made him realize that the list was organized by the order the requests were made, meaning Kamui had sent him an offer the moment the festival started. Now he almost felt bad for making the hero change his Twitter handle to Firewood. Almost. The next offer to stick out was MT Lady, which wasn't a bad option, especially considering how much she changed since her debut. Despite taking the least amount of damage from his incident, she had completely disappeared for months after it, only to resurface with a completely different MO. She was no longer villain hunting and was more focused on rescue operations, which really threw the media for a loop. It was safe to assume that between the sludge incident, his quirk incident and Izuki's death, MT Lady's hero career took a complete turn, so she wasn't the worst choice. He recognized two more names that were an instant no, Endeavor and Slide and Go, the former because that internship would either end with either him or Endeavor being arrested for assault, and the latter because he could have sworn Izuki mentioned that the hero held the record for highest license suspension count, which sent all sorts of red flags. His calm demeanor broke as he loudly laughed as he saw Death Arms had sent him an offer, and suddenly Slide and Go wasn't the worst option anymore. He quickly deleted the hero's name off his list and went back to scrolling. Minutes had passed as Midoriya scrolled through his long list, and Toshinori decided to bite the bullet. So, young Midoriya, is there anyone you're looking forward to interning with? The green-haired boy didn't even react to him and just continued to scroll through the tablet. Okay, let's try this again. If you don't mind me asking, I was wondering how you knew young Bakugo? You two seem familiar with each other. He asked with caution. Midoriya actually looked at him this time with a raised eyebrow, no doubt confused on what he was trying to do. Seeing the boy wasn't gonna answer, Toshinori tried a different question. Actually, never mind, you probably don't want to talk about him. How about a more fun topic? Like, why do you want to be a hero? That's always a fun topic. He watched as Midoriya did a full body flinch before glaring at him, black flames sparking off his body. Not a fun topic. It was not a fun topic. Abort. Toshinori gave a fake cough and looked at the clock before standing up. Oh, would you look at the time? I have a last-minute appointment with Chio that I need to attend to. You're free to leave early, young Midoriya. I'll see you tomorrow. With it, he quickly walked out the door, silently cursing himself. He should have known better than to ask that question. Any reason the boy had would most certainly tie back to his sister. Of course, he wouldn't want to discuss it with the person who played a part in her death. He walked into his office and instantly sat down at his desk. Reaching into the drawer, he pulled out his copy of young Midoriya's file while bringing up young Bakugo's on his laptop. The only two who knew the whole situation, and yet neither would speak on it. Looking through Midoriya's file, he saw an interesting name listed under the boy's emergency contacts, one recently added at that. Well, not a name, more like an alias. Perhaps they could help him uncover the truth. Alright, Hellions, does everyone have their costumes? Vlad King asked as Class 1B stood in front of the train station. Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet, and you better not lose them or you'll be running laps around ground beta. Yes, sir. Now all of you get going. Tsuburaba, Tokage, Kaibara, at least try not to get kicked out the first day. Ken said with a tired plea. Lighten up, Vlad-sensei. Tsuburaba said. We'll be fine. I'm filled with so much confidence. Their teachers sarcastically replied before walking away. The class laughed as they boarded their respective trains. Man, this is gonna be great. Kaibara excitedly said as he took his seat. Hey, has anyone seen Midoriya? Kendo asked. He wasn't at the train stop with us. He's here. He said he wasn't allowed to stand with the class in front of Vlad King. The Twilight program means he can't be seen in public with teachers. Yanagi said as she took her seat. He should be joining us soon. Are you sure? Tokage asked. 'Cause the train is pulling off and he's not on board. Wait for it. Kodai said calmly. The group looked at her confusingly before Kamakiri spoke up. Knowing him, he probably missed the thud. The group paused and stared at the roof of the train. There's no way, Kaibara hesitantly said. Surely he wouldn't, right? Not even he could be that reckless. Shiozaki spoke. They soon had their answer when a smiling upside-down Midoriya appeared in their window. The others paused as they processed what they were seeing. Once they realized they weren't seeing things, the six all had one response, Midoriya. Kodai gave a tired sigh before walking over to the window and opening it. Izuku quickly threw his stuff onto the train as he slid in through the window. Ignoring the others' shouts of them asking why and how did he jump onto the train, he calmly took his seat next to Kodai and gave a smug smile. They were so easy to mess with. Izuku excitedly walked down the street and stood in front of the agency door. After scrolling through 4,000 offers, he had finally found the name and had taken it in a heartbeat. So imagine his surprise when he saw a white paper with the words, "Agency closed for today," taped to the door. He instantly called bullshit and attempted to open the door. When he saw it was locked, he remembered which hero he was dealing with here and took the paper off the door. This hero was all about hidden tactics. Of course, nothing would be obvious. Seeing that there was in fact no additional visible text on the paper, Izuku ignited his hand with white flames and gently held the paper above it as the ink revealed itself. He quickly read the contents of the hidden note and couldn't help but grin to himself. Oh, this was gonna be fun. Greetings, White Fox. If you're reading this, it means you didn't take the closed sign at face value and investigate it. Congratulations. If this isn't White Fox, please return the note to the door. If this is Tsunagu Shu, you overgrown pants, this is my internship. If this is White Fox, your next task is simple. Break into the Edge Shot Agency. Ninja Hero, Edge Shot, the #1 Twilight hero. Midoriya I? Hey Ida, just wanted to check up on you to see if you're okay. Midoriya I? Ida? Midoriya I? Ida? Midoriya I, Tenya Ida. Midoriya I, Midoriya I, Recipro. Midoriya I, Ideten. Midoriya I, Fellow VP. Midoriya I, Cyborg. Midoriya I, Public Enemy Number 2 to all green hairs. Midoriya I, Ida. Midoriya I, Code Yellow. Ida T, I'm here. What student is missing Midoriya? Midoriya I, oh good so you can see my messages. Midoriya I, so FING respond. Ida T Midoriya. Such misuse of the emergency code system is unprofound of a fellow VP and very unhero-like. Midoriya I, ignoring your fellow vice president is also unprofound of a VP. Midoriya I, and don't even try talking about unhero-like, Tsu told me you're going to Hosu. Midoriya I know what you're planning, don't do it Ida. Midoriya I, Ida, message failed. The recipient has blocked you. Midoriya I, that motherfucker, message failed. Truth hunting. Shinji pinned a picture of a blonde-haired teen to his board and wrote the name, Katsuki Bakugo, underneath it. He finally had a name to the face. For the past year he had been gathering the missing pieces to Midoriya's incident so that the blonde boy would finally be punished for what he did. He knew the kid was the cause of the girl's suicide. The note she left mentioned a Kakin and Midoriya attacking him that day confirmed it was him. So why hadn't he got the kid arrested after a whole year? Simple. There was one major thing that put a snag in his whole plan and he hated it. He couldn't prove it. He read the note alright but if he went through with the arrest none of the charges would stick. For starters he originally didn't even have the kid's name. Whenever he asked Midoriya about it the kid would call it a day and leave the beach early with that vanishing trick of his. The kid was bottling up everything revolving around that day inside of him and it wasn't healthy. He needed to talk to someone about it soon but Shinji just didn't know how to help him. When he realized he wasn't getting a name he had visited Midoriya at the home and asked if he could take a picture of the note. It wouldn't be much but it would be just enough to get an investigation open. He hit a dead end when Mrs. Midoriya informed him that they didn't have the note. That only made him feel worse that there was either a chance that Midoriya had accidentally burned his sister's note in his attack or it was just lost in the wind, both options being terrible ones for the Midoriyas. His investigation came to a quick end without anything to prove the blonde actually did it. His word alone wouldn't have been enough to anything given the entire thing would just devolve into a he said she said situation. They would also call in someone else who read the note to validate the information as well. Midoriya would be ruled out for biases and he had a feeling Death Arms wouldn't vouch in favor of the Midoriyas. The entire thing was just frustrating because he couldn't do anything about it on his own. But now he had a name. He figured he could use the kid's old school records to use previous behavior issues as proof that it was at least a possibility and hopefully get an investigation started. Only to be disappointed when the kid's records were spotless. He couldn't do anything. The school was even covering for him. That would be an entire faculty staff vouching for his behavior against nothing but his word and the Midoriyas. The blonde was basically getting off free by pure luck. He let out a long frustrated sigh that only stopped when his phone rang. He quickly picked it and saw it was a Udata number. Why would they be calling him? Quickly answering it he put it on speaker and sat it on the table. Hello. Hello there. Is this Kamui Woods? Shinji paused and stood there stunned. There was no way. Allow me to introduce myself. It is I, All Might. And to simply put it, I need your help. Izuku jumped off a nearby building and quickly rolled to the ground as he landed on top of the Edge Shot Agency. He swiftly took his bag off his back and pulled out his hero case. Quickly slipping on his fox mask and pulling out one of his cable wires, he slung the bag back onto his back and walked towards the edge. His plan was simple, he'd scale down the side of the building and break in through one of the windows. The agency itself was 8 stories tall and thankfully thanks to his atomic sensing he knew exactly how well guarded each floor was. The first 4 floors had the most people on it no doubt swarmed with Edge-Shot sidekicks. It made sense after all, after the Ida-10 agency Edge-Shot had the second highest sidekick count since he was one of the few agencies that employed underground heroes. The 5th and 6th floor were also swamped with sidekicks but to a lesser extent. The 7th and 8th floor are the main ones he was focused on though. Before he roof-hopped onto the building he had scoped out the windows and the only floor that didn't have any was the 8th. So with that additional fact and how he could only feel one person on the 7th floor and no one on the 8th, he was pretty sure of his assumption of the top floor. Shot was there. As useful as his atomic sensing was, it had one key weakness to it and that was transformation quirks. Okay, technically that wasn't really a weakness, more of a drawback of Izuku dialing back his sensing. Atomic sensing when it was at full force was a pain both figuratively and literally, so he always had it dialed back, filtering unnecessary atomic structures and focusing on more important ones just so he didn't overwhelm himself. Only because of this anything that was rapidly switching structures would disappear off his radar until it either stopped transforming or until he turned his sensory scale back up. Needless to say, Foldabody was one of his worst nightmares. Even if Edge Shot wasn't transforming he'd still have trouble locating him specifically. He was only instinctively aware of the atoms around him, not fully aware. He could only sense out vague shapes and slight movements, but it wasn't like he had full-on clairvoyance to see the difference between each individual object or person. Meaning if Edgeshot made himself as flat as a paper and laid on his desk, he wouldn't be able to actually tell the difference between the number 5 hero and an actual sheet of paper. So that means Edgeshot was either the person waiting for him on the 7th floor and the 8th really is just empty, or he was hiding on the 8th and the person on the floor below was a sidekick. Both were horrifying options because it meant he was going to be fighting Edgeshot or he was going to have to sneak past a sidekick Edgeshot trusted to guard an entire floor by themselves and then deal with Edgeshot. This was so fun. He picked up his pace and started running towards the edge. Once he finally made it, he didn't bother to stop, simply freezing an ice spike into the ledge and jumping off the building. He quickly whipped his cable wire around the spike and swung himself right through one of the 7th floor windows, making a thin layer of ice to protect himself from the shattered glass. He rolled through the hallway floor and onto his feet, whipping his wire back to him. So far so good. He kept walking down the hall until he was at the intersection. As soon as he reached it, felt something flying towards him and quickly activated Prowl. Taking a step back, he watched as an arrow made of fire slowly passed by his face. Well shit. He covered his face as the arrow exploded and launched him back down the hall. Rolling to a stop, he walked back towards the intersection and peeked around the corner. He instantly regretted it as he was forced to hide behind the wall as another arrow flew by him. So the boss was right after all, you were gonna come in through the window. He heard a feminine voice speak. Well, it's about time you showed up. I was starting to wonder if you got lost or something. Unfortunately for him, he recognized that voice and quirk. That was Edgeshot's right-hand woman and sidekick, Flamero. He instinctively flinched as another arrow blew up on the corner of the wall. Do you plan to stay behind the wall that entire time? The foxes were meant to be hunters. Flamero called. No getting out of this one, he guessed. Stepping into the hall, he ignited his hand and swiped forward, letting his flames wash over the entire hallway. Nenka smirked to herself as she watched the conflagration of flames move towards her. So your flames are naturally white-hot. Not bad but not good enough, she said as she stretched her free hand out. Izuku watched as his flames wrapped around the hero's arm and reshaped into an arrow. That wasn't good. Flamero turned her fire bow diagonal and strung the arrow. Inferno redirect, she called as she fired the white arrow. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly made an ice wall in the hall and ducked behind the corner again. Harsh winds hit him hard as he went rolling further down the hall. Rolling to his feet, he looked upon the ruined hallway in shock. Nenka nervously rubbed the back of her head. The boss was gonna kill her. Sheet, that was bigger than I was expecting. You are fireproof, right? She tilted her head to the side as the kid didn't respond with words but rather a compressed fireball. Her eyes quickly widened as she heard the ball explode loudly behind her. A grin formed on her face as she prepared her bow. About demon time, maybe now we can have some real fun, she said as she fired off 3 more arrows. Izuku waited for all 3 arrows to hit the corner before he made his move. Activating Prowl, he appeared behind Flamero's head and prepared to kick her with an ignited foot. Nenka's body went stiff as she instinctively panicked. Ducking below the boy's kick, she grabbed his leg and slammed him onto the ground harder than she meant to. Izuku let out a wince when he hit the ground. Looking up, the last thing he saw was the sidekick making a blue arrow and slamming it on top of him before everything faded to black. You went too far. Oh, give me a break. I at least kept my flames at orange level. You blew up the hallway. Okay, that one wasn't on me. How was I meant to know compressing the kid's flame would make them that destructive? You weren't meant to attack if he actually got close to you, and yet you spiked him with a blue arrow. Miss, I kept my flames at orange level. He came out of nowhere. I feared for my life. This isn't the States. Look, he's waking up. Izuku gave a groan as he sat himself up and rubbed his eyes. He felt like he had been hit by a truck. Hey kid, you with us? He heard Flamero ask. When he nodded, the other voice spoke up. Good, then I'll take it from here. You can leave Himaya. Wait, he recognized that voice. Does that mean I'm not paying for the hallway? Alright, thanks boss, you're the best, Nenka said as she quickly left before he could respond. Izuku stopped rubbing his eyes and opened them just in time to see the man call out to Flamero. Wait, no, you're still paying for the hallway in it. The man swore as the sidekick left. The man sighed and turned to him. Anyways, I don't think introductions are needed, but I go through with them anyways. As I am sure you know, I'm the ninja hero, Edgeshot. I've been informed that you don't talk much, so I'll just jump straight to the topic. Izuku reeled back his excitement as he listened. He finally got to meet Edgeshot. You don't have to say much, but bear with me here. We'll start with the break-in. What could you have done differently? The number 5 hero asked him. Not commit a felony. Izuku grumbled as he rubbed his head. Shinya held back a chuckle at that before he looked at the boy. True, but more importantly, why didn't you counter her arrows by reducing their temperature? The boy paused and looked at him confusingly. I see, so I was right, you don't even notice how you shift the temperature around you, you just do it unknowingly. Edgeshot spoke before walking over to his desk. Izuku took the time to realize what he said. Come to think of it, Tsuburaba had mentioned he was messing with the temperature back during the battle trials. He guessed that he never realized just due to how resilient he was to heat and the cold that he wouldn't even notice the difference. Following the hero to the desk, he watched as Edgeshot pulled up 5 screens. His 4 tournament fights during the sports festival and his fight during the USA. Each with a secondary screen showing the temperature. Don't ask how I got the temperatures, but as you can see, every time you use your quirk the temperature switches drastically. For example, that disappearing trick of yours. One of the screens switched to when you took down the 0 pointers during the first stage. I'll admit using your quirk to speed up your atoms so you move faster was smart, but when you do it you make the surrounding area so cold that if anyone caught on they would be able to predict when you'll disappear. Izuku's eyes widened at that statement. He wasn't expecting anyone to figure out how Prowl worked from footage alone. If Edgeshot noticed his shock, he didn't let it be known as he swapped the screen again. But the whole reason for this topic comes from here, your last match. Tell me, do you know why that attack injured you? Izuku shook his head no. He didn't test Green Valley Spring for long, but when he did he never found a way that didn't end with his arms not being covered in frostburns. Edgeshot nodded and zoomed the screen in on his arm right before the attack. It's because it wasn't the attack itself that burned you but rather the temperature surrounding you. When the air spiked around you it reached scorching temperatures, thus causing the ice coating your arm to melt improperly. He closed the screen and looked back at Izuku. From what I've seen from your fight and even the battle trials you today sent me, you do well in controlling the temperature of your quirk itself, but if you learned to control outer temperature it would not only be useful to you, but it would also help you avoid incidents like your last round. That's what we're going to be focusing on for today at least. Your file mentioned your preferred style was ambushing, but simply put it, if you don't stop drastically changing the temperature around you, you'll be compromised the moment you start using your quirk, thus making anything else I want to teach you null and void. Edgeshot then reached under his desk and pulled out a metal box. So, are you ready to get started? The hero asked. Izuku gave a quick nod. If he could do it without him knowing, how hard could it be to control it? Fail number 53, you lasted 3 seconds. 9.57 minutes left. Izuku gave a frustrated groan as the box spoke. Edgeshot couldn't really help him directly but provided him with a metal box that would help him. The box was designed so that it would rapidly switch temperatures so that it was either extremely hot or extremely cold, while Izuku had to make sure the box stayed close to room temperature, all while not being allowed to make either ice or fire. As the box reset itself he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew his quirk worked by vibrating atoms, but he's always done it automatically. To him it was like moving a limb, so he never needed to focus on it to actually create fire and ice. But for a short PRD of time he did visualize how to reduce the heat of fire along with changing how cold his ice was. When it came to changing how much heat his fire gave off, it was easy as it was simple to visualize. It was like removing and adding fuel to a growing flame. For his ice it was even easier. He always envisioned it as snow hardening or melting. But now he would have to try something different. He wouldn't be able to associate it with something as simple as fire or snow. He'd need something more neutral. He let his sensory range spread out and envisioned a dial on the box. Here goes nothing. Relaxing his body, he didn't pay attention to anything but the atoms he could faintly sense from the box. As he felt it heat up, he slowly envisioned turning the dials backwards and let his quirk roam free. He vaguely became more aware of the atoms as the temperature from it started to drop and envisioned the dial turning forwards this time. He didn't know how much time had passed as he kept repeating this, turning and rewinding the dial over and over again. He finally came to a stop as a sharp pain struck his head and he was forced to let go. Fail number 54, 7.38 minutes. 2.62 minutes left. Izuku gave a small smile. Looks like envisioning a dial turning worked after all. It wasn't a perfect solution just yet, but it was a start to finding one. When the pain in the head finally faded, he prepared to start again, only for his phone to vibrate. Picking it up, he checked the notification and gave an annoyed sigh. He really hated that chat name. Izuku, stop changing the name Midoriya. Sinner, how's everyone's internships going? I hate everyone here is online. I hate everyone here has changed the chat name to regular chat name, stop changing it. I hate everyone here, I committed a felony. Confess your sins is online. Confess your sins? Pardon? Sinner, please tell me that's a joke. Sinner, false. Sinner has changed the chat name to Izuku, no, love. I hate everyone here, why? I hate everyone here, why me specifically? Sinner, this little group of ours needs a name. So why not name it after the strongest? Sinner, why can't the strong leads everything and all of that? Resident Kaderi is online. Resident Kaderi, okay Destro. Sinner, wait no. Spinning Top is online. Spinning Top, quirk supremacy? Really Tokage? This is something I expect from Kamakiri, not you. Fight me is online. Fight me. Okay, first off, drop dead you useless VBRter. Fight me. Second off, not even I would resort to quirk supremacy, for shame Tokage. Sinner, I didn't even mention quirks. Confess your sins, such an unfortunate soul, to commit such sins. Sinner, I never did any of this. I hate everyone here. Oh? So why is your name Sinner? Resident Kadari, I didn't do this, sounds like something a quirk supremacist would say. Sinner. Sinner, why are the quiet ones always the meanest? Boo is online. Boo, they are nice, just no mercy is shown for quirk supremacists. Sinner, this is bullying. Spinning Top has changed the chat name to Lizardies Meta Liberation Army. I hate everyone here, that might actually get us on a watch list. Fight me, and thus the tale of how 8 dumbasses got arrested by the HPSC was born. Good job idiots. Boo, you realize you just called yourself a dumbass. Fight me, better than being a quirk supremacist. Sinner, I didn't mean it like that. Madam President is online. Madam President, what the hell is the chat name? Sinner, Class Prez. Sinner, I'm being bullied, enforce the rules. Madam President. Madam President, didn't know quirk supremacist followed rules. Sinner, Spinning Top. Boo, we got Kendo. I hate everyone here, one of us. Resident Kadari, one of us. Madam President, before y'all start another cult. Madam President, what did you mean by you committed a felony, Midoriya? Spinning Top, think long and hard about this Kendo. Fight me, are you positive you want the answer to that? Madam President, on second thought maybe I'd like to have plausible deniability. I hate everyone here. It was a joke, sorta. I hate everyone here. Edgeshot wanted me to break into the agency, it wasn't anything illegal. Sinner, you're interning with Edgeshot? I hate everyone here. Alright, I forgot we never mentioned where everyone was interning at. I hate everyone here. Who are y'all interning with? Spinning Top, not someone in the top 10? WTF Midoriya. Fight me, speak for yourselves, I'm interning with Yoroi Masha. Spinning Top, I hate you. Spinning Top, I'm stuck here with Master Driller and you two are hanging out with top 10 heroes. Sinner, me and Yanagi are at Majestic's agency, so far all we've done is an aerial obstacle course. Boo, I have a video of Tokage smacking into a wall. Sinner, what is this bullying Setsuna hours? Resident Kadari, yes. Sinner, Madam President, Yayorozu invited me with her to Midnight's agency, it's definitely different from what I was expecting. Resident Kadari, lady is also different from what I was expecting. I hate everyone here, tell Ms. Takayama I said hi. Resident Kadari, she said, tell that brat I said stop calling me miss, and walked away cursing your bloodline. I hate everyone here, my job here is done. Fight me, you didn't do anything though. I hate everyone here, my job here is done. Spinning Top, are we just gonna ignore the fact he knows MT Lady? Confess your sins, given he mentioned he knew Kamui Woods in the past, it not really a surprise he would know MT Lady given how often they work together. Madam President, aren't you interning with Kamui, Shiozaki? Confess your sins, I was originally planning to, but my quirk has recently been blessed with great power so I went with someone who could help me control it. Spinning Top, how TF did you make a quirk awakening sound so graceful? Madam President, so what hero did you go with? Confess your sins, Gran Torino. Spinning Top, how did you manage to name a hero more unknown than Master Driller? I hate everyone here. The name sounds familiar, but I can't think of why right now. If anything it might have been from one of my sister's rants. Sinner, alright Bakugo did mention you have a sister during the festival. Sinner, how come you don't mention her more often? We could always invite her to the chat. Resident Kadari, Midoriya? Resident Kadari, are you still there? I hate everyone here, sorry I didn't mean to send that. I hate everyone here, I'm gonna go, I need to finish this task Edgeshot gave me. Spinning Top, is everything okay bro? Sinner, sheet was it something I said? I didn't mean to make you upset. I hate everyone here, no you didn't do anything wrong, I just need to head out. I hate everyone here, good night everyone. I hate everyone here is offline. Izuku tossed his phone to the side, he didn't blame Tokage for what she said, not like she knew. Solemnly he thought about the group chat name as memories of his sister's nickname for him flooded back. He gave a heavy sigh and turned towards the box. He really hated that chat name. Shinya Kamihara walked towards the training room as he thought of his newest trainee. To simply put it, Midoriya, who had finally given him his name, was terrifying. The boy was exceptionally fast at learning and extremely persistent to go along with it. He had to practically force the kid to stop training and go to sleep last night. When Kamui had first mentioned he recruited someone to their little gang of Twilight heroics, he didn't really bother to get involved in the matter. But watching the sports festival was, for lack of better terms, an experience. Midoriya's style of ambush was an odd one that not many could pull off. The way the boy used his quirk was also drastically different from how others would use it. Most would take a fire quirk like that and try to emulate Endeavor. The Todoroki kid was a prime example, two quirks nearly identical on paper but in practice were so different it was like night and day. But it wasn't just those. No, the way the kid fought in general slightly bugged him. He knew Midoriya's movements looked familiar, the way he used whips and ambushes were very distinct. He just couldn't remember where he knew them from. Altogether Midoriya was a mystery, one terrifying big mystery. Success number 32, time, 10 minutes. The familiar noise of the training box alerted him to the fact he made it toward the training room. Peeking into the room, he could see Midoriya standing on the opposite side of the room from the box with both arms extended. Midoriya noticed him instantly and turned towards him, giving a proud smile at his success. The kid may be a mystery, but there was no denying the level of skill he had. Guess they could start the next part of his temperature training. Izuku quickly caught the flaming arrow in his hand, cooling it down till it faded to nothing. As soon as he was done, a spear made of water collided into his chest and sent him rolling backwards. Sorry. You don't have to apologize after every time you hit him, sis. Flame Rose said with a sigh. Well, I'm sorry that I'm not a SDST who likes hitting kids like you, Nenka. Listen here, you little dash. Enough, edge shot cut in, stopping the two sisters. Run it again. The two quickly nodded as Midoriya stood up and prepared himself. As Flame Rose quickly fired off 3 arrows, Izuku envisioned a dial turning left as he swatted them to the side, the cold air smothering the flames to nothing. Right as he finished, he imagined the dial moving towards the right as he kicked the incoming water spear and watched it evaporate into steam. Shinya watched carefully as the 3 continued. For the next step, he wanted to get Midoriya used to rapidly altering the temperature around him along with countering other elemental quirks. For this he enlisted the help of one of Manuel's sidekicks, High Spear, who luckily happened to be Himaya's sister. He watched as both sisters readied the respective quirks and targeted the boy as one. Midoriya, for his credit, caught both the spear and arrow in each hand. He could feel the temperature in the room constantly shift from hot and cold before the kid was launched backwards again. You got used to switching temperatures fairly quickly, but now you need to be able to change the temperature of multiple objects without them conflicting with each other. He remarked as he pulled out the training box from earlier and turned it on. Nenka gave a loud laugh as the kid paled at the sight of the box being thrown in the mix. It was the most emotion he showed all day. She quickly produced a flame arrow as her sister made another spear. Get ready, kid, cause internship day 2 has only just begun. Hitoshi gave a dry wheeze as Mineta's fist connected to his stomach and sent him harshly rolling across the grass. He shakingly stood up and threw a lopsided punch at the boy only for him to duck and punch him in the nose. Son of a, just say something. He screamed as he rushed at the purple-haired boy. Minoru rolled his eyes as he stepped to the side and extended his foot out, letting Shinso trip over it. The boy hit the ground hard and rolled over onto his back, giving a groan of pain. That's enough. Aizawa called as he walked over to Shinso and stood above him. Now, what did we learn? That was meant to teach me something? He growled. Mineta's face palmed as Aizawa just sighed. It was meant to show you that you rely on your quirk too much. Had this been a real fight on the field, Mineta would have killed you. Hitoshi gave a growl. It's not my fault my quirk does dash. Shut it. Aizawa said, cutting him off. That right there is your issue. My quirk this. My quirk that. For someone who assumes the hero course is skating by on their heroics quirks, you seem to do it a lot yourself. When Shinso didn't respond to that, Aizawa simply continued. Either get over your hypocritical pity party or leave, cause trust and believe I won't let you into the hero course if you keep this up. Now go run through the exercise I showed you. The boy quickly stood up and walked away grumbling. Shota gave an annoyed sigh. He could already tell the kid was going to be a massive headache. Mineta. The boy flinched as Aizawa addressed him before standing up straight. Yes, Mr. Aizawa? As you know, transfers into the hero course usually happen during the second year, but since you actually passed the entrance exam, your situation is different. You'll be joining your class back in a few months just to get you up to speed. He said, turning towards the boy. But before that, there's something I want to teach you. Follow me. With that, the two set off, though Minoru couldn't help but wonder what exactly was in store for him. Dad, why aren't we heading towards the support room? Mei asked as she followed her dad down the hall. Higuri sighed as he stopped in front of one of the hall doors. Mei, I'm allowing this specifically because I trust you, but I need you to promise me you'll be safe and won't go overboard. That threw Mei for a loop for a second, but nonetheless she nodded her head. I promise. Her dad then gave a sigh and opened the door. Walking in, her eyes widened in excitement at what she saw. Howdy, partner. Snipe called entered. Welcome to U.A's gun range. Let's see how well that eyesight translates to aiming, shall we? So she finally got it. Chio remarked as she watched Shiozaki activate her quirk. About time the kid did, Gran remarked. Thanks again for coming out here, Chio. I honestly hadn't expected one for all to be this violent with her. Nonsense, it was no issue. She replied. Though I am sorry for what happened to the house. Nah, it's fine, I've been meaning to move anyways. He said as they both turned their attention to the giant tree that stood tall in the middle of his living room. Shoto's left eye twitched as Best Jeanist talked. He had only taken the hero's offer because he was the highest rank hero who sent him an offer outside of his father. He had only accepted because he knew it would annoy Endeavor if he went with another top hero for internships rather than him. He however was not expecting Best Jeanist to criticize his every action during the sports festival, even down to saying his fighting style was abysmal, and that he should use White Fox as a proper example as how to fight with grace and precision. Needless to say, this was going to be a long internship. Are you sure this amount of nomus is necessary, Tamura Shigaraki? Positive Kurogyri, it's like Sensei said, the doctor doesn't care about the low and mid-tier nomus anymore, all his attention has been focused on the whatever and nomus and that one Nimbus project. The teal-haired man violently scratched his neck as he spoke. Tonight we'll ruin the hero killer fun with a bang. We'll show him conviction all right. Success number 5, time, 10 minutes. As the box announced his success, he couldn't help but grin as he swatted one of Flame Rose arrows to nothing. Quickly spinning on his heel, he kicked one of High Spear's water spears into steam before punching and dispersing 2 more fire arrows that were sent at him. As soon as both sisters used their quirks at once, Izuku jumped into the air, flipping over the arrow and spear before he caught them and threw them back towards them. Right as both were about to hit them, he extended out his arm and imagined his dial as he calmly spoke. Thermo shift, balanced. Edge Shot watched closely as the arrow faded into nothing and the spear exploded into the steam. Looks like the kid finally got it, even named it as well. Jesus kid, are you sure you don't have some sort of accelerated learning quirk? Himaya remarked. I honestly expected us to continue this until tomorrow. We started this at 7 in the morning, it's nearly 9 at night. Edge Shot remarked. I wouldn't consider 14 hours short. Speaking of time, I should probably head out. High Spear spoke. The boss has an intern who's considered a flight risk and they're about to do patrol, so he wants more eyes on the kid. She then paused and looked at Edge Shot. Hey, you said you would take the kid on patrol whenever he finished, right? Why not bring him to Hosu? He can field test his thermo control there and it'd be some good experience. Edge Shot hummed for a bit. What about the hero killer? Manuel's sidekick gave a wide smile as she pointed to her sister. The chances of the kid running into him is like Ninka here getting a date, never. Hey. Also between me and you, the police think he fled town early. Ingenium was a high-ranking hero, and not only that his death was outside of the suspected MO. The current assumption is that he fled knowing the amount of backlash Ingenium's death would cause, but nothing has been proven yet. Edge Shot thought it over for a second. The boy was no doubt ready for light field patrol, and as long he stayed close to him, the risk of encountering the hero killer would be null and void anyways, since he would just handle it. He gave a nod to High Spear and looked at Midoriya. All right, White Fox, grab your gear. We're heading to Hosu. Denki excitedly walked behind his mom as they patrolled through Hosu. While they lived in Satama, his mother's agency was stationed in Hosu as an extra precaution in the event a villain was ever targeting them. He soon stopped walking as the night skies seemed to darken even more than usual. Looking up, he expected to see clouds, but what he saw was much worse, something he had hoped he'd never see again. Mom. I see it, Aneri said quickly as watched multiple purple clouds form in the sky. The exact purple clouds that were present during the USJ. Looking closely, she could spot a single Nomu fly through one of the portals. It was clearly different from the USJ one, but that only made her more cautious. As more came crawling out, she started counting. 7, 12, 23, 34, 50, 62. Soon she was unable to keep count as more and more Nomus flooded onto the building and the night sky. This wasn't a random, unplanned villain attack that only affected a single street. All of Hosu was in danger. Attention passengers, we are sorry to inform you that we will be making an emergency stop and will not be arriving at Hosu. At this time we please ask you to calmly exit the train. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that under his fox mask and turned to Edge Shot as he followed him off the train. What was going on? An emergency stop? Flamero asked. I don't see anything wrong happening nearby. High Spear chimed. What do you think happened? I don't know, perhaps there was an issue with the train. Edge Shot stated. Regardless, we aren't in a rush, so we'll just catch the next train dash. He was suddenly cut off when all 4 of their phones received a distinct notification sound. All 3 heroes' eyes widened as they looked at Midoriya before taking out their phones. Izuku himself quickly took out his own phone and stared at it with shock. That was the HeroNet HPSC broadcast notification. Something he shouldn't be receiving until he was in his 2nd year with a provisional license. Quickly opening the broadcast, the 4 listened into the live broadcast. Attention all heroes of Japan. The president of the HPSC watched the news closely as the attack on Hosu began. The sheer number of Nomu was concerning. To make matters worse, there weren't enough heroes in Hosu currently to deal with this. To think she was alive in a time where both these protocols needed to be activated. Mera, alert all heroes of Japan that hero code S and T are officially in effect. Yukumaru's eyes widened at that statement as he looked at the president in disbelief. Madam President, you can't be serious. Those codes haven't been in use since All Might's reign as number 1, and code S specifically has only been used once in its entire existence long before All Might was a hero. Yes, I'm well aware, she said, cutting him off. This situation, for lack of better terms, is a shit show. They're needed. Mera stared at her for a while before giving a sigh. Understood, Madam President. Yukumaru quickly took his position and started the announcement. Attention, all heroes of Japan. For all those who can hear this message, it's with great displeasure to say that hero code T is officially in effect. In her agency, Lady audibly gasped as she and Rule listened into the broadcast. It had been decades since hero code T was needed. As of right now, you are required to report to Hosu and deal with the threat at hand. In his office, Toshinori gripped his phone tighter as the announcement played on. This was a disaster. We are well aware that this week is internship week for hero schools, and thus we sadly announce. Best Jeanist eyes widened as the announcement played. No way they would enable that code. Todoroki also listened in surprise. Surely they wouldn't? Hero code S is now officially in effect. This is ridiculous. Flame Rose shouted. No way, this is real. High Spear hesitantly spoke. For the situation to reach this level, Edge Shot spoke as turned towards his intern. Meanwhile, Izuku's mind was doing mental gymnastics as the announcement played. Hero code S. This can't be happening. Hero code S hasn't been used in decades. Setsuna shouted as she stared at her phone. Hero code S hasn't been used since before most pro heroes were born. For it to be in use, Yanagi calmly spoke as she turned towards Majestic. How bad is Hosu right now? Hitoshi stared at his phone in confusion while Mineta looked pale as a ghost. I don't understand. What's hero code S and why are the two of us receiving this broadcast? We're not in the hero course yet. Shoyuta sighed and stared at his phone. Hero code S is a last resort code, one that's only been used once in its time of existing. He turned to both purple-haired boys and spoke. Mineta knows what it is, since despite not being used often, it's still told to students who join the hero course. The code is simple. All hero course students, whether active or on reserve, are granted full permission to use their quirks and assist the heroes in whatever fashion they deem fit. We are well aware of what the code entails, and thus we apologize, but with the situation at hand, we need all the help we can get. Good luck, heroes. As the announcement ended, Shinji gave a growl of frustration and put his phone away. We need to get to Hosu. And how do you plan to accomplish that, boss? Flamero asked. We're miles away from Hosu and no train is going to be running until the situation is over. Not to mention it will take hours for us to get there on foot. Shinji hated to admit that she was right. It would take them a while for the four of them to get there. I'm going ahead. He was snapped out of his thoughts as he turned to look at Midoriya. No, you're not, it's too dangerous. He was not expecting Midoriya to actually speak up and respond to him verbally. Write me up then. Izuku bluntly stated as he started walking towards the train tracks. I'm the only one here who can get there fast enough on foot, and if hero code T and S were enabled, it means Hosu needs help now. We don't have time to wait. The kid has a point, boss, and code S technically allows it. Flamero chimed. Edge Shot gave a frustrated sigh and looked at the boy. Keep your school ID on you. With hero code S in effect, you'll need it to not get in trouble by the police. Promise me you won't do anything stupid and will report to the first hero you see. Promise. Izuku said as he jumped onto the railroad tracks. Crouching to the ground, he placed his left hand over his right shoulder and touched the ground with his free hand before taking a deep breath. Despite how hard he tried, his effort to make Prowl mimic a speed quirk had come up short. Between focusing on erasing his presence and trying to increase his speed, it was impossible to improve Prowl without sacrificing one or the other. So that's exactly what he did. Letting his ice spread around him, he envisioned his dial as the temperature dropped drastically, all while white flames swirled around him. He had the idea for this right after his beach run-in with Bakugo's 3 followers but had no way to pull it off. Thankfully, that's where Thermoshift came into play. True spring, he softly spoke as he could feel the heat from his quirk cover him. Fox speed. Edge Shot watched as Midoriya quickly took off, the air suddenly expanding in his departure. Once the wind finally cleared up, he looked down the tracks to see Midoriya long gone. Faux speed? Since when could he do that? Flamero asked. He said Fox, sis. It doesn't matter what he said. Edge Shot interjected. As far as I'm concerned, the only thing I care about is making sure he stays safe. Let's go. With that, he jumped onto the railroad track and started running. Hopefully letting the kid go ahead wouldn't be a mistake. Flash Fire Fist, Hal Spider. Endeavor yelled as his quirk cut through a group of Nomus. Thankfully most of these didn't appear to have regeneration like the one from the USJ, but that didn't make them any less annoying. Flash Fire Fist, Jet Burn. He called again for what felt like the 100th time. The attack had only just started, but it felt like every time he took out 8 more for each of them were there to pick up where they left off. Hell Minefield. He screamed as he punched the ground in front of him, the entire street igniting into a sea of flames and engulfing the surrounding Nomus. He suddenly heard a loud screech as the ignited street vanished as a Nomu walked through the flames, the fire absorbing into its body. Endeavor's eyes widened at that before he scowled. He had nearly forgotten that fire absorption was a quirk the USJ Nomu had. It made sense that some of these wretched things would also possess it. Nomu's body ignited on fire and quickly rushed at him. He swiftly stepped to the side and ignited his fist, delivering a harsh punch to the abomination's stomach and launching it backwards. The thing rolled to his feet and gave out another screech, the flames coating its body growing brighter. Dim in it. The Nomu opened its mouth to reveal a compressed ball of fire that was quickly growing larger by the second, the area around it melting under its intensity. It soon dropped to all fours and aimed the ball right at him. Only for a whip made of lightning suddenly wrap around its neck and cut it clean off, the ball dispersing into nothing. As the Nomu fell to the ground, he could see who exactly did the deed. Oh, this wasn't gonna go well. As Electra walked past him, he opened his mouth to say something only for her to cut him off. Shut it, NG, I have no words to say to you. He kept a neutral expression and followed after her. What's the current status? The current status is some dumbass who keeps setting streets on fire in an already burning city is following me. She quickly responded. He gave an annoyed grunt and glared at her. If you can't be professional, you ish dash. Professional? She said, cutting him and turning to look at him. Was it professional when you drove my best friend to insanity and locked her away in a mental hospital? Was it professional when you used your status as number 2 to threaten me and my family to keep quiet about it all to protect your stupid image? She took a step forward and pointed at him. Listen here and listen well, NG Todoroki, you may be a good hero but you are a horrible person. She then lowered her arm and looked him in the eyes. And it's why you will never be like All Might. When Endeavor didn't say anything and just stared at her, she took a deep breath and released a heavy sigh before she started walking again. The current status is a nightmare. We still don't have an official Nomu count, but it seems more of them finally stopped coming. My agency sidekicks are evacuating citizens and manuals are dealing with the fire, but they barely have enough manpower to deal with one, so stop setting streets on fire. She said while giving out a huff of annoyance. Endeavor simply nodded. Fine then, I'll just deal with the ones in the air. With that he ran towards a nearby building and ran up it, melted footprints following his every step. Aneri groaned. I tell him not to set fire to the city and he makes even more property damage. Giving a heavy sigh, she put her hand to her earpiece and started talking. Denki, how are you, Manuel and Recipro doing with the evacuation? It didn't take long for her son to respond. Now don't freak out, but we may have lost Ida. You what? Izuku mentally berated himself for underestimating how far Hosu was as he slowly felt himself starting to overheat. He berated himself even more as he felt a large group approaching him rapidly. Skidding to a stop on the train tracks, he coated himself with ice to cool himself down and prepared for what was coming at him. What he saw was the last thing he was expecting. What do you mean you lost him? Okay, first off I would like to say it wasn't my fault. Denki said as he slid underneath a Nomu and touched the back of its neck with an electrified palm. So I was helping Ida and Manuel evacuate the citizens just like you asked me. He quickly paused to kick another Nomu who was attempting to grab him down the street before he continued. And everything was going completely fine until a horde of Nomus showed up. Shockwave. He quickly slammed his fist onto the ground and watched as a group of Nomus were swiftly caught in a wave of electricity. Next thing we knew we were under attack and Ida was missing. Repeating his heat lightning technique, he swiped his arm and cut a Nomu in half before jumping away. So yeah, we lost him, sorry? Where the heck is Manuel? He's currently dealing with the fires that just broke out. He replied as he moved away from a bulky Nomu. He could slowly feel his quirk finally getting to him. Can we get some help over here? I'm on my way, just hang in there and please be safe. Denki looked down the street and watched as another group of Nomu started running towards him. He took a deep breath and slowly started to prepare himself. Only for purple glowing rubble to fly by him and hit the entire group. Wait a second, he knew that quirk. The Majestic Agency has arrived. Turning around towards the voice, he could see Tokage floating in the air next to Majestic, who was using his quirk to move his sidekicks around Hosu. We also picked up a lost soul on the way here. Yanagi said as she floated on a piece of rubble. Right on cue, Denki felt an explosion of heat wash over the street. Looking back towards the group of Nomu, all he saw was a sea of blinding white flames as a figure walked out of them. Izuku calmly walked down the street and took a deep breath as he felt the temperature around him. Thermoshift, Arctic winds, he calmly spoke as he slammed his foot onto the ground, causing the temperature to drop and cold winds to expand over the area. Manuel watched as fires he was trying to put out get snuffed out by the cold winds. Giving a sigh of relief, he turned around just in time to see a fox-masked boy appear in front of him. "Where's Ida?" Izuku quickly asked. Manuel sighed and shook his head. "He went missing when the Nomu showed up. If I had to guess, he ran off." He trailed off as he saw the kid disappear before he even finished talking. Giving another sigh, he started walking towards Majestic. He just hoped Ida wasn't doing what he thought he was. In the back alley of Hosu City, Kaizome stalked towards his unmoving target, a low snarl in his voice. "Native, one of Hosu's biggest fakes. You make me a side-dash." His speech was cut short when he suddenly heard the roar of a loud engine. Who the hell was driving in the middle of a city attack? Recipro burst. Suddenly, he found himself kicked out of the alley as he rolled onto the street. Standing back up, he attempted to access the situation only for him to get kicked on the back and sent flying back into the alley. Okay, that was it. He rolled to his feet and slid to a stop before jumping into the air. Flipping backwards, he could see his attacker blur by him as he brought his sword down just in. Predictable. Landing on the ground, he brought his sword up to him and liked the blood off the blade as the masked assailant went crashing to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Tenya harshly crashed into the ground, his mask skidding off in the process. "A child?" He heard Stain snarl behind him. "What exactly are you doing here, boy?" "What am I doing here? What am I doing here?" Tenya snapped. "You killed my brother. And for that I'll make you pay." Kaizome gave a scoff and turned the boy around to look at him. "So you're here for revenge? How pathetic," he said before slamming a knife into the boy's arm. The kid gave a loud scream as he twisted the knife. "Let me ask you this, when you came to make me pay, did you even notice that there was someone else here?" Tenya winced as Stain forced him to look down the alley. His eyes widened as he saw a bleeding native slumped against the wall before he glared at the villain again with a low growl. "I'll worry about him later after I deal with you, you monster." "Worry about him later," Stain repeated. "Worry about him later. You absolute scum." He screamed as he grabbed the boy's hair and slammed his face into the ground. A true hero would have focused on saving the person first. A true hero wouldn't be guided by hate. A true hero wouldn't go hunting for vengeance. Kaizome screamed as he constantly slammed the boy's face into the ground. "You're a fake just like your brother." He then stood up and gripped his sword tighter and raised it above the kid. "Goodbye, boy." He raised the blade higher and prepared to slam it down. Only for the alley to suddenly get colder as something kicked him in the face, sending him rolling backwards. Tenya gave a groan of pain as he forced himself to look up. What he saw was white snow boots standing in front of him as a white cloak blew in the wind. "Midoriya, how?" He apparently guessed right as Midoriya turned towards him, that eerie fox mask staring right at him. "Can you move?" His eyes widened at hearing Midoriya actually speak before he shook his head. "What are you doing here?" "I have this handle, just leave. This is my fight." Izuku mentally faced palm at that before he turned back towards Stain and started running towards him. Said villain gave a groan as he stood back up, caught off guard twice in one night, he was slipping. Looking back down the alley to see who kicked him, Kaizome snarled as he saw the boy rush at him. "You let a true hero die. You're one of the biggest fakes ever." He didn't even flinch as the boy appeared in front of him but rather gripped his sword tighter. "Isn't that right? Izuku Midoriya." Izuku was about to kick the hero killer before he faltered at hearing his name. The next thing he knew, he could feel a blade pierce his skin as his body went limp. Meanwhile, back in the city, the heroes were still dealing with the Nomus. "Dead Volt." Anari screamed as she slammed her foot onto the ground, waves of lightning washing over the street and encasing the surrounding Nomus. She flipped backwards as another one nosedived from the sky and crashed where she was just standing. Jumping off a nearby wall, she flipped over it and wrapped it around two lightning whips before pulling back and cutting it in half. Rolling to her feet, she let her quirk wash over her as she slams both fists into the ground. "Indiscriminate." She screamed as the entire street erupted into a light show of electricity. Coming to a stop, she gave a sigh of relief as she brought her hand to her earpiece. "Denki, where are you? Now don't get mad. God damn it. I'm never letting you out of my sight ever again." "Okay, that isn't fair," Denki remarked as he flipped off the rubble Yanagi was floating and slammed his fist into the ground. "It's honestly not even that bad," he said right as he jumped over a Nomu. "We may have run into a small horde, but we're fine. Everything has been smooth sailing from here." Him and his big mouth. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a large Nomu the size of a building. The only thing was it wasn't gray like all the other Nomus roaming around the city. It was pitch black like the one at the USJ. It gave a loud screech and prepared to slam its hand down on the street, only for a blue arrow to fly through the sky and pierce right through its hand. Turning to the source, Denki could spot a hero standing on the rooftops, holding a bow made of fire. What the hell is this thing? Himaya shouted as she continued to fire off multiple arrows. Shinya landed beside her and unraveled himself, parts of him wrapping tightly around the Nomu. It's a Nomu, we need to keep it from moving till someone can stop it. Right as he said that, wooden restraints wrapped tightly around the Nomu as Kamui would landed next to him. Kamihara? If you're here, where's Midoriya? He mentally gave a sigh of relief as he wrapped himself back up. His quirk wasn't really meant for restraint. I don't know, I sent him ahead so he arrived in the city before us. You did what? Nishiya hissed. What possibly possessed you to do that? Didn't have much of a choice, had I not let him he still would have gone off on his own. That doesn't make it any better. Before Shinya could respond to that, he was cut off by a large thud as MD Lady ran up to the enlarged Nomu and kicked it. If you two boys are done, we still have a city to save, she said while trying to wrestle the Nomu to the ground. Argue about Midoriya later, the kid's probably having a ball right now. Izuku was not having a ball right now. Don't bother trying to move, Stain said with a mocking tone. I know yours and your sister's blood type. That other kid is gonna get up and move well before you, not that it matters. Blood type? How would he know mine, let alone Izuki's? He didn't get to continue as he was snapped out of his thoughts by Stain gripping his hair through his hood and forcing him to look up. I'm sure you recognize this, Stain said as he held up a single phone that had a cracked screen and a green butterfly case. Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to move. That was Izuki's phone. You're probably wondering how I have this. Tell me, boy, did you truly think your little rampage went unnoticed? Kaizome said with a low snarl. He may not operate in Mizudafu due to it crawling with heroes and fakes that could catch him, but it didn't mean he didn't keep tabs on it. He had only been in the city for recon, but he ended up with so much more. The phone was unlocked when I found it. It also had an interesting video on it. I'm sure you would love to see it, he said right before he slammed the boy's face into the ground and twisted his face into it. But tell me, why should I let you see it? Kaizome questioned. You, the fake that let his sister die? Someone so caught up with themselves that they couldn't see their own family in pain. You're lying, Ingenium's brother screamed, gaining his attention. I've known Midoriya long enough to know that's not true. He would never do that. You're just making things up so that it fits your twisted views, you damn villain. Oh, Stain said while tilting his head. Then tell me, why isn't he saying otherwise then? Tenya did his best to turn and look at Midoriya, waiting for him to say something, anything, but in the end, he never did. Midoriya? He questioned, confusion clear in his voice. Stain raised his head off the ground and stared at him silently as if he was waiting for a response or any sort of rebuttal. Izuku never said a word, he just blankly stared at the broken pieces of his fox mask that laid on the floor. He wanted to deny it, he wanted to scream out and say it wasn't true, that he didn't let Izuki die, but the words just died in his throat. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't say it, because no matter how many times he told himself he was wrong, no matter how many times his parents told him it wasn't true, part of him still believed it was his fault Izuki was gone. Kaizome scoffed and harshly dropped the boy's head back to the ground as he stood back up. Nothing to say? Good, at least you know better than to try to defend yourself with worthless lies. He flipped his sword into a reverse grip and hovered it over the kid. Izuku quickly snapped out of his blank stare as he felt Stain's sword move and quickly tried moving again, his index finger twitching. Goodbye, boy, heroics doesn't need people like you. With that, Kaizome lifted his sword higher and quickly brought it down, only for the kid to roll out of the way and spin around on his back, white flames igniting on his legs to form a burning circle as he spun around. What the hell? He screamed as he quickly jumped away from the fire. You're type E. You shouldn't be moving already. Izuku came to a stop and flipped himself onto his feet. Staring at Stain, he confusingly tilted to his head the side. Type B? Is he talking about blood types? No, wait, he couldn't be. The only ones in my family with type B are Dad and his dash. Izuki was type B. Stain's words echoed through his head. The killer had said he knew both his and his sister's blood type. It means Stain somehow found out Izuki's blood type and assumed his blood type was the same due to them being twins. One assumption led him to finding out the main key to the hero killer's quirk. He silently thanked Ida for having the idea to discuss blood types in case any of his classmates needed an emergency blood transfusion while on campus. I'm type O, so it must be the shortest. He assumed I was B and said Ida, whose type A would get up well before me, meaning B is one of the longer ones. That leaves AB, which means O, A, AB, and B. Izuku calmly spoke out loud as he watched the hero killer's eyes widen and flinch backwards. Bullseye. He didn't waste any time waiting for Stain to recover from his shock. He quickly vanished and appeared behind Stain, aiming a kick at his head. Kaizome silently cursed himself for letting the boy catch him off guard like that and hastily ducked underneath the kick. Turning around, he flipped his sword back into a proper grip and swung at the kid's torso. Izuku quickly brought his foot back down and bended backwards to avoid the sword. Once the sword passed by him, he raised his foot and kicked the sword out of Stain's hand before doing a handspring off the ground and into the air. The temperature dropping was the only warning Stain got before he was forced to move, as Izuku's heel came crashing down onto the floor, ice spikes rising where he struck. Kaizome gave a low growl as he threw a knife at the kid and went to retrieve his sword, only to be forced to move away when the kid snatched the knife out of the air and threw it back at him. The moment he moved back, he felt a wire wrap around his arm as the kid pulled him forward and jumped into the air to kick him in the side of his face. He didn't even get the chance to stumble backwards, when the wire quickly pulled him back as he was greeted with a knee to the face. When he felt the boy pull him back once again, he pulled out another knife and prepared himself as the kid, ignited his fist with his quirk and delivered a punch right to his stomach before spinning him around and kicking him back down the alley. Rolling to his feet, Kaizome chuckled to himself as he held up the knife to reveal a single drop of blood on it. "I'll admit you may have caught me off guard, but all you did was delay the inevitable." As he went to lick the blade, he could only watch in shock as the drop blood suddenly froze over and crumbled into nothing. He didn't even get a chance to glare at the kid before suddenly the boy was in front of him, kicking him right in the stomach and sending him rolling again. Izuku was about to follow after Stain and continue before he heard Ida's voice cut in. "Stop it, Midoriya, this is my fight. I have to be the one to take him down. Just leave." He paused and turned to look at Ida with a confused expression. Was it not registering that he was currently pinned to the ground with a knife through his arm? Turning back towards Stain, he saw the deranged killer climbing up the fire escape and leaving the alley. Izuku looked aghast as he watched the hero killer run away. This was the man who had the city on lockdown? He was about to give chase until Ida cut in again, causing him to pause. "Please just leave it to me," Tenya practically begged. "I need to be the one to take him down, you don't understand. It has to be me." He slowly trailed as Midoriya looked at him. Those same eyes he saw every time he looked in the mirror after Tensei's death were clear as day on Midoriya's face. "Midoriya?" he asked, confusion clear in his voice. Midoriya gave a small sigh and looked away from him. There was a moment of silence before the green-haired boy suddenly spoke up. "I'm not gonna sit here and tell you shouldn't try to avenge your brother's death." Tenya bit back his shock at the sight of Midoriya outright speaking and listened as the boy continued. "I'm not even gonna tell you you're wrong for wanting to kill Stain cause you already know that." Midoriya then turned towards him, a blank expression present as green eyes stared at him. "What I will tell you is that you should ask yourself 3 things before you leave this alley. Would my brother approve?" Izuku ignored Ida's eyes widening in shock and walked up to him and crouched down. He coated Ida's arm in a thick layer of ice to numb it as he carefully removed the knife from it. "I'm the last one to be judging someone for wanting to take a path of revenge, but ask yourself what lines are you willing to draw? And how low will you stoop to the level of the person you're getting revenge on?" Izuku then stood up and walked over to where his fox mask fell off. It was split into 2. Giving a sigh, he picked up the right side and put it on the best he could. "You should be able to move soon. If you want to follow after me and Stain and finish what you started, I won't stop you. Just make sure it's a path you're willing to go through with." Tenya could only stare silently at Midoriya, multiple thoughts running through his head as his shock turned to misguided anger. "What gives you the right to question what my brother would have wanted? What you did to Bakugo at the sports festival? That was an act of revenge, wasn't it?" He noticed how Midoriya slightly flinched and continued. "He had something to do with your sister Stain mentioned, didn't he? Would she have approved of what you did?" he asked, not even realizing he'd gone too far. Midoriya didn't say anything for a few seconds, his body completely unmoving. Tenya was starting to think he wasn't gonna bother answering. The answer he did get wasn't one he expected. "No, she wouldn't," Midoriya bluntly said before he vanished. His eyes widened as he watched the green-haired boy vanished, his shock disappearing when he could feel his finger twitch. He could move again. Quickly standing up, he was about to set off and follow his classmate before Midoriya's words sunk in. "You should ask yourself 3 things before you leave this alley. Would my brother approve? Ask yourself what lines are you willing to draw and how low will you stoop to the level of the person you're getting revenge on?" The questions constantly echoed in his mind more and more, constantly screaming at him that he knows what to do. "DM it," Tenya said through gritted. He unawarely punched the wall beside him. He knew his answer. Shinji gave a painful groan as he pulled himself out of the rubble he was thrown in. Whatever type of Nomu the large one was, it certainly wasn't on the same level of the others. Currently he, Yu and Kamahara and his arrow sidekick were doing their best to keep it in one area after they sent the students away. As of now, they were waiting for someone with enough firepower to actually do something more than just stalling it. He hated waiting around for the right hero to do something while he couldn't do anything. The whole annoyance made him feel like it was the sludge incident all over again, a day he wished just didn't exist. Standing up, he gave a small hiss as he felt a strong spike of pain in his left arm. Just great. He ripped off one of the sleeves of his costume to make a quick makeshift splint with his quirk and prepared to rejoin the fight. Only for a large tree to sprout out of nowhere, wooden branches wrapping around the giant Nomu tightly followed by a forest of green vines. Before he could even question what it was, a golden blur dropped down from above it and impacted the Nomu hard, slamming straight into the ground as more vines appeared to hold it down. Staring at the figure standing on top of it, he could see it was Shiozaki, the vine girl he had sent an internship offer to, only something was different. Her vine hair was now covered in cherry blossoms and what appeared to be gold-colored flames dancing off her skin. And since when could she manipulate wood? A low whistle caught his ear as he turned towards his side to see you standing next to him, more bruised than he was. Didn't know she could manipulate wood as well. Looks like you're out of a job soon, EY Shinji? She teased. I hope your intern finds a way to enlarge herself so that she replaces you. He quickly responded. So rude. Ibra let out a small wince of pain as she turned off one for all, the cherry blossoms in her hair withering off as the golden flames disappeared. Currently her limit for the quirk's massive stockpile was 15% and even then it still hurt to use. At first she was a bit hesitant to use the quirk. Despite All Might's reassurance when she inherited the quirk, she couldn't help but feel she wasn't the right choice. Not to mention the quirk was heavily a combat quirk, something that went against her nature of choosing non-violent options first and physically fighting last. If it wasn't for Gran Torino's words, she probably would have given the quirk back. Sniffed. Ibra's eyes widened as she was pulled out of her thoughts as the sound hit her ears. Sniffed, sniffed, sniffed. Quickly realizing where the sound was coming from, she reactivated one for all as fast as she could, barely avoiding the large hand that was about to crush her as she jumped off the Nomu and landed on the nearby roof. She watched as the Nomu quickly stood up and gave a loud roar as it turned to look at her. Ibra quickly took an open palm stance and prepared herself. Looks like resolving this peacefully sadly wasn't an option anymore. Tamura gave a loud laugh as he watched the Nomus destroy the city. All the chaos, the destruction, the screams. It was working even better than he expected. From what Kurogiri told him, the HPSC enacted some old hero codes, which means if he was lucky enough, All Might would eventually show up and he would get another chance to kill him without that fox brat in turf. His thoughts were cut off as he saw an familiar white streak run across the rooftops. He held back a loud scream of rage at the sight. Sensei had told him his little fits were the reason the USA had been a bust because it means he wasn't thinking clearly or whatever. He settled for a low growl before he spoke. Kurogiri, gather whatever Nomus that aren't doing anything. This night was about to get better. Kaizo mentally berated himself as he ran through the city. Once again he messed up all because he made an assumption. His hunt in Hosu was meant to be the easiest of them all. Hell, even in his encounter with that Midoriya kid was meant to go different. But he got cocky. He underestimated the kid too much. Not only was the brat aware of his quirk now, but he also had a way to easily counter it. All because he made one assumption. All his plans went up in smoke, all his goals ruined. Looks like you're in a bit of a predicament, hero killer. Kaizo gave a low growl as the voice spoke. He knew that mocking tone. Sliding to a stop, he turned behind him to see Shigaraki stepping out, a purple cloud, followed by Kurogiri and a bunch of those creatures that were destroying the city. What are you doing here, Shigaraki? He asked, annoyance clear in his tone. Well, it seems that after all that talk you did, you need my help after all. Where has the conviction of yours lead you now? Tamura asked, taking glee in the glare-stained shot at him. Needless to say, you and I have a common enemy. He said right as the temperature dropped. Looking forward, Kaizo could see Midoriya slide off one of the buildings and land on the street in front of them. He couldn't help but snarl as he saw the kid. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. None of these fakes were meant to be able to stop him. Only All Might was worthy. So how about it, hero killer? Shigaraki said, sadistic glee clear in his voice. Let's skin a fox. Kaizo couldn't help but smile at that. You did what? Izuki screamed as she grabbed her brother by his shoulders and started to shake him. But would do something. Reckless. Currently she was berating Izuku for doing the stupidest thing she ever heard. Do you know how dangerous it is to speed up your own atoms? You could have ripped yourself apart, burned to death. You could have died. She continued to shake her brother only to pause when a realization hit her. Wait, is this why you've been throwing up the past months? The sheepish look he gave her before he vanished said everything. What the dash, she said before she started looking around for him. Aizu and I? Aizu and I. She then spotted him running down the street towards their house. Midoriya, Izuku, when I catch you you're gonna wish you were fighting All Might instead, she said as she ran after him. She couldn't believe this. And some had the nerve to say she was the reckless twin. As Izuku watched more and more Nomu pour out of Kurogiri's portals, he couldn't help but internally laugh at what his sister would say to him right now. What made you think this was a good idea? And how could you do something so reckless? She would say only to have that same sheepish smile anytime she did something reckless. Izuki and him loved to take risks. It was one of their favorite things to do together before they were in middle school. Honestly, it was hard to tell which of the two was more reckless, but they would always say it was the other twin. Staring at the crowd of Nomus, he could see Kurogyari opening a portal and handing Stain his sword. Judging by the lack of Ida sprinting through it, he assumed the speedster had left the alley. Now he was wishing he hadn't talked to Ida about following him. He could really use backup right about now. Wait a second, he did have a way to call for backup. Extending his right hand towards the horde, he ignited his arm and started gathering the flames onto his palms, compressing it into a ball. He could see Shigaraki say something as a group of Nomu formed a wall in front of the crowd, a few charging at him. Those must be the ones that were capable of countering his quirk. They're an issue, but he'll worry about that later. He quickly pointed his arm into the air and shot the compressed ball into the air. Kaizome confusingly watched the fireball travel higher into the air. Just what the hell was the kid plan? And then it hit him. Shigaraki! Get one of these things to stop that fireball. He quickly screamed. Tamura could only look at the man with confusion. Just what the hell are you talking abo-? And without any warning, the sky suddenly exploded into a sea of white flames. Toguro was having fun cutting down Nomus on the street. Though he'd never admitted out loud one of these BS darts had hurt his friend badly and was trying to kill 2 others. So when Yoroimasha said he was allowed to run off and deal with the Nomus that were attacking civilians, he was more than happy to oblige. He was not expecting a large sea of flames to suddenly appear and light up the sky. Just what the hell did Midoriya get himself into now? As Tenya carried Native on his back, he turned to the sky to see blinding white flames. That was meant to be a signal flare, no doubt about it. It meant Stain somehow managed to put Midoriya in a position where he needed backup. Looking at the unconscious hero on his back and the white flames that were fading out of the sky, he questioned himself on what he'd do next. Stain was right there. With Midoriya's help, he could easily take out Stain and avenge his brother. Yet after everything Midoriya said to him, he could hear his brother's voice echoing in his ears every time he thought of hunting Stain. He gave a heavy sigh and held Native tighter as he started running towards the nearest paramedics he could find. Rescue Native first, help Midoriya next, worry about Stain later. He'd stifle his anger down for now, to be the hero his brother wanted him to be. Momo let out a heavy sigh as she finished creating a shock blanket and wrapped it around a civilian. Currently she was tending to the wounds of the civilians Tokage found after Kodai and Yanagi helped them out of the rubble. And while they were lucky enough to have avoided running into Nomus, so far they had Kaibara and Kendo on standby in case any of them did show up. I think that was the last one in this area. Do you see anyone else, Lizardy? She shouted at the floating disassembled girl, using her hero name like they were taught to during the sports festival. I don't see anyone. Tokage shouted back. I see the paramedics on their way though. We can move to the other street. WH. She screamed as the sky erupted in white flames. Canceling her quirk, she reassembled herself and rolled to the floor. Sin gave a low whistle as he looked at the sky and rubbed the back of his neck. Wonder what he got himself into this, Tim? He remarked as Kodai shoved past him, running towards Midoriya's direction. Rule, wait. The paramedics. Kendo yelled before Tokage cut in. Relax, I'll stay here and wait with the civilians till the paramedics arrive. She said too calmly, her voice more serious. If Green Bean is in trouble, he's gonna need help, as soon as possible. I'm fine with staying here for now, but you guys need to go. Itsuka gave a silent pause before she nodded. Okay then, stay safe. She then turned around to the others only to see Kaibara and Yanagi had already left, leaving only Yayorozu. She gave a sigh. This class was gonna be the end of her. Izuku slightly flinched and gave a wince as the recoil hit him. Looking at his hand, he could see part of his glove was completely burned away, a medium-sized burn on his palm, showing he overdid it. Compressing it into a ball was a mistake. The shape wasn't right for that amount of fire. He thought before discarding the burnt glove. He ripped off a small part of his cloak and wrapped it around his hand before freezing it over, making sure the ice wasn't in direct contact with the burn. He quickly looked back at the Nomu who was running towards him and took a deep breath. No use in dealing with distractions first. Meanwhile, Tamura was outraged. The brat had called for backup. Now every hero and annoyance in the city knew where they were. Giving a growl, he spoke up. Kurogyari. Bring the rest of the N-dash. He was suddenly cut off as a heavy kick impacted the side of his head. Kaizome turned to his side and stared in shock as he saw Midoriya suddenly appear in front of Shigaraki and kick him, Shigaraki's eyes rolling back as he slumped to the ground. Looking back to where the kid originally was, he could see the Nomus that Shigaraki had charged at him were still there, which meant the kid just ignored them and had decided to knock Shigaraki out instantly. His attention was brought back to Midoriya when suddenly the Nomus surrounding him roared as they rushed at the green-haired kid. The boy had calmly bent backwards and avoided one of the Nomu's arm as it swiped at him before jumping up as another one aimed for his legs. The Kaizong quickly gripped his sword tighter and swung at the boy's neck while he was still vulnerable in the air. "Nowhere to vanish this time, brat," he said as his sword reached the boy's neck, only to cut through fading flames as his sword hit the air. What the dash, he could still move that fast while in the air. Looking up, he was greeted to the sight of Midoriya standing on one of the Nomu's shoulders, igniting his fist as he slammed it down on the thing's head. Izuku jumped off the Nomu as it started to fall over and began to backflip away as one of the Nomus opened their mouth, a webbed tongue following after him. Coming to a stop on his hands, he ignited his legs and spun around, a circle of fire cutting through the tongue with ease. He came to a stop and flipped back onto his feet, crouching as another Nomu took a swing at his head. He shifted the heel of his foot on the ground and created an ice spike through it, before shifting it again, fire erupting over the spike, expanding the ice until it shattered. Standing back up, he activated Prowl and moved back as two Nomus slammed down from above of where he was originally standing. Meanwhile, Kurogiri was in the process of gently shaking Shigaraki as his master gave a groan, his eyes fluttering open. "Well, hello there, how was the nap?" Stain taunted. "Shut up." Tamura snapped as he rubbed his head. If that fox brat wasn't dead already, he was gonna kill him slowly. Looking forward, he could see the fox brat was in fact not dead, and was taking down Nomus left and right. Giving a growl, he turned to Stain. "Why the hell are you just standing here and not fighting? And end up like you?" The hero killer immediately replied, much to his annoyance. "It's better if we stay back for now and let those things tire him out, or at least injure him so I can get his blood. Unless you have a way of dealing with that annoying disappearing trick." Tamura could only glare at Stain as he stood up before scoffing. "Fine, Kurogiri, bring more dash." He was cut off once again as the fox brat appeared in front of him, his fist reared back, ready to punch him. So he was trying to make sure he couldn't give any commands. How annoying. He was about to brace himself and prepare for the punch the best he could, only to give a sadistic laugh when suddenly a knife passed by them and nicked the brat on his exposed cheek, causing him and the knife to vanish. He watched as the brat reappeared down the street with the knife in hand, completely fine, until suddenly the small scratch on his cheek erupted into a deep cut. Shigaraki watched as the brat's exposed eye widened as he quickly grabbed his cheek. He saw how the knife barely nicked him. It shouldn't have left a cut that deep unless. "Hey, hero killer," he calmly spoke. "I have an idea to try out." Stain tilted his head to the side and looked at him. "What the hell are you talking about now?" Shigaraki just scoffed. "Just get ready to move." Nomu cut the fox. That was all the warning Izuku got before one of the Nomus unhinged its jaw and began firing a mass wave of knives. He quickly activated Prowl and moved out of the way. He came to a stop only to be forced to activate it again as he felt a Nomu land behind him, preparing to attack. Over and over again he would come to a stop only to be forced to activate Prowl again to move away. It didn't help that they were also spreading themselves out, limiting the area he could move to. He finally had enough of being on defense and decided to make his move. Sliding to a stop, he crouched down and prepared to attack using Prowl to target the group of Nomu quickly. Only for a purple cloud to form right next to him, a knife being thrown through it. It quickly sailed past him, making a small cut on his arm as the portal closed. His eyes widened as he knew what was happening next. He quickly froze the blood on the knife that landed behind so Stain couldn't use it, and mentally prepared himself for the pain as a terrifying thought dawned on him. They caught on. Tamura watched with glee as the small cut on the brat's arm expanded into a large one, causing the boy to clearly bite back a wince of pain as he grabbed his arm. He gave a sadistic glee as he clapped. "Well, would you look at that, hero killer. A way to deal with that annoying disappearing trick." On the other side of Hosu, Ibra was currently doing her best against the giant Nomu. As she skidded to a stop in the middle of the street, she reared her fist back and threw a punch forwards, a gust of wind impacting Nomu, causing it to stumble backwards. As its body stumbled backwards, a purple glow washed over its skin, causing it to stop and readjust itself, throwing a punch to send its own wind pressure attack at her. Ibra quickly dug her vines into the ground, a thick wall of them erupting in front of her as they blocked the. As soon as the gust of wind passed by her safely, she activated One for All, the vine wall turning into a sea of dandelions, masking her departure as she leaped onto a nearby building, Nomu's hand crashing down on where she was formerly standing. The way One for All had interacted with her quirk was simple. It let her change the vines on her head to any plant life she could think of, allowing for more versatile options when it came to her quirk. Reaching for her quirk, half of her hair started turning into wood as she stretched her hand out towards the Nomu, wooden pillars and vines whip wrappings around the giant's arm. She, however, wasn't prepared for Nomu to pull its arm forwards, her own wooden and vine hair pulling her into the air and slingshotting her towards Nomu, causing her to aimlessly flail around trying to flip herself over as she soared through the air. Images of how Gran Torino moved across the air flashed across her mind, giving her an idea. She rolled herself into a fetal position before she unraveled herself, using One for All to kick off the air and launch herself backwards, clumsily landing back onto the building. Giving an exhausted and relieved sigh, she stood up straight and started to assess her situation. Issue 1 was the Nomu. Currently the only quirk she identified was a gigantification quirk, and a quirk that let absorb and release impacts. Restraining it wasn't an option, and the impact absorption made it difficult to fight. Issue 2 was All Might's quirk. She didn't get much time to actually learn how to use it. She had just enough time to learn how her quirk changed and figure out Divine Blessing right before Gran Torino said they had to leave for Hosu. It was a blessing she was managing this well with it so far. Issue 3 was the drawback from the quirk. While she was well in shape, apparently 15% was still too much. It wasn't shattering her arm like 100% was, but it was still causing her enough issues to make it harder to move than it should be. Lowering the percentage wasn't an option either. Not only was 15% just barely enough to help her in this fight, thus meaning going any lower wouldn't be worth it. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to get one for all to go lower than 15% unless she turned it off completely. Backup wasn't a choice either. She had led Nomu away from the injured heroes, so she couldn't rely on any of them for help. So with her options thin and the situation dire, she decided to do something reckless. Red lines in the shape of vines traced over her skin as the golden flames around her started flickering more violently, the cherry blossoms in her hair multiplying. One for all, Divine Blessing, 25%. Prowl, Izuku's own personal creation made from his father's heat step and without a doubt his most useful move in his arsenal. Though despite being his most useful technique, speeding up your atoms came with a numerous amount of issues. For starters, the frequency. Izuku had to vibrate his body and anything attached to him at a very specific frequency, or he risked causing damage to himself. Any changes to that frequency wouldn't just damage him, but cause it to amplify. The scar he got over his eye from the USJ being a prime example, a simple graze expanding into a cut deep enough to scar. The next issue was how vulnerable he was while using it. When he used Prowl, he vibrated every part of his atoms, including his brain, causing a conflict with his atomic sensing, creating a backlash of strain. Due to this, he would restrict his atomic sensing to a smaller range than he usually would, as to reduce the strain, meaning he couldn't sense incoming attacks until the last second. Normally neither of these issues were actual issues for him. He made Prowl when he was 12 and had time to grow accustomed to it. He could adjust frequency as easy as breathing, and the presence erasure made it so most people didn't even know where to attack him to exploit the vulnerability in his atomic sensing, which also meant he couldn't get hit to damage the frequency as well. However, in this fight things were different. While they didn't know about every issue with Prowl, they were at least aware of a weakness to it, along with having the numbers to exploit it. Using Prowl the conventional way wasn't gonna work anymore. Standing up straight, Izuku ignited his arm, flames dancing over his open cut and cauterizing it and the one on his cheek. It wasn't a perfect fix for right now, but it would have to do. Seeing the horde of Nomus rush towards him, he coated his arms with ice, blood starting to tear out of his eyes as he slammed his hands onto the street. Hidden Fox, Frost. He mentally shouted as a large cloud of steam erupted over the streets. Using what he learned with Edgeshot, he took the base for Hidden Fox, heat, and inverted it, lowering the temperature to create a cold steam, cold enough to help him with his next step. Kaizome watched as Midoriya created a cloud of steam around those things Shigaraki brought and prepared to rush in, only to be stopped by Shigaraki. "Don't rush in yet." Tamura spoke as he shoved the hero killer away from the cloud. "We'd just be at a disadvantage. Let the Nomus wear him out first." "Disadvantage?" Stain scoffed. "He practically blocked out any type of vision he had and we outnumber him. I can navigate the steam without sight easily. It'd be simple to ambush him and get his blood." "Oh, and if you get frostbite and drop dead before you find him?" "The steam is awfully cold," he sarcastically replied. "Besides, the brat annoyingly has a way to sense attacks without looking, hence we'd be at a disadvantage even if we found a weakness in that disappearing trick. I thought you did research on your targets?" "Tisich, this quirk gets more annoying by the second," the hero killer remarked before he turned to glare at Shigaraki. "And for the record, the only info I gain on my targets is their identity and where they will be at to receive their culling." Tamura gave a confused look as he stared at the hero killer. "Then how do you determine if they're a fake hero?" "I know a fake when I see one," Stain replied. "Wait, if he was just killing heroes off his own personal judgment and not actual information on them, then..." "Holy shit, this wasn't a person killing off heroes because of his ideologies, this was just a serial killer. Holy hell, he was working with a lunatic." Before Shigaraki could respond to any of that, a stream of white flames shot out of the cloud, launching a Nomu out of the steam with it, sending it flying over them. Inside the cloud, Izuku was pushing himself to his limits as he ran around, taking down the horde of Nomu one by one. Using the cold cloud of steam, he was able to keep his body from overheating, allowing him to focus on using Prowl as fast as he could, along with foregoing the presence erasure aspect of it, to really emphasize his focus on speed. The next thing he did was forego not using Prowl and his atomic sensing at the same time. It was stupid, and even though doing both at the same time put strain on his brain, he took it a step up by letting atomic sensing extend further than he normally would. It wasn't enough to overwhelm his other senses like rapid mode would, but it was still enough that the sensitivity was just enough so he couldn't get caught off guard as long as he was fast enough. Avoiding a punch from a Nomu, he quickly circled around it, igniting his fist and slamming it into its side. Letting it fall to the ground, he leaned backwards, avoiding another Nomu with spiked arms, as it attempted to hit him. Unhooking one of his wires from his belt, he wrapped it around a different Nomu and pulled it in front of him, using it as a shield as the spike Nomu swung its arm at him again. As soon as its arm got stuck in the other Nomu, he used his wire to tie them tightly together and grab the one that was shielding him, freezing it in place and letting his ice spread to the spike Nomu. Once they were both frozen in place, he flipped over them without looking back and used them as a shield to avoid a horde of knives that were fired at him. Once the assault stopped, he quickly cleared the distance and moved next to the knife Nomu, placing his hand against it, causing it to ignite on fire. As it started to fall over, he grabbed the charred Nomu and crouched down, holding it over his head, using it to swat away a winged Nomu that attempted to swoop down and grab him. He dropped the Nomu and back flipped out of the way as another flying Nomu swooped down over him. Unhooking his second wire, he whipped it towards the flying Nomu and wrapped it around its wing, pulling back on it tightly and sending it crashing into a group of Nomu that was running towards him. He then ignited his whip on fire and let the flames trail down towards the group, setting them ablaze. As he pulled his wire back, he felt another Nomu land behind him. Not wasting any time, he ignited his fist, spinning around to deliver a punch to its stomach, only for the flames to absorb and sink into its skin as his fist made contact. He almost forgot some of the Nomus still had fire absorption. He quickly attempted to pull his arm away, only for the Nomu to grab him and lift him into the air, causing him to hastily turn off Prowl as it threw him across the ground, sending him rolling. He flipped himself onto his feet and skidded to a stop. He prepared to move, only for the winged Nomu from earlier swoop down and swat him away before he got the chance to reactivate Prowl. As he rolled across the ground again, he made a burst of fire underneath him to launch himself into the air. Flipping himself around, he ignited his foot and kicked towards the winged Nomu, a small arc of flames slamming into its wing and sending it crashing. Before he had the chance to land on the ground, he felt something quickly approaching him from behind, thick rope suddenly tying around him. Looking back, he could see the rope was actually a Nomu who had turned their arms into rope, confusing him. It's like they're getting smarter as the fight goes on, as if they're making sure I can't reactivate Prowl. He thought to himself as the ropes tightened around him. He quickly attempted to burn through it, only for the flames to absorb into Nomu's skin. Oh, that wasn't good. The next thing he knew, the rope Nomu was swinging him higher into the sky, preparing to slam him to the ground as the remaining Nomu gathered below him waiting to strike. Oh, he was right, they were getting smarter as the fight went on. They were grouping up to make sure he couldn't safely activate Prowl without risking getting hit, the exact opposite of what they were doing earlier by spreading out. So that meant somehow, despite being mindless, they were aware of the fact he couldn't be allowed time to use his quirk. Unfortunately for them, all of them grouping into one spot was perfect for him. Taking a page out of his dad's book, he took a deep breath and held his head to the sky, the sides of his mouth igniting as he whipped his head towards the horde and opened his mouth, a sea of flames erupting over the group. He kept the barrage of flames going as he started freezing the ropes tied around him, breaking out of them and landing on the ground. As he slowly walked towards the horde, he coated his body in ice to cool himself down and increased the amount of fire he was breathing out until his atomic sensing sensed the ones he assumed had fire absorption quirks get overwhelmed and finally stop. Sensing the rope Nomu running towards him from behind, he turned around and stopped breathing out fire, switching to blowing on the air as cold winds washed over the mindless beast, as it froze in place mid-run. When he finally finished, he gave a heavy cough as smoke and frost trailed out of his mouth. While his lungs were technically fireproof, his body wasn't exactly built for breathing out fire like his dad, let alone ice. He had only done it a handful of times, and he didn't even know he could freeze stuff with his breath until the incident when he did it instinctively. He would have had no idea how to replicate it if it wasn't for Ed's shot. Seeing the frost cloud finally start to disperse and fade away, he wiped the blood away from his nose and eyes and turned around as he felt a stain and Shigaraki walking towards him. "See, hero killer, just like I said?" Shigaraki said with a sadistic grin. "He's practically on his last leg." "I guess you were right," Kaizome replied as he stared at the kid. He was covered in bruises and heavily breathing, his eyes bloodshot, probably from bleeding if the blood he smelled in the air was any sign. He was clearly worn out. It would be easy pickings from here. He flipped his sword into proper grip and held it tightly. "Let's not waste any more time then. It's time to receive your culling mid-dash." His sentence was cut off, his eyes widened at the sight of Midoriya vanishing and appearing right in front of him, his foot preparing to slam down onto him. He quickly rolled to the side and avoided the attack, jumping away as black flames exploded from the impact. He can still move that fast? Did those things not wear him out then? Kaizome thought as he raised his arms to block a kick from the boy, stopping the attack head-on. No, if he wasn't worn out that kick would have sent me flying. I'm also keeping track of his movements easier. He's clearly tired, just not completely worn out physically, mental strain perhaps. He quickly shoved the boy backwards and swung his sword at his chest, only for the kid to lean backwards and avoid it. While Midoriya leaned back, Kaizome could see Shigaraki rush up behind, preparing to place his hand on the boy only for the kid to vanish before he touched him. Tamura was grinning like a madman when he saw White Fox disappear. He quickly spun around and easily blocked the surprise kick the brat attempted to land on him, shoving him backwards and quickly reaching his hand out. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt 3 of Shigaraki's fingers touch him and quickly slammed his foot onto the ground, creating an ice pillar to hit him in the chest and send him flying away. Shigaraki gave a loud grunt in annoyance as he went flying into the air. When he was about to slam into the building, Izuku saw a purple cloud from behind him, the blue-haired villain disappearing into it. Izuku didn't even bother looking up as he sensed something appear above him. He quickly activated Prowl and moved away just in time to avoid Shigaraki slamming down to where he was standing, rubble flying into the air as his fingers decayed the small part of the street his hand was touching. Shigaraki quickly grabbed parts of the flying rubble and threw it in his direction before sprinting towards him. Izuku simply ignited his hand and threw up a wall of fire to block the rubble and force Shigaraki away, only to sense Stain coming up behind him, swinging his sword towards his neck. He quickly ducked under the sword and flipped onto his hands, doing a handspring as he kicked Stain in the jaw, causing him to stumble backwards. While he was still on his hands, he could sense Shigaraki approaching from the right, and coated his hands in ice, spreading it to the ground to freeze it over. As Shigaraki ran onto the ice, he instantly lost his balance, his arms flailing around in the air as he tried not to slip. Kaizome on the other hand recovered and rushed towards Midoriya, his boots gripping the ice with ease as he ran across and swung his sword at the boy. Izuku unfroze his hands and dropped to the ground as the sword passed by him. While he was on the ground, he proceeded to leg sweep Stain, before standing up and grabbing him before he hit the ground, swinging him towards Shigaraki, knocking him over. He quickly pushed his advantage and ignited his fist. True Spring! He mentally shouted as he slammed his fist onto the frozen ground, this ice expanding and exploding outwards to send them rolling away. He went to chase after them only to stop when he felt a spike of pain in his chest and head. He quickly clutched his chest and gave a violent cough as smoke and frost spewed out his lungs, closing his eyes as a headache formed. Damn it, I pushed myself too far. He knew the risk of using his atomic sensing and Prowl at the same time, but he didn't expect the backlash to hurt this bad. Meanwhile, Tamura and Stain stopped rolling and flipped themselves onto their feet. Tamura was about to rush back in until Kurojairi appeared next to him, blocking his path. Shigaraki, Tamura, it's time. Kurojairi said in his usual monotone voice. Wait, no. He shouted back as he realized what he meant. Buzz off, Kurojairi, that fox brat is on his last legs and I'm not letting him get away this time. Apologies, Shigaraki Tamura, but Master was quite clear on how long this operation would last. Kurojairi reminded him, much to his annoyance. He gave a low growl and scratched his neck as he looked back at White Fox, seeing him clutching his chest and coughing. He was right there. He was right there, injured and exhausted. This had been the closest he had gotten to stage completion, and now he had to withdraw. It's not fair. Giving a childish scream Sensei definitely would have reminded him not to do. He turned to face the sentient purple cloud. Fine then, bring that unstable Nomu that demon doctor was going on about. Kurojairi shook his cloudy head. Apologies, Shigaraki Tamura, the doctor has said that Nomu was unfinest dash. That was an order, Kurojairi. He watched as Kurojairi's cloudy body went slack before carrying out the order. When he was younger, he realized by saying, that was an order, Kurojairi, he could overwrite Kurojairi's judgment with a command as long as it didn't conflict with one of Sensei's. He didn't use it often, nor did he like to, but this time he wasn't taking any chances. He needed that fox brat dead, and this Nomu was the best to handle it, unfinished or not. What the hell are you two talking about? What do you mean it's time? Stain said, annoyance clear in his voice. Oh right, he's still here? He annoyingly thought before a sadistic grin spread across his face. 2 birds, 1 stone. Hey hero killer, he said, trying not to laugh as he gained his attention. That fox brat will be dying first. Good luck. Kaizome confusingly watched as Shigaraki disappeared into a portal as another one slowly opened. What the hell? What do you mean good Lu dash? He was cut off as a large hand suddenly shot out of the second portal and hit him in the head, swatting him into the side of a building. Izuku, hearing the crash, bit back the pain he was feeling and opened his eyes to see a new Nomu had arrived. Only this one was different. Every Nomu he'd seen so far had been various shades of gray, some random vibrant color that was stronger than the gray ones, and then the USJ Nomu, which was colored black and was on a completely different level. But this one wasn't like that, it had more standout features. It was completely ghost white with stitches over its body, some that weren't even fully stitched closed as if they didn't get to finish stitching them and just left midway through the process. There were also chains wrapped around its neck, wrist and ankles, dragging them across the ground as it walked. The whole appearance just screamed unfinished, and yet Izuku couldn't help but feel unnerved by it. Shigaraki had left it behind for a reason, he just didn't know why. As the Nomu finally stepped fully out the portal, he quickly went on guard as the ground cracked beneath its feet as it rushed at him, clearing the distance between them with ease and preparing to punch him. Whether it was unfinished or not, it was certainly fast. Izuku pushed past the pain he felt in his chest and rolled out of the way of the punch. Hopping onto his feet, he created a small burst of flames and fired at its arm. Much to his surprise, the Nomu's arm completely ignited into white flames and quickly spread to the rest of its body. He quickly jumped away as Nomu crashed onto the ground and started burning away easily, almost as if its body was made out of flammable material. Moments passed and he stared at the charred Nomu confusingly as he thought it was actually over. Suddenly the chains it was wearing shot into the air and wrapped around its scorched body, the white flames covering it being smothered into nothing. Izuku then watched as the chains receded back to normal as Nomu stood back up, completely fine as it rushed at him again. He instantly ignited his hand and punched forwards, letting his flames wash over it. Only this time it didn't burn, completely walking through his fire without a single burn. He quickly cancelled out the flames as it approached him and covered his arm in ice, raising it to block the punch it was throwing at him. As soon as Nomu's fist connected with the ice, it completely exploded, its hand severing from his body. Izuku then saw the chain around its wrist wrap around where its hand would be, completely regenerating it. Izuku didn't even get a chance to move before Nomu punched his frozen arm again, his ice shattering like glass as the punch sent him flying. He rolled to his feet and looked up to see Nomu jumping through the air, preparing to land on top of him. He jumped back and placed his hand on the floor, creating an ice spike that the Nomu impaled itself on as it landed. When he saw it stop moving, he gave a sigh of relief, only for his eyes to widen when it wrapped itself in chains again and broke through the ice, repairing its stab wound. Frost trailed off his hands as he made another ice spike only for the Nomu to charge right through it, completely shattering it as it punched him into a wall. Izuku felt his vision wavering as he attempted to pull himself out of the wall only to stumble backwards. Eventually he slumped to the ground, everything fading to black. Back on the other side of Hosu, Ibra was finally seeing some progress in her fight. Landing on the ground, she dug her vines into the street and turned them into large pillars of wood, slamming them right into the giant Nomu's chest. As it stumbled back, she watched its skin glow purple once more as it absorbed the impact, preparing to send it back at her. The moment it closed its fist and punched forwards, Ibra didn't hesitate and punched the air herself, her shockwave overpowering the Nomu's and slamming right into it. As it started to fall over backwards, she quickly had her vines wrap around it, stopping before it could fall onto a nearby building. She then turned her vines into wood and held it down tightly so it couldn't move and then wrapped 2 more vines around it. Slingshotting herself forwards, she flipped forward in the air and landed a flying kick to its chest before flipping off of it and landing onto a nearby building. She was slowly getting the hang of one for all as the fight went on, and though 25% made it feel like her bones were gonna break and fall off, she could at least bear with it if it meant she could stop this Nomu from causing any more mayhem. Keeping her eyes on the giant Nomu, she tightened its wooden restraints to keep it from moving. Another bonus of one for all enhancing her quirk is that even if she severed part of her hair off, she could still freely manipulate it as long as it was within a certain range of her. She could see the purple glow Nomu absorbed from her kick bubble underneath its skin as if it was trying to force its way out. When Nomu attempted to close its hands, she extended her hair out and wrapped around them tightly, forcing them to stay open. As the giant Nomu struggled more against its restraint, Ibra could notice it was slowly getting smaller. Before she could think about it, the black bird let out a loud screech as the purple glow underneath its skin gathered at its right shoulder and exploded outwards, tearing a cut into it. Nomu immediately snapped off its restraints before pulling on her hair and dragging her into the air towards it. Quickly severing her hair off, she regained herself mid-air and flipped herself over just in time to see the giant Nomu preparing to punch her. She wrapped her arm in wood and met the punch head-on with one of her own, causing its arm to glow a bright purple before exploding off, causing the Nomu to drastically shrink. She then kicked off the air, launching herself away and landing on a building as the shockwave slammed into its chest, sending it stumbling once again. Seeing Nomu attempt to make a fist with its only hand left as its skin glowed purple once more, she quickly took control of one of her severed vines and turned it into wood before wrapping it around its hand tightly. As Ibra kept its movements restricted once more, she took note of its injuries, or more specifically that fact it wasn't regenerating. The cut on its shoulder and missing arm were still there, and it wasn't as large as it was before. Did this one not have regeneration like the one at the USJ? There was also the fact she didn't cause the injury on its shoulder, its own quirk did, which was weird. It was clear the damage was from its absorb and release quirk absorbing too many impacts and exploding outwards, but she didn't get why it didn't just release its stockpile before that happened. At first she had thought restraining it wouldn't be an option simply because it would release any impact she made on it prior and break free. She also severely underestimated how much stronger One for All made her quirk. Never in a million years would she have thought she could restrain something this big. But yet every time she restricted Nomu, it struggled to break out as if it couldn't do anything else. The only thing it really attempted was closing its phi. Nomu couldn't release its stockpile from anywhere on its body. It could only release it by making a fist and punching. Its quirk wasn't absorb and release, it was absorb and redirect. As the realization hit her, Nomu gave another loud screech as its stockpile exploded out of its left shoulder this time and shrunk again. Ibra didn't give it a chance to break out this time and quickly adjusted its wooden restraints to its new size. That was another thing she noticed. Every time the Nomu took damage, it would shrink in size, which meant it wasn't a normal gigantification quirk like MT Ladies. It had too many conditions to keep its enlarged size. She had really underestimated herself when it came to fighting this Nomu. For most people, the nature of its absorption and enormous size would have been an issue, but for Ibra, Vines and One for All were its perfect counter. Undoing the giant Nomu's restraints, she moved the wood that was holding it down around its singular arms so it couldn't close its hand. She then wrapped two vines around its injured shoulders and slingshot herself forward, landing a kick directly to its chest. Watching it shrink and stumble backwards, she adjusted the vines to its new size and pulled herself towards it again, landing another kick to its chest. It shrunk once again, its skin now glowing a bright purple as its absorption overloaded. Seeing this, Ibra raised her percentage up to 30 and delivered one final kick, causing the Nomu to shrink back to its normal size as its arm exploded off. As the arm exploded, a shockwave hit her head-on, sending her rolling into the ground. When she came to a stop, she turned off One for All and gave a groan as she sat up. She quickly looked to see where the Nomu landed. When she finally caught sight of it, the armless black bird locked eyes with her and immediately jumped backwards into the air trying to run away. She wasn't concerned at first till she looked at its missing arms closer. They were regenerating. Her eyes quickly widened in panic as she attempted to stand up. She assumed Nomu didn't have regeneration like the USJ-1 simply because it didn't fix its arm earlier. She didn't consider it couldn't regenerate unless it was its original size and not enlarged. The moment she stood up, she attempted to activate One for All again, only to stop when she felt a sudden spike in pain throughout her body, sending her kneeling as she winced in pain. She put too much stress on body by using 25% for that long and 30% during that last kick. It felt like her limbs were on fire. Looking back at the Nomu, she could see its arms were almost done regenerating. She wasn't in any condition to fight it head-on again. If it finished regenerating, she would be a sitting duck. She was snapped out of a sense of panic when she suddenly saw Empty Lady enlarge in the distance and throw something in her direction. Suddenly a brown blur slammed into Nomu, stopping it mid-air. "I don't remember you being this fast in the sports festival. It took us a while to catch up," Kamui Woods remarked as he stood on top of Nomu's back before kicking it back towards the ground. "Finish it off." Ibra shook off her shock at seeing Kamui arrive and stood up the best she could. She didn't need to be told twice. Looking back at Nomu, she can see its skin glow purple as its regeneration stopped. This was her chance. Pushing past the pain she felt in her bones, she finally activated One for All again. She could feel her bones creak as she used 15% again and rushed forwards, clearing the distance between them with ease and delivering a punch directly to Nomu's chest, completely destroying it. As the rest of its body went limp and fell over, she whispered a small prayer for it before she stepped back and flopped onto her back as she turned off One for All. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head slightly to see Kamui Woods staring above her. "Any injuries?" he asked. "Every inch of my body is in excruciating pain, and I think I fractured the majority of the bones in my arms and legs, but other than that, I'm not injured, thankfully," she calmly replied. Shinji gave a mixed sigh of relief and regret. While he was glad she was okay, she shouldn't have been left to fight that Nomu alone in the first place. None of the students should have been here. This whole situation was a disaster. "That's good to hear. For a second I thought me and you wouldn't make it in time. If I may ask, how exactly did Empty Lady know when to enlarge and throw you at Nomu?" Ibra asked as he finally sat herself up. When Kamui simply pointed upwards, she followed his fingers and looked up to see a news helicopter flying over her. I guess it is a blessing to be on TV," she thought before she winced in pain. She really needed to get to a doctor. Hisashi walked outside and sat next to Izuku, who was holding a handful of flames. "Hey there, Aizu, it's good to see you finally using your quirk again," he said as he placed his hand on his son's head and rubbed the small boy's hair. Izuku shook his dad's hand off his head and opened his mouth to say something, only for the words to die in his throat as he felt as if his voice locked itself. He quickly shut his mouth again and shook his head in annoyance. Hisashi gave a warm smile as he patted Izuku on his back to reassure him. "It's okay, Aizu, you don't need to force yourself. I mostly want to tell you a story right now, so there is no need for you to force yourself to talk right now. Although it was a bit worrying he was having trouble talking now. When Izuku finally stopped shaking his head and looked at him, he asked him a question. Do you know why fire quirks are common in our family? When Izuku tilted his head in confusion, he continued. My mother, your grandmother, asked this same question to me shortly before she passed away. It was the same question her dad asked her and his father asked him and so on. When she asked me, I was around 13 and didn't get why she was asking what I thought was an unimportant question at such a dire time, so I gave a simple answer like genetics. My mom simply laughed at me and told me it's a reflection of our family's will, that it represents how that will burns brightly and unhindered, how it simply burns away obstacles in its way and uses it to fuel us, so that we push forwards. A will that passes like a torch in its family, an undying flame that will always live on. He turned towards Izuku and gave a proud smile. I see that will burn brighter in you than it ever did for me. Never let that will die out, Izuku. Izuku's eyes shot open as he gasped for air and looked around. Oh right, I'm in Hosu. He thought to himself as he slowly woke up. How long was I out FOWH? He activated Prowl and moved out of the way just in time as the Nomu from earlier slammed its fist into where he was formerly laying at. When it pulled its arm out of the wall and rushed at him, he quickly made a wall of flames to block its path only for the Nomu to walk right through it. Oh right, its quirk made it immune to fire after burning. Is it elemental adaptation? As it got closer to punch him, he activated Prowl again and moved far away. He didn't know how long he was out for, but it apparently was long enough to reduce the strain on his body he felt earlier. He still felt some strain on his body and wasn't at full strength, but it was just enough so he wasn't at a disadvantage. Now he was wondering why the Nomu didn't attack him when he was unconscious. Did it assume he was dead and simply stop moving? It would make sense. From what he saw, the Nomus don't tend to do anything unless ordered, so it probably thought it succeeded in killing him. As the white Nomu closed the distance between them, he stomped his foot onto the ground and made an ice spike in an attempt to slow it down. He was not expecting it to actually damage it, causing it to go limp as the ice spike impaled it. Izuku quickly activated Prowl and instantly moved away as its chains started wrapping around it once again. Did I get its quirk wrong? I thought it was elemental adaptation, but if that was true it meant it adapted to my ice earlier, meaning my attack now shouldn't have worked. His mind raced trying to find an answer until he remembered he had damaged it with ice twice before he was knocked. Thinking about what exactly he did differently in those two attacks, he came to two options. Now it was just time to see which one it was. Instead of waiting for it to charge toward him, the moment it broke out of the ice and healed itself, he activated Prowl and appeared right behind it. He ignited his fist and punched the Nomu right in its back, causing it to start burning away. When Nomu's chains wrapped around it and repaired its burnt body, he quickly ducked as it turned around and swung at his head, delivering another ignited punch to its stomach. The moment he saw the punch have no effect, he used Prowl to avoid Nomu's attempt in grabbing him and then flipped over its head, swiping his hand to send an arc of flames into its back. When he saw the flames slice through Nomu with ease and set it ablaze once more, he couldn't help but grin. So I was right about test 1, let's try test 2. With his next step in mind, he flipped backwards to avoid Nomu's attempt in swatting him. He flipped onto his hands and made a wall of ice in front of him only for Nomu to shatter past it with ease. He continued flipping backwards down the street, his hands making an ice wall each time they touched the ground, Nomu simply shattering through each one without an issue until he made one last wall as he flipped onto his feet, causing Nomu's arms to explode the moment they made contact with the wall. Right as Nomu finished its adaptation, Izuku ignited his foot and in roundhouse kicked a fire hydrant, destroying it and causing the water to spray high into the air. As the water came falling back down, he watched as Nomu collapsed and started withering on the floor as the water droplets came crashing down onto its skin. Izuku then ignited his fist and delivered a punch to its back once again, a wall of flames exploding out of his fist as it made contact, putting a hole right through it. He didn't bother sticking around and activated Prowl, jumping over the Nomu and running back down the street, heading back to where they just came from. Test 2 is done, moving to 3. He thought as heard a loud screech behind him. Coming to a stop, he turned around and saw Nomu finally complete its adaptation not on cue and rushed towards him. He didn't waste any time and swiped his hand diagonally, sending an arc of flames that missed the Nomu and cut through the wire of an electrical pole. As Nomu finally reached him and raised its fist back preparing to punch him, he made no attempt to move and instead watched as the electrical wire swung into its back, the sparks stunning it in place as the heat caused it to ignite on fire and burn once more. As its adaptation completed once again, Izuku flipped over to avoid its counterattack, coating his hand in ice and grabbing the electrical wire before slamming it back against Nomu. He watched as the sparks once again stunned the white bird in place, preventing it from moving, but this time it didn't set on fire. Seeing this, Izuku grinned. And that's test 3, he said before he stomped his foot onto the ground, creating a glacier that smacked Nomu in the chest and sent it flying down the street. In 3 tests Izuku had successfully identified what exactly Nomu's quirk was. Temperature adaptation. Test 1 was to see why exactly his ice had been able to damage Nomu despite it adapting to it already. When he ignited his fist and punched Nomu, he had lowered the temperature and thus power of his flames from when he first attacked before Nomu knocked him out. When it adapted to that, he raised the temperature of his next attack to be hotter and stronger than the previous 2, allowing him to damage it. It didn't outright confirm if it was adapting to the temperature or the strength and power behind the element, but it was a look in the right direction. Test 2 was technically 2 tests in 1. The first part was to determine whether or not Nomu adapted from quirk attacks only or just normal attacks from elements and or temperature change. By using the fire hydrant he was able to confirm its adaptation worked with normal outside sources that weren't quirk related. It also helped him with the next part of test 2, its adaptation speed. Nomu seemed to adapt almost instantly and suddenly, so fast it had caught him off guard the first time he saw it. However, thanks to water droplets constantly falling onto it and the punch he landed as well, he realized Nomu took longer to adapt when dealing with multiple things to adapt to. Test 3 was to gain confirmation on which exactly Nomu was adapting to, elements or temperature. By shocking it with the wire he got to see it adapt to the heat from being electrocuted rather than the stun from being electrocuted, thus confirming its quirk. After that it was easy to fill in the blanks. It only adapted to the exact temperature of the attack, meaning anything below or above it would need to adapt to again, though that meant the longer the fight went on the less temperatures you could use. Its adaptation was most likely reliant on the chains, meaning if you could destroy it and the chains in one go, it wouldn't survive to adapt to anything. That's exactly what he planned to do. When Nomu shattered through the glacier he made, he dropped the wire he was holding and activated Prowl, clearing the distance between and kicked it in its chest as he ignited his foot. Watching it burn and quickly adapt, he made a wall of ice in a temperature it already adapted to and let it shatter the wall like glass, sending the ice flying in different directions. When it attempted to grab him he swiped his hand and made a wall of flames to destroy its arm before circling around it and placing his hand on its back, immediately destroying it as he applied heat directly to it. The moment it adapted he made another ice wall for it to shatter and raised his arm to block as he let it swat him down the street. Rolling to a stop before he went too far away he jumped onto his feet and he swiped his hand on the ground, making another ice wall in front of him, only this time in a different temperature, letting its arm explode as it attempted to shatter it. Before it could adapt Izuku broke the ice wall himself and slammed his foot onto the ground, coating the street below its feet in ice, causing its legs to explode next. He then ignited its fist and with all the strength he could muster, punched it in the chest to send it rolling back down the icy street. With Nomu now having to adapt to 3 different attacks, he pushed his advantage. He dropped to the ground and placed his hand against the frozen floor, preparing himself. Taking a deep breath, he let his sensory range spread out and felt the temperature around him. Thermoshift, he spoke as the temperature around him drastically started changing. Green Valley Eternal. The moment the words left his mouth, the frozen floor, along with the shattered remains from his glacier Nomu broke through earlier and the scattered shards of ice laying around the street all collapsed in on themselves before expanding and exploding outwards, harsh winds sweeping over the street in a constant barrage. Green Valley Eternal, named after his dad, mimicked the effects of Green Valley Spring by having his ice heat up and expand to cause an explosion of violent winds. The only difference was in the air it was expanding. By using Thermoshift he was able to simultaneously heat up and cool the air as it expanded out and became even more violent than it normally would when he blew up his ice. The heated air would expand the ice and attack anything within the range of the move, while the cold air would not only attack, but also replenish the ice used for the attack, making an endless loop of expanding air. It's why he kept making ice walls for Nomu to break. It was an eternal dance between hot and cold. To beat a Nomu who could adapt to its attack he would need to overwhelm its adaptation and then destroy it one blow before it could adapt. Green Valley Eternal met the first condition. The hot and cold air were constantly fluctuating, never staying the same temperature, meaning its adaptation would struggle to handle it all. The last condition was a tricky one, but Izuku knew how to pull it off. Standing up he ignited his hand and made a trail of fire across the air before slamming it in between his hands and starting to compress it as he added more fire and heat to it. As strong as thermodynamics was, its nature was speeding and slowing down atoms to mimic fire and ice generation. It wasn't a pyrokinesis or cyrokinesis quirk. He couldn't reshape his ice once he made it or pull in existing flames or manipulate ones that he already released. He could however force his flames to take on minor, simple shapes. Normally he would do this by just compressing it to fireballs, but it wouldn't work here. He needed a lot of firepower that couldn't be compressed into something as simple as a ball. His call for backup had shown him that. No, he would need something that could compress a lot of fire but yet was still simple in nature. Thankfully he had spent all day observing someone else who could shape their flames naturally and even sensed how they did it with his own flames. Edge shot, flame row, high spear, thank you. Izuku thought as he watched Nomu's chains rise into the air, its adaptation failing as the hot and cold winds decimated it. I wouldn't have been able to win this without your help, so I'll finish with all the heat I can. Flash heat. He spoke as he raised his arms towards Nomu, extending 2 fingers out on his left hand to make the head as he pulled the rest of the flames back with his right hand. Flame arrow. It wasn't as perfect as Flame Rose and he was just barely maintaining it, but for now, it was good enough to finish the job. Letting it go, he let it fly towards Nomu, a pillar of white flames erupting into the sky as it hit. When the attack finally finished, a large cloud of smoke gathered over the area. Izuku sensed something flying out of the smoke and quickly caught it in his hand. Looking down to see what it was, he saw it was a singular broken link from one of Nomu's chains that soon dusted in his hands. He gave a sigh of relief and let his guard down, reducing his sensory range to shorter than he usually would to give himself a break as he felt his headache return. He looked over the area as the smoke cleared and assessed the damage he caused. The move wasn't perfect, but it sure was destructive. Maybe I can get Flame Row to help me perfect it. Our quirks may be different, but I'm sure she'd have some good Shank. His thoughts were cut off as eyes widened in shock and pain as he slowly looked down to see a knife embedded in his chest. Slowly turning his head around, he could see Stain glaring at him, the knife firmly held in his hand. What happened? Stain spoke, a mocking tone clear in his voice. Couldn't sense me? Fake. He quickly ignited his hand and swung a wave of fire at him, causing Stain to pull the knife out and jump away. He confusingly watched as the hero killer flung the blood off his knife and onto the floor as he resheathed the blade, making no attempt in liking it. Something's wrong. Why didn't he lick the blade and use his quirk? Did something happen to him when I was fighting the Nomu? Multiple questions raced through his head, but he shoved it aside. With a stab wound in his chest, he needed to end this fight quickly and get medical attention. Izuku activated Prowl and mustered all the strength he could so he could take Stain out in one good kick, only to pause when he took a step forward, his body seizing up. He clutched his chest and hunched over, throwing up as pain erupted in his body. He then coughed up blood and started stumbling backwards, feeling lightheaded as he started breathing sporadically, his throat feeling like it was closing up. His legs soon gave out as he went crashing to the floor and onto his back, unable to think as he struggled to breath, his condition worsening. How troublesome, Kaizome remarked, dragging his sword across the ground as he walked up to the green-haired boy. To think you're such a nuisance that I needed poison instead of my quirk to deal with you. He stood above the brat, flipping his sword into a reverse grip and hovering it over him. Final words aren't for fakes like you, perhaps you'll be a worthy hero in the next life. And with that final statement he brought his sword down, only for a small purple glowing sheet of metal to blur into his line of sight and suddenly enlarge, blocking his sword before it stabbed the kid. He then heard a loud crack and looked down right as the ground tore open, an uppercut landing on his chin and sending him stumbling back. Sen hopped out the hole he drilled and kicked Stain in the chest while rotating his foot, kicking him down the street. He could hear Yaoyorozu, Kodai and Yanagi land behind him right as he saw Stain stand up and stare at them. Spiral. Keep the hero killer busy, rule. Emily, help me with White Fox. Yaoyorozu shouted as she activated her quirk and started creating what medical equipment she could remember. On it. Sen shouted back as he prepared himself. Alright Sen, you don't need to win, you just need to stall until more backup comes. He then locked eyes with Stain and steeled his nerves. He could do this. Hang in there, Midoriya, you're not dying on us today. Kaizome scoffed in annoyance as he saw more children arrive. Try as you like, no matter how many of you there are, none of you fakes are stopping me. That boy dies tonight,